Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is MULLS. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, AMAECHI mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 our Savior is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 AMAECHI is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right and getting it faster. Never freedom. It's another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is MULLS. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, AMAECHI mazuche mefo.
I don't know how many times I've done this session, but that song still always catches me off guard. So that song still always catches me off guard. It's still always catching me off guard, I should say. So welcome, dear friends. We meet again. Apologies for yesterday. I just couldn't do it. I was too tired and there's too much going on in my house. I thought, no, if I don't enjoy it, then I shouldn't do it. And I wasn't going to enjoy it yesterday, so I just did not do it. I have to get some joy from it. But apologies, but here we go again. So here we go again. The session starts your company required. That thing that happens fairly frequently, almost virtually every day, and probably will happen every day all the way through to February. So that thing that happens with regular frequency happening exactly right now. So if you're available, just surrender yourself here. Just steady yourself in. Get that one cup of chocolate, but don't have that biscuit, or you know you're meant to be on a diet. After all of the things you ate during Christmas, you shouldn't be eating that biscuit again. So leave that biscuit to one side, but you can have that cup of warm chocolate, or if it's if you're picadillo, it's a coffee or anything, just get yourself a warm drink and a bit of a snack. I'll recommend fruits, and just surrender yourself to the session for however long it lasts. So we go again, and hopefully you come with us. So the usual protocol, click on the like button as you are coming in. Please try and do that in this instance. We ask you all the time, but we don't see the likes matching the viewership in any guise. So perhaps on this day, the likes will look something like the viewership. So click on the like button as you're coming in. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as we've finished reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in the conversation. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is that hyperlink right there that says StreamYard. So if you want to come and join us on the studio, then please click on that. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. And then if you want to come join us on the studio, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, as you know, if you've spent more than a minute here, you know that we're encouraging anybody that feels inclined towards tipping towards the platform. Use that link that says buy your host cups of coffee and go there and go wild. Just empty the content of your wallet into that space if you're feeling that generous. So do that. Like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the studio, and you're feeling especially generous, tip towards the platform by buying cups of coffee. So holy, as guys, I bring you this. APC, oh no, let me move this. Pardon me. I'm actually on the ones that I lined up for yesterday, which I subsequently abandoned. So the stories still are somewhat similar. Just give me 1 second. Let me just do this. Okay. All right, let's pick it up from here. Tinubu strikes deal with G5 governors in London. So there it is. The one news that has dominated the news cycle has been this news. So this is it now, awaiting formal announcement. And until that formal announcement takes place, you can expect the languages of deniability. You expect people to be denying that no decisions has been reached, etc. But the received wisdom in all of the political space is that this deal has now been completed. And you just await then the governors to gather and make that announcement within the next 7 days. So they're saying January, and January is just a hop, a skip, and a jump from today. So you hop over tomorrow, and then you skip into the day after, and then you are in January. So that announcement coming shortly. But is this fait accompli for the politics? Is this the election over now, and as a winner now emerged? Tinubu strikes deal with G5 governors in London. So that's what we're leading with, of course. Tinubu striking that deal with the G5 governors in London. And of course, the backlash already, just to tell you then that there's strong enough veracity to this almost for it to be categorically true. So the backlash now comes. G5 governors, make yourself president if you want to stop me. Atiku. So that's Atiku's response to the G5 governors. Make yourself president if you want to stop me. G5 governors, make yourself president if you want to stop me. A headline attributed to Atiku. So that tells you then that space, pardon me. All right. Pardon me. Yeah. So that tells you then that that space then agitating somewhat the political firmament. 2023 presidency, Keyamo speaks on G5 endorsing Peter Obi. So, of course, to the bitter end, they still cling on to that space. But, of course, Peter Obi at all, not a consideration by the G5 governors. So, Peter Obi are not a consideration by the G5 governors. So we've heard Atiku's reaction. Now let's hear from the Southeast. Wike killed Igbo presidency, says Ohaneze youth. So Ohaneze youth, of course, they know the implication of this. And that is why I said earlier that is this fait accompli for the politics? Have we effectively now seen the political cycle come to its crescendo? Are we now seeing that the election has now run its course? Are we now seeing that the election has now run its course without a ballot even being cast, without a single vote being cast? So certainly that's the fear in the Southeast. Wike killed Igbo presidency, says Ohaneze youth. So quite why they are saying that, we'll find out shortly. On to the next. Like I said, this is the story that will dominate pretty much a lot of the session. Wike speaks on G5 governors reaching deal with Tinubu. So I'm expecting some coyness from this space that nothing has been agreed. We are still discussing and all of that. So you expect that language to be embedded, of course, until a formal announcement can be made. So until a formal announcement can be made, there was one other headline that I seem to be missing somewhere. Let me see. All right, here it is. So let me bring you this then. Atiku, Wike G5 governors about to commit political suicide. So this is Dilo Melaye, the spokesperson of the APC space. So they are saying then that because of course you have to understand that of all of the governors in the G5 group, I think it is only Wike's name that is not on any ballot. He's not campaigning for any electoral office. He has run his 2 terms in River State, and of course, he did not pick up a senatorial ticket, so he's not at all on the ballot in this upcoming election. But the rest of them, they have something at stake. Seyi Makinde, of course. I think Governor Tom as well might not have anything at stake. But Seyi Makinde, certainly, he's just running his first term, looking to complete a second term. So he has something at stake. And the other 2 Southeastern governors, their name I struggle with, they are gunning for senatorial seats. So they have something at stake as well. So that is what emboldens this headline by Dino. Atiku, Wike G5 governors about to commit political suicide. So that's Dino Melaye then making threatening noises. So, of course, that political suicide then will be to deplatform those governors so that then they are not able to contend for whatever it is that they're looking to compete for in February. But very quickly, INEC leaps to the aid of these governors. No, says Mahmoud Yakubu. No, you cannot use that against them, says Mahmoud Yakubu. PDP expulsion of G5 governors won't affect their candidacy in 2023. So there it is, because they received wisdom, and I've even heard it said by no less eminent a person than Reuben Abati, that a candidate must have a platform in order that they're able to compete. They have to have somebody sponsoring their candidature, and that person has to be, of course, some form of political party. So if they de-platform these governors, then you think that they'll be struck off the electoral register as candidates. But it looks as though that might not necessarily be the case. PDP expulsion of G5 governors won't affect their candidacy in 2023 elections. So that's INEC making the headline there. So quite what is in play there, I will find out shortly. And then we go on from that to this. Tribunal dismisses Segun Oni's petition affirms Oyebanji as Ekiti governor. So, like Osun State, there's been an axe somewhat hanging over the victory of Oyebanji, who, as we know, succeeds Governor Fayemi as the governor of Ekiti State. And that axe that was hanging over his neck was Segun Oni, who petitioned, of course, to invalidate his victory. But it looks as though the tribunal has now found in favor of Oyebanji. Tribunal dismisses Segun Oni's petition, affirms Oyebanji as Ekiti governor. So quite what that means, I will find out shortly. And then there's a narrative going around as well. I seem to have lost a lot of the headlines I had lined up. But let me see if I've got it here somewhere. There's a narrative going around as well, and yes, there's a narrative going around as well, and I think I'll find it in the course of the next musical intermission. There's a narrative going around, though, that Rotimi Amaechi is about to cross over to PDP, and there was even talks that he had conversations with Buhari to that effect. But then, of course, you have to have that expectation, because that ties in quite succinctly, quite elegantly with the conversations going on at the moment. So if Wike is about to park his support with Tinubu, that is to tell you then that Wike will be the APC's champion, even though it's a convoluted space. So listen, let's unpick it in the most rudimentary language that we can. If Wike parks his support with Tinubu, and it looks as though he has done that, then that will make Wike then the champion of the Tinubu space in Rivers State. And when Tinubu becomes president, or if Tinubu becomes president, then Wike will be the go-to person in Rivers State for the APC. So that would then give Wike the final victory over Rotimi Amaechi to completely decimate him and destroy him and wipe him out of that state completely. So Wike, not Wike, Rotimi Amaechi, now seeing the signals, seeing the smoke signals, he's then of course trying to recalibrate his own political future. So if he cannot be a APC big fish in Rivers State, then it can jolly well be a PDP big fish in Rivers State. And it looks as though those conversations are ongoing. I saw a headline just yesterday about conversations that he was having with Buhari about him crossing over to the PDP. And it looks as though the PDP will welcome him with open arms. Wike, let's woo Amaechi to PDP. Reno Omokri urges Atiku, are you? So there it is right there. Carpet crossing in politics as old as time itself. APC governors holding regular meetings with Atiku in Dubai. So this is Yemsen Wike continuing to open the block course of the PDP party. So there it is. Nigerian High Commission restrains DSS from, oh no, this is yesterday's headline. But the other headline that I was going to bring you is the narrative of, what's his name? It's the narrative of EMEFIELE seeking asylum in the UK. So I did have that lined up. So that will be one of the readouts as well, as I hurriedly scramble to try and here it is. So here it is. So EMEFIELE seeking asylum in the UK is a very complex and somewhat convoluted space. That EMEFIELE space. They tell us it's in America having urgent medical treatment, but then they also tell us that it's secretly snuck into Nigeria. Now they are telling us he's seeking asylum in the United Kingdom. So this guy now has to come out in public and let his fate be decided. Exclusive. Godwin EMEFIELE to seek asylum in the United Kingdom as SSS intensifies threat ahead of January the 9th vacation deadline. So, well, quite how January the 9th is a seminal date, we'll find out shortly. So So plenty to go through. Yeah. I would have said that was enough, but this is one of the headlines that I advertised. Lagos announces preferred bidder for $2.5 billion Fourth Mainland Bridge. So Lagos is reshaping into the international city that a lot of us had the anticipation and hope that it would be. And this now, if you add this, the Fourth Mainland Bridge to, because that opens up another corridor in that Lagos space. If you add that on to the Lagos-Ibadan rail service, and then the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and then the Papa Marina road that is being expanded near completion, by the time you visit Lagos, you might not recognize it again. And then you add on to that the metro service, the blue line, green line that is already being test run for it to be commissioned into service. The rate at which Lagos is growing is visible for everybody to see. And the cherry on that piece, forget Second Niger Bridge, the cherry on the piece is going to be that Fourth Mainland Bridge. And if Tinubu becomes president, they will build that bridge in a record time. So there it is. Excitement. If you want to do anything, go and buy land in Lagos. Just make sure you secure the title. You can never go wrong. Just go and do that. Go and buy land in Lagos. If you want to, if you are that way inclined. So there it is. A rich and diverse, even if somewhat plentiful menu. So just a vast amount to go through. So just lean back, kick back, take it easy, just relax into it. So the usual protocol, I've already told you to click on like and subscribe. So I'm not going to continue to labor that. Anybody that intended to do that would have done that. So me asking you to do that now, yeah, I don't think it's going to move anybody to take any action. So just relax into it. Let me take a pit stop with a mini little musical intermission. And then when we come back, we get straight into the throes of it. But first, take care, guys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wike ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. I might have to speed read these because it's just so much of it. I might have to speed read it, but here it goes. Tinubu strikes deal with J5 governors in London. So there it is, short and to the point. Of course, catches nobody off guard. This is not surprise news to anybody, but the veracity of it, of course, a lot of people will contend it. Indications emerged on Thursday that the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has struck a deal with the members of the G5, the 5 aggrieved governors who are members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Correspondents had exclusively reported on Wednesday that Tinubu and the 5 governors will meet in Europe, where a deal on their alliance for the 2023 presidency would be struck. An impeccable source close to Tinubu told correspondents that the meeting was held on Wednesday at the London residence of the APC presidential candidate. He said all the G5 governors, Yemson Wike, Seyi Makinde, Samuel Otom, Okozia Akpabio, and Ifeanyi Agwanyi attended the meeting. So just to pause it there for a moment, there's a lot of people contending that actually one of those governors was actually in Nigeria signing his budget for the upcoming financial year during that cycle that was meant to be in London. In attendance from the side of Tinubu include Governor of Jigawa State, Badaru Abubakar, and former Governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi. Before the commencement of the meeting, the source said all other persons present at Tinubu's residence were excused. We have agreed to work together with the G5. The agreement rhymes with our desire to forge together a government of national unity. When the history of this political epoch is written, the names of Wike, Otom, Makinde, Egwanyi, and Akpabio will be written in gold for the courageous decision to place national interest above all other consideration, he said. He also said the governors are to remain in the PDP and work for the actualization of Tinubu's presidency whilst pursuing their other political interests. Other sources close to a sitting governor confirmed the meeting, but added that they were still fine-tuning the modalities of the alliance for the benefit of all parties. The crisis rocking the PDP revolves around the 5 governors, since former Vice President Atiku Abubakar emerged as the flag bearer of their party. They have been calling for the resignation of the PDP National Chairman, Ilche Ayu. The 5 governors were unavailable for comments last night as they were yet to return to the country. Wike had recently foreclosed supporting Atiku, saying he would make his candidate for the presidency known to the public next month. The governor have been weighing options between Tinubu and the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. Correspondents could not establish if all the 5 governors will support Tinubu at the end of the day, considering the peculiarities of their stake in the political permutations. So governors will be sanctioned if the PDP said it will not hesitate to bring the full weight of its constitution to bear on any member that goes contrary to its laid down rules and regulations, no matter how highly placed. Reacting to the romance of the governors with Tinubu and Obi, the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Debo Ologunlagba, told correspondents that the party would not spare any member that violates the constitution of the party. Ologunlagba disclosed that everything was still in the realms of speculation, but if anything untoward happens, the PDP as a party that deals with rules and laws, we have our organs and processes, and we will follow our rules. The party will take action after due consideration of all the issues. So when those things happen, the constitution of the party will deal with them. We are a party that is very organized, united, and concerned about the election and Nigerian people. But that does not mean if anybody, no matter how highly placed, goes contrary to the provision of the constitution of the party, the constitution will not kick in. So it goes on. It goes on to tell us about Otom's senatorial bid, and then it goes on to tell us about Makinde's how alliance will affect Makinde's second term, and then okay. Okay, let me come to this space because this is a space that speaks to that Rotimi Amaechi's piece that was just anxiety in Amaechi's camp. Also, Tinubu's romance with Wike is unsettling the camp of former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amaechi, who came second during the presidential primaries of the APC in June. Though Amaechi was named as the special advisor on infrastructure in the Presidential Campaign Council of Tinubu, correspondents report that he has not been participating in the campaign exercise. The former governor of Rivers State, who was the campaign DG of President Buhari in 2015 and 2019, has been at loggerheads with Wike since 2013. A source close to him in Abuja told correspondents that Amaechi was not being treated fairly by Tinubu and people around him. It is an understatement to say that Amaechi, is not happy. When Oshiomhole went to Port Harcourt, he asked people to only support Tinubu and that for the other positions, they should support Wike. A similar thing was re-echoed when the Ebonyi governor visited the state. He said he, however, faulted the report that Amaechi was mulling defection to the PDP. It is not true that he has met Atiku. He is not leaving the APC. The party was co-founded by him, he said. A chieftain of the party in the state, Stephen Nwakwo, said that whatever alliance Wike has with Tinubu will not in any way diminish the influence of Amaechi in the party. It will almost categorically diminish Amaechi in the party because Wike is looking to decimate and destroy Rotimi Amaechi completely. Wike's ego is that big that he cannot abide a rival champion within his own local turf. So he will not abide that. And if he moves to support Tinubu, which all the indications are that he is moving to support Tinubu, if he moves to support Tinubu, then one of the main demands will be for the head of Rotimi Amaechi. So he will want the head of Rotimi Amaechi as part of that deal. A chieftain of the party in the state, Stephen Nwakwo, said that whatever alliance Wike has with Tinubu will not in any way diminish the influence of Amaechi in the party. He said that Amaechi had labored to build the party structures in the state, saying that the former governor and his supporters were not afraid of whatever alliance Wike has with the APC presidential candidate. The publicity secretary of the APC in Rivers State, Mr. Darlington Nwaju, said Wike's alliance with Tinubu was in the realms of conjecture and speculation. So there it is, conjecture and speculation. But is it all right, I'm just all right, okay, I'll deal with that later. But is it conjecture and speculation? Certainly not from Atiku's prism. Certainly not from Atiku's prism. G5 governors, make yourself president if you want to stop me. So this is Atiku now responding to that space. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, has said that anyone that plans to stop him from achieving his political ambition should first make himself president of Nigeria. The former vice president equally noted that he was not perturbed by plots of the 5 aggrieved governors, popularly known as J5 governors, to endorse presidential candidates of their choice. He stated that he is an elephant that has seen everything, noting that he cannot be taken by surprise by the aggrieved governors. Atiku, who spoke through his special assistant on public communications, Frank Shaibu, said anyone boasting of having such powers to stop his presidential bid should make himself president. His words, Atiku will be president. Whether the cock crows or not, the sun must rise. Power belongs to God Almighty. No man can arrogate to himself the powers of God Almighty. Any man who can boast of stopping Atiku should first make himself president of Nigeria. Atiku is an elephant. Even when an elephant walks on thorns, it does not limp. And when you have seen a snake, it cannot bite you anymore. In this case, we have seen the snake. How can we be taken by surprise? So there it is. There it is. So there it is. They are starting to. It is. Are those jittery words? You have your interpretation. Are those jittery words? 2023 presidency. Keyamo speaks on G5 governors endorsing P2B. Festus Keyamo, spokesman of the All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, has dismissed reports that the G5 governors may endorse the Labour Party presidential flag bearer for the 2023 elections. Correspondence reports that governors who are members of the G5 are Yemsin Wike, Samuel Otom, Ifeanyi Agwayi, and Okoze Akwazu Seyi Makinde. The 5 governors are chieftains of Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. They have been at loggerheads with the party's presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar after Wike failed to win the party's presidential ticket. They are also unhappy that Atiku rejected Wike as running mate and are demanding the resignation of Uyichayo, the party's national chairman, allegedly to reduce the dominance of the party by the North. It was gathered barring any last-minute change in political permutations. The aggrieved PDP governors are presently in London, United Kingdom, for strategic meetings, may have concluded plans to endorse Obi, a former governor of Anambra State. Reacting to the report of the G5's imminent endorsement of Obi, Keyamo said the Labour Party has no electoral value. The Labour Party that you claimed many of these G5 governors are looking at is untested and cannot be trusted. It has no electoral value for now because it has not been tested. It is a known fact that anybody who has been tested has already gone through the ballot, and the LP, as presently constituted, has not done that. As proper politicians, there is no other place to take a chance outside of the APC. So that's Festus Keyamo then just shutting that down immediately. Wike killed Igbo presidency Ohaneze youth. The Ohaneze Indigo Youth Council yesterday came hard on Governor Yemsin Wike of Rivers State over political intrigues playing out in the People's Democratic Party PDP, saying he killed Igbo presidency ahead of the 2023 general elections. Wike and his aggrieved G5 governors are currently out of the country, where they are expected to take their final stance on the candidates to support for the country's top political position. A statement by the national president of the youth wing of the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization, Oku Ndabike, described Wike's movement as one driven by selfish interest. He stressed that the G5 governors are likely to choose between Peter Obi of the Labour Party and Bola Tinubu of the APC, having fallen out of favor with their party's candidate Atiku Abubakar. Oku berated Wike for working against a Nigerian president of Igbo extraction. Wike is now playing the ostrich. We want to tell Nigerians not to be deceived by the likes of Wike, who claim to be fighting against injustice in the PDP, whereas is merely pursuing selfish interest. It is on record that he scuttled the micro-zoning of the PDP presidential ticket to the southeast because he felt he could wrangle his way and get that ticket. But having failed to realize his selfish ambition, he turned to shouting for justice and equity. Where was equity when he chased to be out of the PDP? Where was equity when he refused entreaties to back someone from the Southeast for the PDP presidential ticket? Now that he has failed to clinch the ticket, he now realizes that there is equity. So that just gives us even further the backdrop to that space. You know, because Wike was quite vicious towards Peter Obi when Peter Obi was in the PDP. It was quite brutal, very, very brutish. He more or less flogged him out of that party. So I cannot see then, because it got personal quite very quickly within that space. So I cannot see then how Wike would suddenly make a 360. But they say there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies in politics, of course. But from all of the indications, it looks as though that decision has been made to go with Tinubu. But has it? Wike speaks on G5 governors reaching deal with Tinubu. Governor Yemson Wike of Rivers State has denied media reports that he and his 4 other colleagues have struck a deal with the All Progressive Congress APC flag bearer Bola Tinubu. Several reports emerged on Friday that the 5 aggrieved governors of the People's Democratic Party PDP had struck a deal with Tinubu to form an alliance ahead of next year's presidential election. One of the reports said Tinubu and the 5 governors met on Wednesday in the United Kingdom at the London residence of the APC presidential candidate, where a deal to work together was finalized. It was said that part of the deal is that the APC candidate will not make any financial... Oh, wow. Let's see. It was said that part of the deal is that the APC candidate will not make any financial commitment to the ruling party's candidate, whose positions are being sacrificed for the G5. So have an understanding of that. So what that is telling us essentially is that as part of the package of deals for them to agree to back Tinubu, there are certain positions that are, let's say, for like the positions, for instance, like Seyi Makinde's position in, let's use that because that's the most that's the pearl of all of the political ones of the G5 group. So let's say let's say in Oyo State, for instance, part of the deal, and I'll reread it again so you have a clear understanding of it. Part of the deal that they have struck with the Tinubu space is not to ask him to withdraw the APC candidate from Oyo State election. Of course not, because that's too impractical and that's too obvious. The optics would not look good. But what they are saying is that the party and the campaign council should not give any financial or otherwise support to people running against the political interest of the G5. So in essence, the APC candidates for Oyo State governorship should be sacrificed. That's part of the deal. So I'll reread it again so then we are clear on what's being said there. It was said that part of the deal is that the APC candidate will not make any financial commitment to the ruling party's candidates whose positions are being sacrificed for the G5 governor. So there it can't be any clearer than that. Also, it was reported that Tinubu would deflate his party's campaign in the respective states to accommodate the interest of the G5 as one of the demands of the governors. Speaking during the flag-off of the construction of Eneka Igbo Ete Road in Port Harcourt on Friday, Wike stated clearly that he and the G5 group have not struck any deal with any presidential candidates. The governor described media reports claiming that the G5 governor had struck a deal with Tinubu or any other flag bearer as untrue. According to Wike, he cannot take any political decision on his own without consulting with the people of the state, urging detractors to leave members of the G5 alone. How can they be left alone when they are constantly agitating the political space? Wike maintained that he is not contesting an election next year and thus should not be the subject of speculations, he said. They said Wike had an interview with BBC and he said, we have a deal with so-and-so. Meanwhile, no video, no audio. And some of you waste your time listening to such things. Don't you know that when I want to do something, I will do it? Don't you know? Do you need to speculate? You don't need to speculate. They said there is trouble, but there is no trouble. What we have is an introduction to the trouble that is coming. So it's just, this guy will be missed in the political space once he runs his tenure. Just listen to this. They said there is trouble, but there is no trouble. What we have is an introduction to the trouble that is going to come. So, my dear people, I just want to tell you that whatever decision I will take, I will let you know. I cannot take any decision without taking advice from you. I urge the detractors of G5 members to leave us alone. I want to enjoy myself and my family. So is that what they call plausible deniability? But that's not even plausible. It's too widely reported and too many sources and too widely reacted to. Atiku has reacted to it. Dino Melaye has reacted to it. The PDP party as a party has reacted to it. Even social cultural groups in the Southeast have reacted to it. All reacting to this now, understanding that an agreement has been reached with the Tinubu camp. Atiku, Wike G5 governors about to commit political suicide. So that's Dino Melaye with the threat. It's a short read. I was going to abandon it, but let me just give it to you. On Friday today, the spokesman of the People's Democratic Party Presidential Campaign Council, Dino Melaye, said the governor of Rivers State, Yemsen Wike, and the G5 governors are about to mark their political suicide by failing to support their party's presidential candidate in the 2023 elections. Correspondents report that Melaye said this during a chat with Arise TV. According to Melaye, the 5 aggrieved governors' refusal to back PDP presidential candidate Atiku is a slope down to the end of their political careers. Melaye, who boasted that Nigerians, even those from the All Progressive Congress APC, have vowed to vote for the winning side, said the G5 governors have no reason to support Atiku. Have no reason not to support Atiku in the coming elections. Correspondents report that the G5 governor made up of blah, 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 you all know their names, are demanding the resignation of you-know-who. So that's just Dino Melaye's reaction. So that's Dino Melaye's reaction. So now, just to clear up some technical details and some administrative stuff, INEC comes in because, of course, the threat that hangs over the governors. PDP expulsion of G5 governors won't affect their candidacy in 2023. So this is INEC clearing up what the law and the rules say. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says the expulsion of the G5 governors of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, would not in any way adversely affect their candidacy at the 2023 general elections. Festus Okoye, the spokesperson of the electoral body, told correspondents all the candidates that their names have been submitted will remain candidates until elections are over. Okoye told correspondents ahead of the 2023 elections. So I want to pause it there for a moment and go back to the last story we did 2 days ago when we were speaking about Akin Oshitokun being a candidate for the Zenith Labour Party, registered to be on the ballot for that party for a senatorial district in Ekiti. He now being the campaign director general of the Obi Dati space. But what Akin Oshitokun said was that he was abandoning that ambition and he has written to the Zenith Party. But what INEC is telling us is whether he writes to the Zenith Party or not, whether he abandons that ambition or not, he will remain on that ballot and his name will be listed as a candidate to be voted for. Can you then imagine then if Akin Oshitokun goes on and wins that senatorial seat? So that's one to reflect on. All the candidates that their name have been submitted will remain candidates until elections are over, Mr. Okoye told correspondents ahead of the 2023 elections. The INEC spokesperson stated that a political party lacks the power to substitute any candidate, given that the polls are barely 8 weeks away. No political party can substitute any candidate, Mr. Okoye stressed, adding, they will remain the candidates of the political parties that nominated them. The G5 governors, Yemsin Wike, you all know their names. The governors rebelled against the leadership of Iyocha Ayu, the PDP national chairman. They asked him to resign, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let me just give you this. Meanwhile, the PDP has threatened to sanction any party member engaging in anti-party activities, fueling rumors that the aggrieved governors may lose their nominations at the polls. But INEC's clear position that the governors whose names have been submitted will continue to be nominees of their political party will end such rumors. So they can, even if they expel them from the party, you know, they cannot disenfranchise their candidature. They cannot disenfranchise their candidature. So there it is right there. So that's some breathing rooms then. So that's effectively INEC backing Wike, of course. That's INEC backing Wike. So okay, actually this one is a video clip somewhat. So okay, let me copy this. I'll save myself having to read it out, and I'll just I'll play it to you instead. So let me copy it, and then I'll pop it into the room. So yeah, where is it? Yeah. Just give me the micro of a second. The micro, not the menu, but the micro of a second. A microsecond to do this. Because sometimes it's even better to, in their own words, hear what they are saying rather than, because it's always subjective, of course. It's always subjective. When you are reading it, then they could say it's out of context and all of that. But if you hear it in their own words, and then that often always better. So let me just let me just pop this into the room. I've captured it. You know. Have you ever do you have histories of setting snares when you were younger in the forest? So in the manner that you'd have been setting the snares in the forest, I've captured this piece for you. Okay, so there it is. So that's it downloading there. So yeah. I'll just give me 1 second. Let me just pop this back and that back and that back. Oh, okay. Let me just give you the headline and then I'll play you the clip. Wike denies having deal with Tinubu, reveals Atiku holds meetings with APC governors in Dubai. So we've already heard the denial, but this meetings then that Atiku allegedly, purportedly is holding with our PDP governors in Dubai. That is where the interest is. Tribunal dismisses Segun Oni's petition, affirms Oyebanji as our Ekiti governor. So there it is right there. So it looks as though now there's no stopping him anymore. I think Segun Oni may well have even served Ekiti erstwhile as a governor. I'm not quite sure if Ekiti has actually had a governor that has served 2 concurrent terms. We know that did Stomach Infrastructure serve 2 concurrent terms? I'm not sure. Remind me. Tribunal dismisses Segun Oni's petition, affirms Oyebanji as Ekiti governor. The Election Petition Tribunal has upheld the election of Governor Biodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State and his deputy Monishade Afuye. The tribunal, in its judgment on Thursday in Ado-Ekiti, dismissed the petition of the Social Democratic Party SDP governorship candidate Segun Oni. In the judgment read by the chairman, Justice Wilfred Kochi, a member of the panel, Justice Saad Zadawa, resolved all issues in contention against Mr. Oni and his party SDP. The panel held that the petition filed by Mr. Oni against the return of Mr. Oyebanji and Mrs. Afuye, respectively, failed woefully, head or tail. So I'm not quite sure. That might well be a new one. Because they will say it failed on the technicality, or there's something wrong in the filing, or it wasn't quite substantive enough. But this is quite a verdict. The panel held that the petition filed by Mr. Oni against the return of Mr. Oyebanji and Mrs. Afuye, respectively, failed woefully, head or tail. So that sounds more like motion language than language of law. So this one, I'll just give you a couple of paragraphs on this. I'm not going to labor it too hard. Wike, let's move AMAECHI to PDP. Reno Omokri urges Atiku and Ayu. Former presidential aide and chieftain of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Reno Omokri, has advised the party leaders to win back former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amaechi back to the fold. Omokri made this statement on Wednesday on Twitter when the news of the party's 5 aggrieved governors, popularly known as G5, traveled to London. Sources said the G5 landed in London on Tuesday to have a crucial meeting where they would either endorse Bola Tinubu or Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the APC or Labour Party, respectively. Reacting to the G5 governor's trip to London, Omokri issued advice to PDP leaders, including the presidential flag bearer Atiku and his running mate Okowa, and the party's helmsman Ayu, and others, to do all they could to hold on to Wike, who has been the frontrunner of the disgruntled governors. He then added that they should bring Amaechi back if Wike eventually aligns with any of the opposition party, stressing that the former minister started his political career with the PDP. My dear People's Democratic Party, let us do all we can to keep Wike in the PDP. But if, despite our best efforts, he endorses outside of the party, let us extend a right hand of fellowship to Rotimi Amaechi. PDP created Amaechi, and we know he can't coexist with Wike. So that's the one thing. That is the one thing that, if there's one truth in what Wike just, in what Omokri just said, it is that Wike cannot coexist with Rotimi Amaechi. It's just impossible. It's an impossibility for the two of them to be in the same party. So abandoning politics for a moment and going to infrastructural development, Lagos announces preferred bid for $2.5 billion Fourth Mainland Bridge. The Lagos State government yesterday announced Massa's CECC CIG, so those are Chinese people, of course, a consortium of Chinese construction companies as the preferred bidders for the $2.5 billion Fourth Mainland Bridge. Announcing this at a press conference at the Baguada Kauto Press Center, Alausa, Ikeja, Lagos, the special advisor to the government, let's do that again. The Lagos State government yesterday announced announced Massa's a Chinese consortium as the preferred bidders for the $2.5 billion Fourth Mainland Bridge. Announcing this at a press conference in Alausa, Ikeja, Lagos, the special advisor to the governor on public-private partnerships, Okwe George, said CECC consortium emerged as the preferred bidders following a competitive bidding system and would undertake the construction of the bridge, which would begin immediately. So there it is. So that is to tell you that they've perfected the funding. So it begins immediately. And it cannot be more than a 4-year loop, maybe even a 3. If they've perfected the funding, then it should not be more than a 3-year loop. So within the tenure of our Sanwo-Olu, if he gets a second term, he will be cutting ribbons for that. But then, of course, they'll put toll gates on it. At the joint press conference addressed by the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, Special Advisor to the Governor on Works and Infrastructure, Engineer Adeyoye, said the 4th Mainland Bridge project, which is a proposed private public partnership transport infrastructure development, would comprise the construction and operation of a greenfield tolled. So I'm not quite sure. Somebody should take to law to test all of these ideas of you cannot drive from your street to the next without paying a fee in Nigeria. They are going to toll it again. You know, it's just it's too much. Which is a proposed public-private partnership transport infrastructure development, would comprise the construction and operation of a greenfield tolled road and bridge with a design speed of 120 kilometers per hour, including the development of adjacent real estate. So of course, that 2.5 billion is not just for the bridge itself, but for the satellite accoutrements. So the dressings that goes with the bridge. He added that the bridge, when completed, will become the second longest in Africa, with 3 toll plazas, 9 inter-exchanges, a 4.5 kilometer lagoon bridge, and an eco-friendly environment. He said the bridge was also expected to, and then it gives us the details. I'm not going to go into the details because let me just do one last readout and then I'll come into the room. I might not give you the fullness of this one either, but we'll see how it goes. Godwin EMEFIELE to seek asylum in the United Kingdom as SSS intensifies threats ahead of January the 9th vacation deadline. Governor Godwin EMEFIELE of the Central Bank has concluded plans to seek refugee status in the United Kingdom over developing threats to his position and personal safety from the state security services. Correspondence was told by people familiar with the decision. Since it is now looking impossible for him to return to Nigeria, the next move is to file for asylum in the United Kingdom, a source said under anonymity. To discuss the matter. The United Kingdom is his first option for asylum, but he has not ruled out the United States either. Correspondents confirmed that Mr. EMEFIELE departed London on December the 26th for the United States, where he remained as of Friday morning. It was unclear when he planned to return to the UK, but his strong family ties to Britain were said to be behind his decision to pursue asylum there. He has been afraid that things will grow more complicated for him should he delay his asylum application and risk being declared wanted by the SSS with extradition request to his shelter countries. Correspondents was informed that the ongoing threat against EMEFIELE has been the most potent he has faced yet as the CBN Governor. He resumed the job in June 2014. Mr. EMEFIELE has been weighing his options from abroad, where he has been forced to tarry amidst raging intrigues to rope him as a financier of terrorism, correspondents learned. The CBN Governor left Nigeria between December the 9th and 10th. How can you leave Nigeria between the December the 9th and 10th? You can only leave on one day now. It's just the most bizarre things these people do. He left on one day. Is it that December the 9th or the 10th? How can he leave between December the 9th and 10th? There's no such day as between December the 9th and 10th. The CBN governor left Nigeria between December 9 and 10, according to people familiar with his schedule, and appeared with President Buhari during a publicized Washington trip. that ended on December the 17th. Prior to the trip, Mr. EMEFIELE had received presidential approval to proceed on vacation until January the 9th, 2023, according to internal conversations obtained by correspondents. That date is now seen as the most crucial for the CBN governor and even the president himself, sources said. January the 9th to 10th will be the most crucial period for everyone involved in this matter. Another source familiar with the matter said, it is the date that the governor must be back at his desk, the date that the president will have to take a decision if the governor fails to show up at the office. So that is why I said it is an important day for both the governor and the president. Yet, Mr. EMEFIELE continues to hold that only the president holds the power to make all the threats disappear overnight. The governor is absolutely sure that only the president can call everyone behind this senseless assault to order. Whilst Mr. EMEFIELE will be willing to return to Nigeria if the president could offer protection from state goons at the SSS, only one manner of such guarantees can bring outright security that the CBN chief prefers. The president has to intervene and intervene publicly. It is only if he intervenes publicly that the governor can be assured of his safety and economic stability can be restored. Even if the SSS calls the governor and assures him he won't be arrested, it won't be enough, the official said. But either a public announcement of the SSS or preferably the president that the governor will not be arrested can be taken seriously. A spokesperson for the president did not return a request seeking comments about whether or how Mr. EMEFIELE might be assured of his safety in Nigeria. The SSS was unavailable for comment. To support his asylum, Mr. EMEFIELE would rely on the December 13th court order that rubbished the SSS's allegations and effectively declared him a victim of a hatchet job. It is my respectful opinion that the ipse dixit of the applicant standing on its own is not sufficient evidence upon which to deprive a person of his liberty, Justice John Tosso of the Abuja Division of the Federal High Court said in the judgment. The SSS had brought the allegations to obtain a warrant against Mr. EMEFIELE ex parte, a judicial process that allows a judge to grant an order after hearing from one party. It is usually temporary. All right, so I think I'll abandon it there. So EMEFIELE now seeking asylum in the UK. So there it is, EMEFIELE seeking asylum in the UK. Ajale Koko, I say you. Solomon, I say you. Kulata, I say you. World Peace, I see you. And the man from down under Thomas, I see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to see you. But before we go into it, let me play this clip because it speaks to what Wike has to say, both about supporting Tinubu and the antics of Atiku. So let's hear from the brandy lover from River State Central.
We'll go and swim. You are worried. Yet you tell Nigerians you don't bother. They said, I had a conversation with BBC. Where is the picture? Where is the video? You know, these days we don't have journalists again, we have pressmen. You can see people not being able to give out correct information. You see newspaper houses that are now running an election. You see television houses now standing for election. Wike had an interview with BBC. Wike said we had a deal with so. Meanwhile, no video, no voice, anything. And some of you waste your time to listen to such things. Don't you know that when I want to do something, I will do it? Don't you know? Do you need to speculate? You don't need to speculate. They say there's trouble. There's no trouble. What we have is an introduction to trouble that will come. So please, my dear people, don't bother yourself. The day we had meeting with so and so. What is your problem assuming that there was a meeting? Has Atiku not been holding meeting with governors of APC? Ask him. Ask he's in Dubai. Don't you know what is going on? So, why do you bother about us? G5 that you say you can win without us. Leave us alone.
She's your mama born and never sabi. She's your papa born and never sabi. She's your mama born and never sabi.
Leave me alone. Leave Sheima Kende alone. Leave Autumn alone. Leave Ibazu alone. Leave Ugwanyi alone. Focus on your problems. So, my dear people, I just want to tell you that whatever decision I will take, I will let you know. And I cannot take any decision without taking advice from you. Is it not? Is it not? So please, allow these newspapers who are standing for one election. All of us will know the party they are supporting. We know the candidate they are supporting. They cannot come out and tell Nigerians the simple truth. Every day telling lies upon lies upon lies upon lies. I'm not one who will go and see somebody and I will hide. Hide for who? Who is that person that will threaten me? He said he will sack me. Go ahead. I'm not worried. You that is sacking, you are worried. Me that will be sacked, am I worried? Try and see how you will survive it. So, I just went to enjoy myself and my family. Don't you see the one I'm looking at? Don't you like the one I'm looking? If you check their BP now, it's very high. My own BP is like a kid, you know. Bring a doctor and check my BP. But your own, their BP is rising high every day. Killing themselves for nothing. Now, so just please focus on what we are doing. Forget all this, they are rumor mongering every day. Tinubu has settled this one, Obi has settled this, Obasanjo has done this has done this. So you can see people who, instead of them to focus on their campaign. Am I contesting election? You that is contesting, go and focus on your campaign. Tell the people what they will do, what you will do when you enter, is it not? But see, my problem, and that's why Nigeria forgets easily. And I want to challenge some of these people who think they can come and deceive me and deceive you. When you want to tell people the truth, tell them the truth. They've been circulating on Arise Television, one of those contesting election. The Wike said, I'm a party man, whoever wins, I will support. I did not deny that.
All right, there it is. So that's Wike being as clear as mud as ever. So being as clear as mud. But we'll go with both what Wike said and what is now in the public domain. But before I go to all of that, let me acknowledge Desmond's supercharge. He says Wike is really about to commit political suicide. So Wike is really about to commit a political suicide, but I suspect that he thinks otherwise. So thank you for that, Des. And let me also acknowledge. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually mean to do that. So let me also acknowledge, of course, you know where I'm going next. Let me acknowledge the buy the coffee thing, which was done by Ayo as ever in this instance, who in this instance has outdone himself to do the fullest of the compliment that space offers. So thank you for that, Ayo, as well. So thank you to Desmond and Ayo. Let's kick the conversation off. Let me actually kick it off with Kulata. Let me kick it off with Kulata. Are you ready, Kulata, or do you want me to skip you and come back?
No, I'm ready, but I'm going to cross over. I'm going to switch from 5G to Wi-Fi in momentarily, but yeah, I can go ahead.
All right. Let me take you to this space. Let's ease into it, and let me take you to what certainly, hopefully, is universally good news. Lagos announces preferred bidder for $2.5 billion Fourth Mainland Bridge. So no surprises, of course. It's gone to the CCECC Chinese Consortium, who seems to be now the new Julius Berger of Nigeria. But the pace of and what starts immediately is also what they said, which is to say that they've perfected the financing for it. The pace of development in Lagos, go back in 5 years and you won't recognize the place again, Kulata.
I won't recognize Lagos since I left it. I mean, I left Lagos a long time ago. I'm sure I don't recognize it anymore. But here's the thing. I mean, whether we like it or not, Lagos is developing. It's fast developing past any state in Nigeria. And that bridge is going to bring a lot of wealth into Lagos in real estate. So my advice, if you don't have land near that area, you better buy. I bought a long time ago.
That corridor,
that corridor. I bought land there. I own land there because I was expecting this place.
Did you secure it though?
Along no more.
I
have to talk to my friends. I have to talk to. I mean, it's me and my friends that bought it together, and I've not paid attention to it. But I mean, we'll figure it out now that the bridge is coming. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal. 2.something billion. Everybody will be shouting, this is BC, this is this. It doesn't matter. This is developmental debt. I mean, can you think of how much real estate, how much commerce, how much entertainment, how much revenue that bridge will drive? It's enormous. So Lagos is just going to keep growing and growing and growing. And Nigeria,
in terms of its, Kulata, in terms of its economic uptake, it shouldn't take more than 2 years for that.
It will pay for itself in 2 years.
Yes, because like you said, the real estate, the economic spaces that it opens up, the ease of doing business, you know, very quickly is already paid for. You know?
It's paid for. It's so much because you see the development. Ikorodu is going to like blow up, even Ikorodu. So you can imagine there are many areas there that are now going to spring up. And then we're talking about other places that will spring up because of the additional things that will come up in that Lekki area. So development needs to keep growing. And I think Lagos needs to be almost contiguous all the way to Ekpe, towards that area. They just need to keep pushing. They need to push development to that area. This bridge pushes to Ikorodu and all those things. The Dangote factory and they're going to build some additional rails, I believe, in that area. So Lagos is going to be massive. So if you want to play, this is the time to play in property in that space. Almost.
And you don't have more than an 18-month window left to.
Yes, you don't.
Otherwise, because you won't be able to afford it. It's as simple as that.
They're going to take almost everything up quickly, just like that. And it's good news for Lagos. It's good news for the country. But what about other states? But I'm going to let other states sort themselves out. But from a perspective of development going on, yes, Lagos is getting there. There's some things that needs to be done, like basic stuff, like pipe-borne water, for example. I mean, come on, it's a disgrace that we don't have running pipe-borne water, and maybe some more schools and all those things. But outside of that, from an infrastructure perspective, that's a big deal. So it's a big deal. It's going to be the second longest built bridge in Africa, if I heard correctly. Yes. And it's going to be longer than Third Mainland. So I mean, imagine the kind of development Third Mainland brought to Lagos. So we're talking about massive wealth that will be created. This is strategic infrastructure. Kudos to what's the name of the governor? Well, it didn't start from him. It started from Tinubu.
Yes.
Kudos to Tinubu and his guys.
We must always remind people of that, because the person signing the contract seems to be getting the or cutting the ribbons after it started from somewhere now, and it started from
Tinubu. Yeah. It started from Tinubu. Kudos to Tinubu. Like you have to give the man his dues.
No, you can't take that from him. But what as I was reading that piece, I was trying to piece together all of the development, because if you think of Lagos, the one thing you think is the poor road network and how that chokes up. You can spend almost 3-4 hours. You can spend half a business day just in traffic. So yes, if they start to open up that space with all of these rail lines, this Fourth Mainland Bridge, and then they reduce travel time in Lagos so that you are able to actually have a business day to an economy that is, or can you imagine what that means in terms of economy?
It's not good.
Kulata, what do you know? What are the prices of land in that area now?
I don't know. You know me, I don't buy, I don't close that. I have no idea.
No, you say you bought in that area, so I'm asking if you know what the prices are now.
Bought in
no, I don't know. I don't know what they are now. I don't know the prevailing prices now. I can ask a friend. I just send money and I tell them to do. I don't know what it's the cost.
Kulata, you know why all this stuff I think is rubbish? Because all this development real estate makes no sense if there's no transition from the lower class to the middle class to the upper class. It's total rubbish. Because now, let me tell you, people that are still buying this real estate or building real estate or selling it are still the rich people. One day, I tell you, every rich people is going to have a house, and they're just basically circulating the houses or the real estate between them. If there's no transition from middle class that can actually buy that land or buy that houses, with time, having a property wherever, nobody is going to buy it because all the rich people have already probably bought something. So that's what I'm saying. It's total rubbish if Nigeria doesn't work.
So do you know the multiplier effect? The people that are going to build the house, the people that will be pushing pong, the people that will be carrying cement,
how much are they paying them? How much
it doesn't matter. Wait,
no, it matters.
Wait.
Listen.
Calm down now.
Are they paying them enough for them to afford that house?
They will get. They will. They will have jobs. They will be able to build.
You're not getting.
They will go to the market. I know what you're talking about, but it's kind of like you're painting it like a what's the terminology? Or it skips me. You're painting like an all or nothing scenario. Like there's no middle ground.
Understand me? It's not even wise. It's not wise to start purchasing or buying houses or building houses. Entering real estate in Nigeria. If you entered it a long time ago, you're gonna make profit. But I'm telling you, if Nigeria doesn't work, futuristic aspect, it makes no sense.
No. You have to think more about it because it's a non sequitur. What you just said, it doesn't cohere with when you know what brings out the economic opportunities to elevate somebody from a certain bracket economically in society to a bracket up, to what levels people up? You know, there are things like job and things like that. And what creates all those jobs? There are infrastructures. You know, their infrastructures. So if the infrastructure is there, it eases up the economic opportunities within the state. And when the economic opportunities are eased up within the state, it multiplies the economic output of the state. So it expands its commonwealth, and that cascades all the way through. So they call it,
let me give you an example.
yeah.
Anybody that wants to looking out, if you want to buy a house, you're talking nothing less than 300 million or so. Do you get? Who has that money except the elite?
You're making a mistake.
What business does a poor man have buying land in Lekki?
That's what I'm saying. You just made my point.
But what poor man? Okay, you live in okay, let me use the UK. What business does a poor man have buying land, buying house in Chelsea? It's not for them now. So
they go to Stoke-on-Trent.
Yes.
Desmond. Let me tell you this. You see, the situation of Lagos is different from other states in the Federation because the strategic location of Lagos that make Lagos the economic powerhouse of the country. You will never see a situation where real estate and investment in real estate run into problem because people from all over Nigeria come to invest in Lagos. So the more we have all this kind of infrastructure, the more government improve on the infrastructural base of Lagos, the more investment will come in, and the more this real estate and other businesses will flourish. So that is it. If we are to be,
they call it trickle down economy. They call it
multiplier effects, trickle down. Do you know the amount of foreign investments that will be attracted in building real estate? Then companies will be attracted, factories will come because more people will move to Lagos, more wealth will be created, commerce will multiply. I've never seen a situation where someone is calling expansion of the economy and connoting it in the negative terms.
I've asked this question: who is building those real estate, and
it's
who
not,
is building?
It's not just real estate.
No, I don't think you'll get it.
It's not just real estate.
I mean, my friend is just trying to sell his house for 600 million. He's looking for buyer. Because now,
no, that's the higher economic bracket now. Do you understand what is being said?
Yeah, I understand. What I said is that if there's no transition from middle class, Nigeria doesn't have a middle class, you know that, right? If there's no transition from lower class to middle class, I feel like entering real estate, we're just gonna be in futuristic aspects. Nobody will probably want to buy because everybody has already bought a house or built a house that is looking for someone to buy it from him. So as I say, it doesn't make any sense except Nigeria works.
Sorry, hold on. I don't want this to.
This is what they call cognitive. This is cognitive. This is what you're doing.
I think
it's called cognitive distortion. But what he's saying, I understand what he's saying, but it's cognitive distortion. It's all or nothing, and it doesn't have to be all or nothing.
Simple logic. Simple example and logic is Eco-Atlantic, since it has been developed, not up to 1% have been bought.
No. All right. Let me just. Sorry, Kulata. Let me just say this, and then I want us to move on because I'm not sure that you are getting it. We're not talking. Nobody's talking about real estate, and who is going? The Eco Atlantic is not even for people like us. Never mind the masses. So it's for the 1%ers. So whether they buy it or not is none of our business. But what this Fourth Mainland Bridge does is it opens up, it expands Lagos economy to the point that everybody benefits. The Third Mainland Bridge, the Red-Blue Line, the Lagos Ibadan Rail, the Apapa Port thing that is being fixed, all of these things, they expand Lagos, the Lagos economic space so that everybody benefits. At whatever tier of society you are, you will benefit because it expands the economic portal of the state. So nobody is talking about Babasule going to buy land in Lekki now.
Look at the transportation. Look at the ease of doing business. Look at the hospitality business. Look at the food business. Look at all sorts of areas of the economy.
Suppliers of cement.
The suppliers, cement. Even outside building the infrastructure itself, entertainment. After you build it, it's up and running. Look at how much traffic, business. Like, come on, man. It's going to expand the economy of Lagos, and it's not just real estate. Don't look, Lekki. How many people can buy a house in Lekki? Very few people. But how many businesses run off Lekki? Just think about how many businesses run off Lekki. Restaurants, transportation, every single thing you can. Security. Just think about every single thing that you can see in Lekki now exploded to other areas. That's what we mean. It's going to be a few people like this that can build house or buy house there. Not everybody's going to be like this, but there are going to be a lot of Suleiman that'll be helping them. No worry, you can make your money again. Go back. There'll be a lot of security guards, a lot of canteen people, a lot of entertainment, a lot of things will happen. But one man, before this interject, I was going to say it's not going to solve the traffic problem in Lagos. So bad news. It's never going to solve it. Because I went to a similar city recently, like Lagos, with 15 million people. They have tunnels, they have bridge, they have everything. But their traffic is just like Lagos. So when I saw that, I shook my head that Lagos is not going to improve. Because there's a subway here, there are tunnels all over the place, there are taxis, there are every single thing. But the traffic is still as F as Lagos.
So Kalota, it's an habit that government policies can address. It's just more like in London now, right? There are places where you drive past and you have to pay for it. So
Yes.
I think there are ways you can address issues like that by encouraging people, encouraging people to use those public transport facilities. But then they have to be in very good conditions, because you cannot expect somebody to leave their car at home and then go and jump on some not up to standard public transport. So I think government policies can especially Lagos is one of the smallest states in Nigeria. With a huge population of people coming from both outside the country and within the country. I think they have to do something about it, because Lagos as it is, I don't think it can sustain, even no matter how much money the Lagos state government is putting into Lagos. I think Lagos is one state that should be getting some level of federal government derivation just for its own statutes, because I don't think the state government can meet up to the level of migration that is flowing into Lagos daily.
And it's going to get worse.
Of course. And it also depends, by the way, Kolata, on the geographical size and the population size of the city. So I'm not quite sure what the city you are drawing a parallel.
I'm comparing it with Istanbul, to be precise.
Right.
Istanbul, yes. Istanbul has 15 million people. And to go from one place to the other in taxi, oh my God, you are going to sit in traffic for hours. Not as terrible as Lagos, but at least if you want to go from one side of the tunnel to the other or something, it's going to take you a minimum of 1 hour in a taxi. But you still have the option of jumping into their version of tube station. I mean, whatever they call it, that will be faster. But vehicular traffic is not going to stop in Lagos. It's still going to be terrible.
All right. Did you go to the Blue Mosque?
I did all those normal stuff. I did
you go at night? I went at night, and it was so magical.
But they closed some aspect of it. The place I really enjoyed was the Basilica system, the underground water way that was built by
you have
Roman.
to pay to get in there, if I remember rightly.
I saw
there was quite a queue, you know.
I paid to jump the queue.
Oh, all right. Did you do the street tea thing where the guy will be mocking you with a cup before he gives it to you?
Yeah, I did it, and I did the dancing. I did everything a tourist would do. It was a fun experience.
Yeah, no,
but
I heard it's a nice place to go.
It's fantastic. I recommend
it. It's fantastic.
If you are traveling next, Kulata, go to Czech Republic. Go to what's their capital again? Yeah, go there and go on the
do they like black people? Because I don't want to go too far.
No, they don't. You don't get too much racism there. In fact, you don't get it at all. Really, I didn't get it. Go on Charles Bridge. It's one of the most magical things. It's like a picture post book sort of. It's so magical, you know. Yeah, go there. Prague. Yeah, go to Prague.
Czech Republic
Prague.
In the Eastern Bloc is the more friendly Eastern Bloc to blacks. Most Czech women are married to blacks.
Yes. You know, but go on Charles. If you ever go there, go on. Make it a duty to go on Charles Bridge.
I've seen the picture. I think I'll like it. Yeah.
It's so delightful. But let me move you on and take you to Segun Oni, throwing his final hand and being rejected. You know, of all of the judgments that I've heard from all this electoral tribunal. So this is Segun Oni challenging Abiodun Oyebanji's victory at the Ekiti elections recently. So the verdict of the electoral tribunal comes in, but it is the wording that really tickles me. The panel held that the petition filed by Mr. Oni against the return of Mr. Oyebanji and Mrs. Afuye, respectively, failed woefully, head or tail. Failed woefully, head or tail. But
is that Nigerian Tribunal or the court?
You know, the tribunal, that's what I don't know, but that's what they.
Why would tribunal say something like that? That's
they put it in quotation marks, so they are quoting it verbatim.
I think the drama is in that phrasing. How would they phrase it like that? But I mean, Segun Oni, what's wrong with Ekiti? Like, Segun Oni had been governor before. Like, almost 3 governors in Ekiti had been governor before. They got them out and they became governor again. So Segun Oni's attempt now to become governor again failed. So I don't understand that Ekiti, honestly speaking, because Fayose and Segun Oni at one point were governors, got removed, went back, but Segun Oni has not been able to go back. So, but what did he think? He lost miserably against APC. I mean, there was a significant gap. So, what was his case to see if he could turn it to his own?
I wasn't especially following the space, but I suspect it will be on a technicality rather than on the results. Maybe on some technicality.
It's okay. It's looking for
one man. If you had Oni's result and a PDP together, it was still not up to what APC got in that election. So how is it going to what technicality?
Exactly. That's how I was saying, what is he looking for? Like, maybe that's why they wrote what they wrote, because it's ridiculous.
All right, brilliant. So I'm easing you slowly towards the main talking point. But before we get there, the idea of Rotimi Amechi mulling the options of carpet crossing to the PDP. If Wike, of course, if he backs Tinubu, then River State will be a no-go area for him. So, I mean, is there some veracity to that? And if there isn't, is this something that he should explore? Because, of course, is political relevance fast being lost?
So, see, I mean, I'm friends with one of the Rotimi Amechi boys on Facebook. Facebook friend, kind of. So they've been crying since the reason I knew this G5 guy were getting serious with Tinubu. The guy started coming on Facebook and started crying anti-party activities going on in Rivers State. So people didn't really figure it out because then nobody knew who was talking to who. But I was trying to add 2 and 2 together. So it makes sense. But it doesn't help AMAECHI to go back to PDP because it can't achieve any political ambition in PDP. So, and Wike too doesn't have the ambition to move to APC. Wike just wants to use APC for immunity after he leaves the election because of his EFCC case, the case against him, and the case against the guy that's his candidate. You know, his candidate has case with EFCC. I can't remember the candidate's name. So I don't see a situation where they have to accommodate each other in the same party because they're simply not going to be in the same party. But the problem is now what happens to the fate of Tonye Cole? Because Tonye Cole is the APC candidate going for Rivers State. If Tinubu cuts a deal, then depending on Tinubu's deal, they're not gonna like morally support Tonye Cole candidacy because I don't think Tonye Cole needs anybody's money. He has his own money. So that is anti-party activity to Tonye Cole. So this is why all this cutting of deal or no deal is kind of like it's not, while it's good for political survival, it's not good on principal stance and party activities. Because then Tonye has been trying to be governor of since, and Wike has been frustrating him using one country.
Look at this man. I cannot believe you. You just used the word principled and politics in the same sentence.
I know now, but it's unfair to him that has been trying to be governor in APC for a long time. All the people that have been building APC, I mean, AMAECHI's group has suffered now. They've tried. They've been trying. Wike has been. I mean, imagine fighting against a behemoth like Wike, and they've been trying. Some have even died in the process. To be honest, with all the tongue that happened in Rivers State, so it's kind of unfair. But it's all politics. All is fair on politics. It's a game of interest. So as long as Wike gets his immunity and Tinubu gets his tactical support, then I guess it's all good. I just have a soft spot for Tonye Cole that wonder happens to all his effort and all the Rivers.
Deal or no deal, Tonye Cole is not going to win, so there's no point of that. Whether Wike have a deal or no deal, Tonye Cole, there's no way he's going to win that governorship election. The APC in Rivers State is just too divided. There's no way they're winning anything there.
Is Tonye Cole AMAECHI's choice or is it the party's choice? Is it
It's AMAECHI's choice.
It's AMAECHI's choice. It's AMAECHI's choice.
So if you see that Magnus Abe has gone to SDP, so basically Tinubu really he's got nothing to lose there, you know, because at the end of the day, Magnus Abe is still backing Tinubu, even though he has gone to SDP, but he said on the presidential level is backing Tinubu. So his own part of APC that moved to SDP is still going to be on Tinubu's side anyway. So I think it makes sense for him to work with Wike, but where I think there's a problem is Oyo State.
Getting to the topic.
Yeah, we're headed towards there, but so back to you then, because it matters because if Wike makes that decision to back Tinubu, he will of course take the whole of him backing Tinubu will mean that APC will have to tone down their support for their candidates in Rivers State. So he will retain Rivers State by proxy, and he will have a very huge influence within the APC. So that marks the end of Rotimi Amaechi politically, and he has to make a decision now. Yeah,
Amaechi is done from politically. I mean, electorally. What else can he go for apart from president? He's done, and Amaechi will be further done in terms of he can't godfather anybody. He can't endorse. His endorsement will mean nothing after this move because I mean, what weight will he carry? But when you think about it, Amaechi has been politically useless for a long time, because even when as soon as he moved to APC, he wasn't able to deliver Rivers State. No, wasn't even able to deliver 25% of Rivers State. So when you look at it, apart from giving APC money, Amity is like a dead duck, because he's not been able to, he's not had any significant electoral influence in any APC election outside of his money. I keep insisting he gave a lot of money in 2015 election and also 2019 election, but outside of his money is not electorally relevant, and this just further reinforces his relevance. In a game of power between him and Wike, Amechi has lost badly, and this is just a further nail in his coffin. So he's done. Amechi is done. That is what it does.
Was it politically naive of him to have even gone on to contend that presidential ticket? Because if Tinubu or no Tinubu, if you remove Tinubu from that equation, you say Rotimi Amechi came second, but I cannot see APC having any real intentions of retaining power, giving somebody like Rotimi Amechi the ticket. It doesn't have the national presence. It doesn't have anything outside of money. So did he betray just the level of naivety of the man for him to have even contended that primaries for that ticket?
Honestly, you brought up one part. I was shocked that Amechi actually went for it, because something funny must have been going on in that Aso Rock cabal, that they've been promising many people many things. Because for Amechi to have the audacity to run and also to garner the kind of support he got, he must have gotten some word or some backing from a group of people that kept him in the race, and also actually made him viable in the race, because it was the second. But where that came from, I don't know, because within that same group, you also had people backing up Lawan, and then you also had Oshibajo. So what exactly is going on in Buhari's Aso Rock? Like, it's very confusing. How many people did they promise the same seat? Because some people will have sworn that Buhari backed Yemi Oshibanjo. Some also swore that Buhari wants Amechi because they want Igbo president, and Amechi will be the easier of the Igbo
Remember
option.
when they even banned him in Katsina as the damn Mariah Joss of Katsina or something?
They banned him to something. So someone must have been speaking something to him that he felt he will be able to win the thing, and maybe he thinks Buhari likes him because at least he delivered the railway stuff that he worked on. So it was just very confusing to me, like how many mixed messages that was being sent from Aso Rock about the possibility of the number. It kept changing from week to week. At some point, they even said Ogbonai or Nu or some name like that. So it's just, I don't know. Buhari did not handle this thing well. I guess that's why Tinubu had the opportunity to trounce the so-called cabal in this thing. Because it's confusing to me that they will back Amechi. Where did that come from?
I think if apart from Oshibanjo, if they wanted to back somebody, I would have preferred they go for Dave Umahi.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would have preferred they go for Dave Umahi, apart from Oshibanjo. But say to go for Amechi, I think it was misled by some people within that presidency. But he should have known that Buhari is one of the most incompetent when it comes to leadership. That man, he will just be looking at everybody. This one will go and meet him. I want to run. Okay, fine, go and run. The other one will go and meet him. I want to run. Okay, fine. He will just tell everybody to go and run. That was what happened in that primaries. They all went there and said, "Oh, I got the blessing of Buhari." Yeah, he's just telling you to go and run. If if it was an Obasanjo, that situation would never be like that. It would just pick one person and say, "This is the person we are all going for." That's it, done. But Buhari is not like that. Buhari is so incompetent when it comes to his leadership skills.
Is it incompetent? I think Buhari is the most nonchalant leader we've ever had. Perhaps one of the leaders worldwide that he just is like, he doesn't care. You tell him something.
I think you're being generous, Kulata. I would have chosen the word ineffectual.
Ineffectual.
Yeah, because it's meant to be, it's meant to have a supervisory role to keep people streamlined, and he never did that throughout his tenure. You know, it
But
never.
the man is just unperturbed, unconcerned, disconnected, just like he's floating, apathetic. Like he's just there, like whatever. Whoever says anything is more like whatever. Every narrative you hear about him is that kind of behavior or attitude that you hear about him. Nothing piques his interest. Like, oh, okay, let's talk about this. It's just do it, do that. Is it allowed? I mean, what did they go and tell him? I said,
you know what they said about him, Kolata? They said he always goes with whoever speaks to him the last.
the last.
And we saw that under that Mia Malabuni cameo. Remember when they were trying to step Mia Malabuni down as the chairman of the APC, that everybody, even El Rufai, he was all over the news stumps telling everybody that Mia Malabuni is gone. And then they went to London, Mia Malabuni, Abubakar Malame, and the rest of them. And by the time they came back from London, Mia Malabuni, and they said they had agreed it with Buhari before he went to London. This was what El Rufai told us. So it just gives veracity to that thing that whoever speaks to him the last is whoever he goes with.
Is it that I forget, or he just doesn't care, or now wow? Because anyway, let's take it as old age, because no, you can't be as that nonchalant about every single thing, or just agree to the last person that talks to you, like Omako Ibicha Baba. But anyways, that's our president for now. Before we get another ancestor.
All right, let me take you to this space then. This is the INEC space. So this is just a bit of administrative stuff, just to say clear the fields and know the rules. PDP expulsion of G5 governors won't affect their candidacy in 2023. So this is Festus Okoye, the spokesperson for INEC, coming out to clarify that space, because that threat, that axe that they've held over that space is the expulsion from the party, with a lot of people amongst those G5 groups still in contention in 2023, Sheyi Makinde and the rest of them. But what INEC is telling us is that those names are locked in and they will be on the ballot. So what do you make of that then? Is that INEC taking sides or just clarifying the rules?
No, I think INEC is clarifying the rules. The rules are pretty clear. I think the deadline passed. I think they even talked, I mean, I'm not sure if we talked about the time we talked about it here or something, but the deadline for all those things passed. The party has presented its candidates, it's been ratified, is there. So the names are there. So whatever you want to do now should not really matter. It should only matter after the election. Even after the election, if you pull them out of the party, they can go to another party, or they can, I mean, because in Nigerian laws, it can't be independent. You still have to go to one party. So they can go to another party. So that the jig is up for PDP from that perspective. So that blackmail that Dino wanted to use to blackmail those people is not going to work. At least it's not going to work from removing them from contesting. They can contest, you can turn your structures against them, but they will be able to contest their names. I mean, they'll be able to contest under your party, and that's that. So that further, like, that further takes the oxygen out of Atiku's attack, makes is a toothless bulldog based on what INEC just clarified. Because how are they going to punish these guys now? Like, what are they going to do? The worst that will happen is some of them will win the election, but that's it. But it makes a bigger point. Why are the likes of Sheyi Makinde and Ikpeazu, why are they putting their own careers on the line for Wike? What does Wike have on these guys that they're disloyal? Please, someone don't tell me fairness and justice and equity, please. Let's not play that. What does Wike have on these guys that they're prepared to follow?
It's not Wike issue that they are or Ike interest that they are fighting for or protecting, but the southern interest.
Oh no, let's not say they are politicians. Let's not say
No,
the southern interest.
hold on. It is the southern interest that they are protecting. Yes, all of them work for Wike, no doubt about it. But what they stand for, you cannot stand me that it doesn't.
Are you saying they are putting the southern interest over their self-interest? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's the suggestion, and it doesn't add up to me.
What is their own self-interest?
They are contending. Seyi Makinde is contending for a second term under the PDP, and it needs the party structures for the support. Ikwezia Akpazu and the other one
own the structure of the party in each of their states. The national does not own the structure of the party. They own the structure of the party.
Well, they don't really own the state. No, the satellite structures of the party in the state is owned by the party.
One man, you don't get what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the governors are the one in control of the party in their state.
Yes, but if okay, let's use Seyi Makinde as an example. If Seyi Makinde is expelled from the PDP, is he going to hold on to the structure of the party, or will the central space remove that structure from him?
If you expel Seyi Makinde, you expel everybody in the party, all the power that be in the party in that state. Because Seyi Makinde control the structure of the party the structure of the party in the state, and all the elective offices in the state are all aligned with Seyi Makinde. So, do you want to risk firing all the power that be in the party in that state? So, who is going to represent your party? Who will be the face or the faces of your party in the state? They cannot do anything. It's just a brag.
It's bragging.
I'm not sure that I concede that.
They will fire 5 governors and fire all the power that be in all those states. And you think
no. 4 of those governors are redundant anyway. These are outgoing governors who have served their 2 terms.
They have their people. The person that is going to take over them from them is their own. All the people contesting from all the state representative, councillors, chairman, and all the rest, they are all connected to them. They are all
national has to dissolve the entire state apparatus if they're going to pull. And that's not going to happen. That can never happen.
That can never happen now.
It can never happen. And also for the local, the only thing that can happen is for the local party to fire Seyi Makinde, and that too will never happen.
And that can never, because Seyi Makinde, those ones are
they're loyal to him.
They are loyal to him.
Yeah, but my point is this:
is in a big mess.
But here's my point: are you trying to tell me these guys take principle over personal ambition? A Nigerian politician, even an American politician, takes personal ambition over principle.
It will be the first time in the history of that country if that's the case.
I've never heard that before.
But let me tell you,
that's not the first time. One man.
Let me tell you.
Peter has been like that.
Forget Peter.
Oh, I want no Peter.
Kulata, it's not about their personal interest, has been a state interest or personal interest like that. If they allow what's going on PDP to go on and Atiku succeed, the certain politicians, the elite in certain politics is gone and dead forever.
But please, Well, please. What
Hold on,
is
let me
that?
talk.
What does that mean? What? Wait. Let me just land this point. What does that mean for an Oyo State governor? It means
Yeah,
nothing.
so
Whether
that's what
it's
I'm telling
not.
you.
Let me
That's
explain.
what I'm telling you.
Whether
Hold on.
Hold
whether it's
on,
not.
okay. Hold on, please. Yeah.
Whether it's not governing or not, it doesn't stop him from being Oyo State governor, and it doesn't stop him from sharing the loot with the national if it's 5 consecutive northern governors that become president. These guys are in it for themselves. So it's not material enough to say because one person becomes from one section of the country becomes president, that means no, on principle, I'm going to cut what I personally stand to gain. When we know that Nigerian politicians is all about self-gain, they never cared about us or cared about Southern this or Southern that or patriotism. We know all that is bullcrap. It's all for it about themselves. That's why I'm like saying like Wike must hold aces on these
No,
guys that is beyond what we can see.
not really wicked. It's not about like what's it for Shane Makinde himself, as in just Shane Makinde. It's for the PDP or your PDP now, right now. If Atiku wins, not just Atiku win, if you and the PDP structure right now that is controlled by the fully North go ahead and win the election, damn, they don't need any South anymore for anything.
We know
They'll be
that,
relevant.
but we
Even
know we get the theory, we get the theoretical aspect of it, but the practical aspect is if North wants to field the candidate, they will still do what they have to do because it's still that 2/3 of whatever needs to happen. So if they are the ones particularly running, they'll still need to come to the South and do whatever they need to do with Southern politicians. It still doesn't matter. I'm more interested in first is where is Shei's back in this oil and gas business? Where is it domiciled? Because I want to know what this guy has up his sleeve. Because this is not we're trying to act like this is normal behavior for a Nigerian politicians to be principled. It is abnormal for them to be principled to say this is about the South. I think this is the excuse. This is the righteous excuse to back up what they're doing. But I don't think it's based on principle. It's based on something else. It's just my own opinion.
Okay, tell us what you think is based on.
Wike must hold some aces up these guys.
Eh?
I think Wike has some aces up the sleeves of this guy.
You see, let me tell you, it's all about group interest. Group interest first, then other things follow. What do you call this thing? All the governors, all of them sat for several times that the power must shift to the South, right?
And the host did what?
Yeah, that the power must shift to the South.
Yeah, but
all
the host
of
that
them, hold on.
The host of that meeting did what? The host of that meeting did what?
That is the problem. That is where I'm going to. So, including the person that is choosing as this thing, this Obaseki, this Okowa kind of people, look at what they did. But look at those in the APC. What did they do? They comply fully so that power must shift to the South. It's only in PDP that we see some backstabber like Okowa and all the rest couldn't stand with their own man. So, but the rest of them that you saw with Wike, I think it was because of that principle that power must shift to the South. And now, power did not shift. They didn't get it in their party. And then you want to have chairman of the party at the same time in the North. No. It doesn't work like that in politics. You have to fight your interests to the ground all the way through. You can't have both parties. You see, the power of the party is one thing. The power of the government is another thing. So how should both be in the North? And that is what the UK side are fighting against, and which is very logical.
From an immediate interest of Ikpeazu is their next electoral office. They're freaky politicians. Is their next electoral office that's the most obvious
concern. Do you think that
rationally?
Kulata, do you think that if APC had manipulated their own primary and didn't give it to Tinubu, And another, like what is that Senate president?
Lawan.
Lawan. Do you think that Tinubu will remain in that party?
He will leave.
No, he won't. The rest of the supporter from the south, particularly, we said no. Why should Buhari have it for how many years? 8 years in the north, and it's going back to another. No, they will not take it. They won't.
Am I crazy to think that I do not think politicians are principled? I don't know, man.
Not anywhere on this planet will you find a principled politician. Not anywhere on this planet.
I tell you that that interest is forced. And when you don't get, when that interest is defeated, everything is shattered.
What is Ekpeazu's interest? Ekpeazu, what's his interest?
Ekpeazu's interest. Is he aligned with the Atiku people?
No, it's not. It's in G5.
Okay, it's in G5. And then all of them in G5, all of them as governor said power must shift to the south, right? They didn't get the presidency and they won't have the chairmanship. Oh, no. But, it doesn't work like, look, a party,
someone like Ekpeazu
a political party must reflect leadership that cut across all geographical
I get it. We are confusing
when you
one
don't
thing.
have it, it's not a party. It's not a party. It's just a party of one side.
You are a principal person. You are a principal person. You are not a politician. A politician is not like you. You come with yes.
Your reasoning is rational and is valid. What the question you ask is valid and is rational. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
Because it's unusual for a politician to
is the most vulnerable among the G5. Is the most vulnerable among the G5 governors. So there must be something in it for him, but we are unable to ascertain what those needs are. Because now, if the party, if the G5 supports Tinubu, he will lose out. Because
let me ask you a question, Adewale. Okay, if Seyi Makinde go to the side of Atiku now, does that guarantee him that position of governor?
It gives him a little bit of hope.
Huh? Which hope?
It gives him, because
it stands a better chance.
Which hope?
It stands a better chance.
No. Look, if he strike a deal with Tinubu now, he can still get that position. They will just work this out.
Where would the Tinubu put Folarin?
Oh, they will promise that one ministerial appointment now.
You are kidding me. Come on now. That is his full soldier in your state.
It has happened before. It has happened before. People, party, two parties will work at the leadership level, and they will work among themselves for one position and the other. They will share it. They know the way they will do it, and everything will work out well for them. It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of striking that deal in a concrete time, and everything will work out well.
You might be right, because his deputy attended Tinubu's meeting in Akure, so it's possible that is also possible. But I'm looking at the timeline towards the election period. It's very short, and I don't know. But a day in politics is like a year, 1,000 years, so it's possible.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I interject a little bit?
All right, come in, Fatai, and then after Fatai, Kulata round out that space, and then I want to take you to the main talking point. But let's hear from Fatai.
I think Kulata, you are very much on point. The basic stuff is the principle that it must come to the south, but the game has moved beyond the principle. The point is there is no money, even if they are only trying to figure out if there is any money left. All the money to be used for the election, they have made the point that what's his name, the chairman, is all the money is Bamu. There's no money anyway. Even if they stay in PDP, there is no money to be spent for the election. So what they are fighting, why they have to stick with the principle is that There is no money anyway. There is nothing for them anymore in the PDP. There is nothing for them to gain. They are just looking for the only, I think the only thing that is holding the deal is Otom's angle. There is nothing for them. There is nothing there for them to be gained in PDP. Are you caucus? They will 15 billion is gone to be spent on the election.
Okay, so there's no upside for them in the PDP because it's not based. Politicians never do things on principle first. It's personal interest before principle. Okay, yeah, that's the roundup. One man.
Yeah, all right, brilliant, Kulata. So, to the main point, then a meeting held in London. The outcome of that meeting has ricocheted around the Nigerian political landscape. Everybody up in arms. The on Ohaneze Indigo Youth Wing, they said that Wike has killed the chance of an Igbo presidency. The PDP space, they are all up in arms. Atiku responding, saying that if you want to be president, you go and be president and contend. And then Dino, of course, telling us that they have ended their political career. So we can now coming out to be coy somewhat to say that, no, we've not really done anything. But I think from the response that we're getting from the political space, the sense is that they have concluded with Tinubu. So what are you then making of what is emerging from that space, Kulata?
First of all, I think definitely they have something with Tinubu, and I think they purposely planted this story in the press to create this chaos so Wike can come back and continue doing the Maverick Wike and say, no, we don't have a deal, but we have a deal. Kind of like two-faced nonsense that Wike does. So they've made their mind, but I'm surprised they even went this route because the two Southeastern governors that are running for Senate, like, are you telling me they're going to endorse Tinubu and that will matter? It's not going to matter now. Like, it's not going to matter whether Ikpeazu cannot tell people not to vote for Peter Obi, and he's not going to tell a lot of people in the Southeast that can't stick Tinubu's guts to now vote for Tinubu. So I think those two ones, that's kind of like, because I have to take them one by one because they come from they have different levels and different position in this matter. So those two ones, it doesn't matter. I expected them to just, maybe those ones can endorse Obi while another one endorses Tinubu, but I'm shocked that they're going this route. And I'm positive that they've actually made this decision. Now, when it comes to Autumn and Seyi Makinde, those are the difficult ones because that Reverend Father in Benue is gaining ground. That's the main competition. Autumn will not be able to get his candidate in Benue if he endorses Tinubu. That Reverend Father is probably, perhaps, may win. I don't know for sure, but perhaps he may win. And Seyi Makinde, we just talked about the situation. So one thing is clear is obedience can go and sit down and wait to 2027 because G5 is not going.
Kolata, yeah, I don't think that's the real truth, because now when you're talking about G5, what's their main objective?
I think we just said it for
no, it's not
moving
even
presidency to the south.
No, it's not even the south. Equity, fairness, and justice. That's what they have always said. The five of them.
So Obi's rubber stamp. Obi's rubber stamp for equity, fairness, and justice.
Now, if they endorse Tinubu, it's basically all their words, equity, fairness, and justice, is gonna come back flashing on them. Like, what are you guys saying? So I don't think it's even politically right for them, and there are gonna be a lot of criticism if they do that. So when we are saying that they're gonna endorse Tinubu, I really think it's not happened yet, but let's keep going. You get.
First of all, I don't expect it. If they're going to be smart, I do not expect them to frontally announce anything. I just expected them to meet, to do whatever agreements that they're going to agree, keep quiet, and on election day, pull the levers, their respective levers, and do what they're supposed to do. But
I mean, even
they
Wike knows that Rivers State is obedient, so it's gonna be politically stupid
no.
to go
Let's talk about let's talk about
against the
this.
people's wish.
So Wike knows that River State is obedient.
Everywhere is obedient. But let me just insert this. The relationship between Wike and Peter Obi it's a long and very thorny relationship, very long and very thorny. During the primary phase of the PDP, Wike took it personal with Peter Obi, and some of the commentaries that he ran about Peter Obi, they were quite cutting and quite personal. And he does not rate him at all. He chased him out of that party. I cannot see any circumstances where Wike would endorse Peter Obi. I cannot see it. Either politically or personally, I struggle to see it, but that's just me reading the landscape. But Kolata, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, so look, see, Wike has no upside endorsing Peter Obi because he knows that Peter Obi is not going to be the president. Now, you have to think about what does Wike need. Wike needs immunity. He needs immunity for himself. He also needs immunity for these governorship candidates because they can arrest him before he goes to office. So if that is what he needs, he only has one choice. He needs to work with the person that's most likely to win. And between Peter Obi and Tinubu is more likely to win than Peter Obi. Those are just the permutation reality of Nigerian election. But I mean, you can't expect a Peter Obi with no senator, no House of Rep, no governor in Labour Party, and do the miracle of the century and just have him win an election in a 6-month process. That is unheard of. I mean, I understand people dream, but I mean, this must be dreaming list with LSD or something because it's just not possible. It's impossible. So why would you want to nurse something impossible for a pragmatic politician that is dealing with a matter of survival? Either I go to jail or either I get to be the kingpin in the PDP, but all I have to do is just support this APC guy that I can come back and compete with in another 4 years. So it's not rocket science that they want to endorse Tinubu, but we know that some endorsements weigh more than the other. The Southeastern governors, they endorse them mean nothing. It's dangerous for Motom and what's his name, Sheyi Makinde. And Wike needs to do what he needs to do. But the good part of it for the obedience, the good news for the obedience is, regardless of whoever they endorse, the end goal is for Atiku not to make it. So for Atiku not to make it, for Atiku not to make it, any vote that goes to Tinubu or goes to Obi is an anti-Atiku vote. So regardless of who they endorse or how the votes play out, as long as the vote is not going to Atiku, then it's still going against Atiku. I mean, as long as it's going to either Tinubu or Peter Obi, it's still going against Atiku. So they're okay there. Their goal will still be made. But to think that a Wike that drove Peter Obi out of that party will now come and endorse Peter Obi, you must be kidding.
There's zero chance of that. Zero chance of that.
Zero chances of that.
I don't know why you people are saying that Wike drove him out of the party. What do you guys mean? What kind of what kind of statement is that?
It is the turn of the Southeastern PDP.
He left the party by himself. I haven't seen it clearly that he doesn't have the money to pay delegates, and it wasn't looking good for him to win. It would be disgrace. So that also Wike did not kick him out of the party. So we should not be making this kind of statement against Wike. Wike ran a campaign, a very good, sound, successful campaign. Obi was not able to run it. He was just running his campaign by mouth. He wasn't having the resources to push that mouthy campaign that he was running. And he saw it clearly he couldn't win, and he ran out of the party to Labour. So we shouldn't be saying that Wike kicked him out. He didn't kick him. He didn't do anything against him. He just... So just to clarify that.
And also to further to let me make this quick point to further strengthen Wike's position. If Wike just looks at the pathetic rally that Obi did in Port Harcourt, are you telling me he's going to look at that rally and say, this is guy I'm going to support? Even with P Square and everything, we had like maybe 500 people or something. That's the person is now going to say is going to endorse, and stake is whether he goes to jail or not on. Are you kidding me? It's not even going to do that. And we should know it. It's time we start to get to reality and look at the game as it's played. 50 days or something to the election. Sorry, I think Akim was going to interject or something.
Yes, I was going to kind of support Ajali Koko's position on that because I think a lot of people, we need to still understand that Wike did a lot of work beforehand. So it wasn't a situation whereby the primaries just come around and then everybody went to the field. No, this guy has already paid his due. He's paid his dues a long time before the primary. So it's something that he has worked towards. So it wasn't like people like Peter Obi and others who were absent from the scene when times were difficult. And then during the primaries, then you expect those delegates to come and support you. No, these guys, they were state. They are PDP state. They are state where PDP did not have governors. It was people like Governor Wike that were funding PDP in those states. So he got a lot of, if not for Tambuwa, that guy would have been the presidential candidate. Because even me at the time, I underestimate Wike. But after that primaries result, I was like, you know what? You have to give it to him. Because I never expected him to come that close. You know, so it didn't change Obi out of the party. Obi just saw the handwriting written boldly on the wall, and he felt like there's no hope for him there, and he went to pitch his tent somewhere else. So that was what happened.
All right.
Hello, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, bullying is part of politics. Yeah, because Wike has been spending on the party, spending all his money on the party, and Obi has been keeping his money in Panama, and he just want to use the Southeast sentiment to collect the ticket. He has to bully him now. Bullying is part of politics. Who will spend all those kind of money and you just come one day and want them to microzone to Southeast? He has the right to bully him out now, because when he was spending money, you kept your own money. You didn't invest, and you want to read there. No. It's not done. Well, I don't think Wike has any fault. That's the normal thing in politics. Thank you.
No, I agree with that. But Kulata, let me hold you still to that space. So I think you touched on it a little bit. But the value that all these governors bring to whoever they pack their support with individually. So you are saying that the two Southeastern governors, unless they pack their support with Peter Obi, they bring no value to anybody because the space that, yes.
They bring no value. Like, we know Tinubu is not going to win a lot of Southeast states, and these governors cannot even give him 25%. If they'll be able to contribute to Tinubu's 25%, then they bring value. So I think if I'm going to weigh both of them, actually, let me actually think about it. Okay, let's look at it this way. In Abia State, Tinubu has the support of Orji Uzor Kalu. So if Ikpeazu also combines with that perhaps in theory, I don't know practically if it's possible, that perhaps may give him 25%. In the other one, Enugu State, Tinubu has the support of Nnamani, and that Nnamani is also running for Senate under PDP. And then you have this other guy running for Senate under PDP. And if both of them combine their structures for Tinubu, in theory, they should be able to give him 25%. So they're not so useless after all, if you think about it that way. But they're the most useless anyway, but they're not so useless after all. I just never put 2 and 2 together to come up with this. It's just now that I'm realizing.
I'm not sure what value, and I'm somewhat broadly, but I wouldn't go as far as 25%. I don't think there's any circumstance that would give Tinubu 25% in those states. because I see Peter Obi taking a good 60, 65%, if not 70%, but at least
Are you still
60%.
sure? Are you still sure Peter Obi can run those kind of numbers now? I'm starting to doubt. As we, I said something a long time ago.
Are you going by the optics of his rallies? Are you going by the optics of his rallies?
No, I said it a long time ago, and everybody abused me on this platform. That as we get closer to the election, and it looks apparent that it's becoming more apparent that Peter Obi is not going to win, his support is going to dip. I said it. If you guys remember, I said it a long time ago. That is coming back to me. I'm thinking if it's looking more apparent that this guy is going nowhere.
Yeah,
and
but
of course,
I'm not sure that his support is essentially. I think there's a zealousness. It's almost like a religious.
Yeah, but if you now factor in Simon Ekpa, I believe politicians are using that Simon Ekpa guy, and all that Simon Ekpa guy has to do is get paid.
Collateral, please don't say that. They're not using him. He said it the other day because people are saying tinubu paid.
What is he going to tell?
Oh, right.
Solomon,
so if they were using him, we will come look at this guy.
No, even if they tip him. Wait, even if they tip him.
For saying that. We will look at
see, they are not using Simon Ekpa. I'm telling you the fact.
Really?
So they're not using Simon Ekpa?
No, hold on. Why is that a fact? Why are they not using him?
This guy is serious. They are serious about this agitation of the thing. And you see, people are underrating these guys. This 2023 we're about to enter. Don't worry, Sha. You're going to see the statement, even if they don't get Biafra, but the actions they are going to take will be unexpected.
They are not going to take any action. Let me tell you what I think. There was a period that place was in hiatus. It was quiet for weeks and months. And then over the last 4 to 6 weeks, it's suddenly energized again. The weapons are out, the aggression is out, especially by Simon Ekpa. So there was a period that he was still making a lot of these noises, but just in whispers. But now it's somewhat amplified. So what has amplified him over the last 4 to 6 weeks? That's where the question is. He hasn't been. Yeah. He has been whispering it, but now it's very frontal and aggressive. Because even I was watching Charles Soludo's Christmas broadcast to an Ambrarians, and even in the course of that speech, he referenced. I've never seen that before. He referenced Simon Ekpa in his Christmas message to his own people. So what's amplified him? A lot of people suggest that dollar bags is what because we all know that it's only after the money.
I mean, it's so easy. See, Solomon. What does Simon Ekpa stand? What does Simon Ekpa stand for? Does it stand for Peter Obi or it stands for Biafra?
It stands for Biafra.
Okay, so if I pay him to stand for Biafra, is it that easy or obvious?
How much will Tinubu pay him? Let me tell you.
Let me just make it. No, look. His principal stand is I stand for Biafra, and if he tends to make money from his principal stand, man means he's not deviating from his stance. He's still going to stand for Biafra and he's going to get paid for standing for Biafra. Isn't that the most convenient political arrangement that possible?
See, Colata, all these things you are saying, there are things that if it's another person that would agree to it, but this Simon Ekpa movement is genuine. It's not there to come.
I'm not saying it's not genuine. I'm saying, albeit, despite the fact that it is genuine, you can still make money for you to be more authentic. Like, say, I stand for, let's say I stand for, I don't even know a good example. Let's say I stand for black jackets, and someone now says, "Oh, you like black jackets, Kulata? Okay, let me pay you to have more black jackets." Would I take the money?
Sure, you will take the money, but these guys own is different.
Sorry, Kulata, let me add on to your question. Who do you think, and this is to you, Solomon, who do you think Simon Ekpa, who do you think it affects negatively the most? Do you think it affects the Nigerian election the most, or it affects Peter Obi the most? Who do you think
Peter Obi, of course.
So
because there will not be any election in Biafra land come 2023. And
There
they've already
will
said
be
it.
an election, but not enough people will turn out. And all those people that don't turn out, they are not voting for Peter Obi. So it's only Peter Obi that Simon Ekpa's action will affect.
Yeah, it's Peter Obi, of course. It's Peter Obi.
It's just going to suppress the number of people that come out to vote in the southeast. So that helps APC because it depresses the number that Peter Obi can get to be able to disturb anything, and it also depresses the number that Atiku could have stolen from Peter Obi. So at the end of the day, they depress the strength, the strong areas of Peter Obi, and we can already see Peter Obi struggling in the south, apart from maybe Edo. I don't know. I mean, enigmatic things is not even going to win Edo, but we're seeing him struggle. Like they didn't even let us know what went on in Bayelsa. Just shows how embarrassing it was. So South is no walk back. I think Atiku is still going to do very well in South.
Wait, Kolata, do you mean that? See, let me tell you. Let's not argue this Edo State space. Like Obi is going to win that state. It's going to have the
I don't
highest
think
percentage.
so. I don't think so.
Right, I'm telling you the facts for real. I'm telling you.
It's going to do well, but I just don't think it's going to win it like that. It's going to do well there, but I don't think it's going to win like that. And but other South states is not going that well anymore. I think
no, he's
more like
Edo and Rivers. They are the two South states that are sure for him to get at least like 60% and all that.
No, not at all. It's barely. I mean, the way I'm looking at it from a very negative perspective.
Who said 60-something% just now? Who said 60-something% just now?
I'm the one at South Progressive. You're Edo people now. You're Edo people. Obi is like their savior.
Progressive. I speak Benin for you. See, I live.
Your people see.
Look at your
Mr. What Peace. See, Obi is like you. See, let me tell you. You now, I'm surprised that you and Mr. Progressive and Mr. Tony are the three persons from Edo State in diaspora that are not supporting Obi. But the rest of your people in diaspora, Obi is just like the savior. They are the ones that even said, if you not support, that Obi is the only hope Nigeria have. So you will not blame me to say that you will get 60% from your state.
It's impossible now. It's not possible.
It's
not possible.
60% you're gonna get 60% from the social media people and people not just
no, it's gonna get 60% from Uwelu's papers.
Let me tell you something, Solomon. Let me tell you something, Solomon, and then I want to move to Kolata to Otom, Sheyi Makinde, and then Wike. So just to see what value they actually bring. But you know those spaces that are those spaces online that are telling you that Peter Obi will win at those states. It's just for the money. It's just for them. They are doing it for the money. That's the state.
I know what place that they are doing it for the money.
Everywhere, any platform, what those Edo platforms, they're just doing it for the money. Because the moment they say that, then the Southeasterners they get all excited. And then they start to throw money at them. They know now. Do you know the word guy man? You know he came from Edo State. They don't play that game long time now. Yeah, guy man something now. Look at
one man.
Yes,
my snowbrother.
Not all Edo people are guy man. No, sorry, don't
say that. Sorry, we're just a really big guy man. We know now. See, one yesterday, I was my snowbrother yesterday. I went to visit him with my kids. These are the people that control. These are the Ogbede Yama stock, as in that. They're the one in control right now. When we're talking, he spoke to me. He said, "All those Ogbede don't even know what's going on in those states. They're not going to get. They'll get protest votes that will end up to be nothing. That will just be only a protest vote. The vote." The election will be divided between PDP and APC in Edo State. These are people that decide what's happening in Edo State. These are the power people in Edo State. And Solomon is telling me...
The bourgeoisie.
You know that 60% you mentioned, I still can't my system can still I don't even know how to behave now, you know.
I'm whining, but your people are really supporting, like you said now. Look, like you said now, like
myself and World Peace, we have analyzed this thing on this platform several times. I've told you before, majority of our people in diaspora are from the southern part of Edo. Majority mainly from the Benin-speaking background. So, and this part of Edo State is comprised of just 3 local governments out of 18, which is the Ikpobaoha, Ego, and Oredo. Even in those 3 local governments, one man, by maybe in 2 weeks' time, I'm going to make a prediction here, and I want everybody to write it down. 10% Obi will not get in Edo State. Not. I'm saying 10%. He will not get 10% vote in Edo State.
No,
Please,
no,
please, I don't want.
you don't have 2 weeks, by the way, because technically we've broken to the 31st of December today. So, so in the latter session that breaks in the new year, I'll be inviting everybody to give their predictions, and then we'll lock it in. Adale Koko will lock it in, so that after the elections, then you can come and
One man, these people does not have any political. Okay, like what my brother What Peace just said just now. You know the person that he mentioned just now. These are people who are on ground. These are the main guys. People who are in the House of Rep. People who are even fighting to go for Senate in PDP. These are big. These are the guys on ground. You cannot mention one person, one single top politician in Edo State that is in Labour Party. And then you say you're going to win 60% or even 20%, you're going to win Edo State. How it says Oshomole is in Edo North. Them Edo Central is still a stronghold. Them Tony Anini and Onolobeme, they're still there from Edo Central. That's a strong PDP, a PDP stronghold. So where's this? Look, one man, I don't know. Election will soon come and gone. I'll reserve my judgment. But I've told you 10%. Enigmatic. I've from when they played the bet, I already congratulated him. But when the election results start trickling in, then we will know who is who. Then we would do next time when the next election come and we are talking to each other on this platform, we will know who to respect and people who just talk for talking sake.
Sorry, one more. Ask one question, please. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. What Peace and Mr. Progressive. If this guy, your brother, is a PDP guy, a tech notion. I don't know if he's your brother, he's from Edo State.
What do you call him?
A tech notion.
I don't think I've heard that name.
Who is he? What does it stand for?
He's still a PDP young guy. He's still a young guy, a PDP guy from Edo State too. These guys are the people that he's one of. He lives in Spain and still do politics in Nigeria and in Edo State.
If he lives in Spain, he doesn't have any. Look, we know like what he said to you now. That those are people that he knows, and these are people. These are top politicians. Okay, I originally come from Ward 7 in the local government, where you in the Uselu area. Okay, so I know people on ground, and this obedient matter. Look, one man, I'm just going to reserve my own judgment anyway until that day comes.
But to be honest with you, the obedience space for everything that people may or may not think of them, they've been good for the politics, especially for platforms like ours. You know, they just endless materials. It's just meat and drink for people like me. You just have to say OB, and then you can be sure that it's going to be a wild, you know. But back to Kulasa. Talk us through how gone.
So the 2 Southeastern governors, initially I thought they were totally useless, but when I combined them with the other politicians supporting Tinubu, the big wigs, is a theoretical 25%. And I said theoretical. It doesn't mean they're going to get it. But in 2019, APC got the 25% in Abia. So maybe they may just be able to repeat it with Ikpeazu and Ojuzo Kalu. Enugu is a long shot, but theoretically 25% between Namani and the current governor. But autumn, what is the need for autumn? There's a massive risk for autumn.
It's a tricky one for autumn because if you look at autumn, you know, with all of the Fulani activities there, with religion in play, with the Tinubu Muslim tickets, I'm not sure that Autumn will go with whatever decision. You might well see a divide in that G5
I see. I mean, I was expecting D5 to go one by one endorsement, or they just keep their mouth shut and do what they need to do behind the scenes. I don't expect them to come and announce, because that's just Wike. That's why I'm like, what does the Wike have over these guys? That Wike is controlling all their narratives. Because someone like Autumn has no business endorsing Tinubu. And I mean, is he now going to say APC will not support that Reverend Father when that Reverend Father is gaining ground massively over Autumn's candidate? We're talking about the same Autumn that, I mean, he hasn't been paying salaries. I've never met any Benno person that said anything good about Autumn. They say he's some guy that comes out after not paying salary to come and scream Fulani. I know Fulani are attacking them. They have IDP today. I'm not downplaying it. But they say that he uses this as an excuse to overshadow the fact that he's not paying the state remuneration and people are suffering, that he's owing them months and months of salaries. So Autumn is politically vulnerable. So I don't see any upside at all. For it's too much risky for Autumn's Benway candidate. But for his own Senate running, well, he may be able to pull it off because it's just a few local governments here and there. It's not the entire state. So I really don't see it much for Autumn, but it's dangerous.
Why do you say Autumn is vulnerable? Why?
It's vulnerable. It's vulnerable because the civil servants in Benue do not like him because of money. It's only their money.
People like you.
No, from what I've heard,
fighting for the people. People are, and it's not owing civil servants.
All the Benue people I see online, they're like, he's coming again to come and talk about Fulani rather than pay salaries. That's the narrative I've been hearing about Autumn.
And that's why
he's owing them money.
Autumn with his own mouth on Channels TV admitted that he is owing salary. So that one is not even a bill of confusion. Yes,
he's owing tons and tons of salary.
With his own mouth. The interview is on Channels Television. You can watch it. With his own mouth, he admitted.
It might have problem then.
Autumn has problems. Say it's not that popular. That's it. He just uses the Fulani. I mean, he uses an unfortunate situation to play political games, and his people have had it up to here. So there's a Reverend Father candidate that's running for governor, I think, and is very, very, very popular in Benue. Is very popular, and the reason it's popular is simply because of Autumn. So Autumn is vulnerable. I just don't know the upside. I don't think APC will withdraw any tactical support for that for Autumn. So Autumn may be toast. The next person that most likely is toast was whatever it does is Seyi Makinde.
Oh yes, let me start. Well, okay, go on then. But I'm not sure that I agree with that. But go on. Yeah, why?
Yeah, Seyi Makinde may be toast because he's running against a very strong APC candidate, and no matter what Tinubu tells him, that guy. I mean, the race in itself, assuming Tinubu wasn't even a factor, it would have been tough for him because Oyo State is your state. You know it's very hard for a politician to win twice. There's only one politician, the late what's it called? That was able to get Ajimobi. It's only Ajimobi that's been able to get to win a comeback into Oyo State. So it will have been very, very tough for Seyi Makinde, assuming even Tinubu was not in the factor. Now we have the situation where APC is running in the presidential bid. There's the Omowani, our own son, factor in there. And you have a popular candidate that's perhaps was a senator or something. He knows the lay of the land. He knows all sorts of things. So that guy even stands a chance of beating Seyi Makinde without even Tinubu factor. So how will Seyi Makinde trust whatever comes from Tinubu's mouth that they should withdraw any tactical support? Even if they withdraw tactical support, the Oyo State APC guy still has the capability on his own of beating Seyi Makinde. So Seyi Makinde.
Do you think Seyi Makinde's endorsement of Tinubu, do you think it's redundant anyway? Because
it's redundant.
with or without his endorsement, a Yoruba man is contending to be president. I'm not sure that Oyo State is looking anywhere other than to cast. So whether he endorses, it doesn't make any difference.
It doesn't make any difference. Oyo State that even has a higher population of Muslim Yorubas. What does his endorsement have to do with that? It means nothing. They're going to vote for Tinubu en masse. Apart from the PDP Yoruba people, there are a lot of PDP Yoruba people that will not vote for Tinubu ever. But Seyi Makinde's endorsement will not really matter because Tinubu is going to win Oyo State thoroughly. So I don't really see. I don't see. This doesn't matter for Seyi Makinde. Is either doomed or is lucky. I think this is almost like a toss-up for him.
We have a lot of obedience in Oyo State too.
Don't worry about that. I've never known any young man to be obedient.
Maybe in Bodija. Maybe in Bodija.
Yeah, but
maybe in Bodija or UI.
Yeah.
Bodija or UI. That's
maybe UI. Yes, the UI crowd.
UI crowd.
Yes, I suspect that the deal that may have been struck with Seyi Makinde is that, look, we'll back you for you to retain your position, but even if you lose your position, we'll give you a ministerial post, and then you can come back in 4 years' time to take that seat again, which was essentially what happened to Fayemi.
Perhaps. But why will Tinubu sacrifice a ministerial post for Seyi Makinde? It doesn't have to.
It's desperate now.
It's not desperate for Oyo.
He's not desperate for your one man.
He's not desperate for
He doesn't need Makinde to win.
He doesn't need Makinde for anything.
Yeah, but if it's a group negotiation, if the G5 group, if it's if it's a collective will of the G5.
No. If I'm Tinubu, I will not take that kind of deal because there are many people that are more strategic to him, especially in the Northwest right now. Tinubu has to contend with things going on in the Northwest because Atiku is playing a massive ethnic identity game right now in the Northwest. Atiku's only strategy is to drag for second round, and the only way he can drag for it is to spoil the Northwest for Tinubu. So Tinubu will invest most of his political capital in the Northwest. So I don't think he can give Seyi Makinde any slot on whatever ministerial position he has. It's not for Seyi Makinde. So I really don't see.
All right. Let me take Kulata to
one more, please. 1 second. Tinubu already gave a slot to that man in Cross River, so I don't think he have that much to be giving out anyway. That the issue they had in Cross River State, he called the other man to withdraw the case from court. So that is either a senior ministerial or a junior ministerial post gone already. So I don't think he's got that much to be giving out.
There's a lot to give out. So if you ring fence all the key ones like finance and petroleum, you can just give the rest out to the hungry people. But
it's true anyway. There's Nimasa. There's everything.
So APC,
many agencies. Yeah.
APC has a massive campaign council now. Where will all of them go? All the people in the campaign council.
Yes, I don't know, man. Yeah, but I think this guy will have to do it as a matter of priority. But we'll see. They must have conditions for them to pack their support with him. And those conditions, as we know, place in Nigeria, it usually involves agreeing on portfolios that will come to them or some political patronage or support. So
I can bet
it's not going to be money. It's not going to give them money,
I can bet Seyi Makinde is the weakest condition out of all of them, followed by Oton. That's probably the weakest. The Southeastern brothers, because Obi's going to win, so it doesn't have to do much. But it can't. The only person he really needs to offer anything to, let's be fair, let's be frank, is Wike. Because what is he going to offer Ekpeazu? Come on. Nothing.
Kolata, sorry to cut you short here. I kind of bet difference, I think Wike for me seems to be the weakest among them, because he is the most vulnerable. He is not running to go to any office. For me, Wike really needs to secure his future with the decision, the next decision that he's going to make. So,
you said you are going to make a prediction in 2 weeks' time. Okay, let me make a prediction now. Your next petroleum minister will be Yemsen Wike. That's just it. Yeah, but carry on.
Okay, so if you look at the whole situation, right? Wike he's not running for the Senate. He cannot go for governorship election. He's got nothing to do. So for me, I think what Tinubu should have done was just separate the G5 and just say, okay, I want a yes or Wike. That's it. The rest of you can go and do whatever you want to do. You understand what I'm saying? So Wike can easily make that arrangement with Tinubu, but he is super vulnerable and he needs to protect himself. But for people like the Sheyi Makinde, he is in a lot of trouble, man. I don't know, because he should not have ride with Wike on this whole G5 of a thing. He should have just do his own thing, because right now he's kind of stuck. He's just stuck because I don't. How do you sort out Sheyi Makinde right now? What can Tinubu is? Look, if you remember one man. This is the same thing Obasanjo did to all those AD governors in the Southwest then.
Exactly where I was going to talk about. That's how he messed them up.
Yeah, it's our own. They decide to support him. All of them, they lost their state to PDP. Every single one of them, apart from Tinubu, that did not follow them in that line at that time. So at the end of the day, it's a very tricky situation for people like Sheyi Makinde. But for Wike, he just needs to protect himself. That's all.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing, because I was going to say, I mean, the real negotiation is Tinubu and Wike. The rest are just gimmicks. That's why I was wondering. That's what led me to the question: what does Wike have over these guys? Because Tinubu is not having any real negotiation with Sheyi Makinde. With Ekpeazu and all those stuff is just to try and see if we can get 25% in the southeast. He's going to get those 25% in the south. So,
all right. Let me take you to that Wike space then, the big elephant in the room. So what exactly does Wike bring to anybody's campaign? We know he brings a boatload of money, but in terms of electoral value, what does he bring to it? Well, let's use Tinubu as the example, because Tinubu is what we're talking about now. If you were to back Peter Obi, then you will say that Peter Obi has somewhat of a popularity in that space anyway, and it may or may not move. It may well solidify that rumored following that Obi has in that space. But if we were to back Tinubu, who some people will suggest that area they recoil from, what does he bring to a Tinubu campaign that could be a game changer, the brandy drinker from River State?
They're tangibles and they're intangibles. Let's start the tangible ones. It brings a real and solid political structure for Tinubu on the election day. Wike is one thing. It may be a clown and everything, but the guy has like real structure. He can deliver. So he has 200,000 people. I mean, come on. He has 200,000 people. That is a lot of people that he can pay and make them do something. The total votes in some states that people are using to lead is like 200,000. Wike already has 200,000 people that can reach out to another 200,000 people or another 200,000 people. So he has political structure to unleash in terms of real power. And that is money. He has the money to finance it. And he's already showed his commitment. Look, he's called many people to his state to come and launch one thing or the other, but I've not heard him give anybody 300 million. He gave Tinubu State 300 million. That's commitment. He's already shown commitment. So that means if he can give 300 million cash like that, how much is he going to give during the election? So he has some real tangible movement. Now, the intangibles, he has a high annoyance factor. He's a noisemaker. His noise making is enough to demoralize the opponent. So you see how he's going to clown in front of the television and everything. He's going to suck up attention away and make everybody that's supporting Atiku to feel bad. So many people will just look at, Wike is not supporting Atiku. Atiku is dead. So a lot of Atiku supporters that are supposed to go and vote for him on election day, they'll just sit at home because they're watching Wike clown Atiku on TV day after day after day. And they'll think Wike has this outside power. And then that means, oh, Atiku is not going to win. So what do? They just don't go and vote because they don't want to vote for Tinubu. So they'll just go sit down and vote, or they go and vote for Peter Obi. So if they go and vote and they vote Peter Obi, it's still not a vote for Atiku. If they sit down and not vote, it's still not a vote for Atiku. So at the end of the day, Wike wins. So when you think about it from the tangible power that Wike brings and the intangible buffoonery and clownery that Wike does, it's still to the detriment of Atiku, however you want to see it. So that's how I see what Wike brings in the picture. Both meaningful things and things without too much substance, but they're impactful. Hello.
No, sorry, as ever, I was talking, forgetting that I had muted myself. So brilliant to output. Thank you, Kulata. So thank you, Kulata. Let's take the conversation on, and let's go on from Kulata and hear the soundings of Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, I suspect that you are going to caution that a press conference has not yet been had by the G5 group to announce endorsement of anybody. So you are going to probably say it's in the realms of speculations. But we have been speculating, and all the indications are that they are going to endorse Tinubu. At least that is what the reaction has been from all the opposition parties. So what are you then making then?
And one man, can you go to someone else?
All right. So
all
right. So that build up then. Let's bring up Fatai. Fatai, are you ready? Fatai. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm here.
If you're not ready, I can skip you.
It's up to you.
Oh, okay, let's go with you then. So this endorsement by the Wike group, which is near categorical, outside of a press conference now. So just from the reactions of the opposition party, with the PDP threatening expulsion and the Ohanese youth group saying that Wike has killed Igbo presidency. Is this fait accompli? Is this the end? You know, when the film is over and then they say the end and then the curtain drops. So is this the curtain now dropping on the elections? And is Tinubu now effectively president-elect?
One man, if you remember, maybe two weeks or 3 weeks ago, thereabout, I said Wike, once Kwankwaso and Wike collapse into Tinubu, the election is over, and you kind of maybe a little bit try to clamp me down whether Wike couldn't do it. This deal has been done long ago. There's no deal going on now. The only deal going on now is like the end of people like Autumn and these guys, you know, to safeguard this. Wike didn't go to Lagos to go and eat biscuits there. Wike went to Lagos. The deal has been set. It's been long settled there. Tinubu doesn't. Tinubu's mathematics has been worked out already. Look, Tinubu needs Wike only for one main thing: to knock out Atiku. Tinubu and Atiku are friends. Tinubu cannot attack Atiku. He needs somebody that will knock Atiku out. And it was already happening. He revealed the 13% derivation. That was the number one knockout. That was like a grenade. The election was half over after that 13% derivation. All the PDP, nobody can bring money out now to put into Atiku's campaign. Okowa cannot bring out money. Everybody now is looking. What is his name? The one in Benin, Edo. None of them they can't come on now. Everybody's gone.
Obaseki.
Everybody is watching their backs now. They can't bring out money because what really happened was Tinubu doesn't really care so much about, like, the way we are all talking about it. He doesn't care so much about this deal that in that big way, you know, because the G5, it's not what is Atiku's camp threatening. The deal is not what is going to make or mark the G5. The G5 have been decimated coming out of the primary. They had no more future. Their future was already lost coming out of the primary. If you remember, there was a time Ikpazu, I think, for supporting Wike for the primary and maybe some other things. Atiku blocked, did something, whatever, with blocking money to his state or something like that. Anyway, Atiku did some really level 10 stuff to Ikpazu already. So they are already on the bad side. The chairman, what's his name, Atiku, this wing of the PDP, there is no life for G5 in this wing of the PDP. Number one. Number two, coming out of the primary, they have spent all their money. That's why even somebody like Otom doesn't have money. They're putting so much money into Wike's primary. Too much money everybody spent. Wike was ready to run for the president. Everything was already spent. So this money, so like in Yoruba, there is a proverb, like when one fashion boy comes now and chances one girl, they say, "Oh, Oleara ati Oleapo." What this faction did to this G5 group is not only to
settle
lose
down,
them.
settle down. It's not an X-rated show, Fatai. But settle down now. Carry on.
It's not only the ticket they lost, they also lost money. That's where is coming from. It's not only losing the ticket, they also lost money. All the money they pumped into the primary, all the money is gone. And all the money they paid for the form, for this, for everything going to like 15 billion. The money is not available. They are only sniffing around to even know if there's any little left. So the calculation of the IU faction is that whatever, it doesn't matter. When the election will start, they will bring even more money. They will bring everybody will roll in even more money again. But these guys don't have money again to roll in, so they don't even have money to run their own election. If Wike got this ticket now, they will be like Super Mario, everything will be going fine. But Wike not winning the ticket is decimated these G5 people. So actually, Tinubu, they are coming to Tinubu's table on a very weak hand. If they don't make a deal with Tinubu, they are going to lose anyway. So Tinubu doesn't. Tinubu
But they can make a deal with Peter Obi, surely. If they don't make a deal with Tinubu, they can make a deal with Peter Obi, which then pushes that space into real contention.
Brother, with Peter Obi, we're all just trying to be nice. Peter Obi is not a factor in this election. Yeah. Peter Obi is only a factor to the point to at least take away from PDP's votes. Peter Obi, nobody is aligning with Peter Obi. You don't have a Senate candidate.
But Peter Obi has the youth votes now, and every Nigeria, the 70% are under 35, and he has the youth vote. So Peter Obi is the front runner, actually.
But which research or what from where did that come from? That's just media and social media manipulation. From when Peter Obi came into the race, he didn't come into the race on the youth, on the back of the youth. He came in. If you remember, when Peter Obi came into the Labour Party, the design will be with his team, maybe Okupe's design or whoever designed. They designed it that the Peter Obi coming to Labour Party means that Labour Party and means that Peter Obi has in his pocket the votes of the Labour Union and the TUC trade union, is NLC and trade union. That everybody in the Labour Union, they are all voting for Obi, for his moving to. This is what gave Peter Obi legitimacy. It's not the youth. The youth. What is the connection between the youth and Peter Obi? There was no connection. But once he got that foundation of TUC and NLC, then they now swerve away to the youth thing, the agitation in the country, the economy is bad. It just, I mean, by some abracadabra, they are claiming the youth. Peter Obi never rode into.
Where do you think that narrative is coming from? Because you know, sometimes when you say something often enough, it takes on a life of its own.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know some young people, even within my own immediate circles, that surprisingly they are talking about Peter Obi, which surprises me because it's a full-blood Yoruba young. One is doing her PhD and she's talking about Peter Obi.
I know. I know these things. Look, this is from optic. This is from the point of view of optics. The game in town in this election has always been Tinubu's health. Tinubu's health has been the big issue. This is what gave everybody mouth to be talking obedient, this. Because everybody even coming into the primary, everybody knew health was not strong enough. So everybody was that's what even messed up the whole APC's primary. Like this health is not strong enough. If all these Babangida, they were coming out, oh, we want somebody who under 60 years old, this. Tinubu's health was not. Tinubu just had a surgery on his knee, and this. I mean, 2-3 years before, Tinubu wasn't all these feeble, but I think from the surgery or from something, whatever happened to, I think probably he got a bad. He got hit with a bad doctor. Maybe that was a mistake or something somewhere, whatever it is. I think his health was a very big factor. So people didn't expect him to be able to muzzle up the energy. So there was this Tinubu's health, and there was this Atiku's
corruption.
That was Atiku's implosion of the PDP that was coming. So this is what all these guys see. Everybody wants to be president in 2023. Other than these two factors, there's nobody will hear about Peter Obi or anything. If Tinubu was jumping up and down, nobody will hear about Peter Obi. Nobody will hear about Peter Obi. So Peter Obi, look, it is not.
Fatai, you are somewhat right, because a lot of the Obi campaign is essentially about Tinubu's failings, and is essentially around his health. Is full pass when it's incoherent sometimes, and then when he has a flight of the mind, you know. Yeah. So that's essentially what they are wrapping the whole of the campaign of Obi around.
Yeah. Those what do they call them? Those bloopers, or what do they call? They even call them when he speaks and. I don't
bloopers.
Yeah. 90% of them, they are perfectly right stuff. His delivery is the problem, and that came from his health. I think he must be taking a lot of injections now. He's looking better. I don't know, but all that came from it. The problem is his delivery. When he says Agbado and Kiniko, what is wrong there? Okay, maybe you don't like the delivery, maybe whatever. Otherwise, it's perfectly fine. It's a metaphor for food. Like, why are we fighting, dragging recruitment of our youth with some ragtag terrorists when we can offer them food security, whatever? He's not talking what food you will give them. It's like a metaphor, like what? We can offer them food guarantee. We can offer them whatever guarantee. How can we be? It's mind-blowing that we are dragging recruitment. So we are a nation with money, with oil, with everything, and we are dragging with recruitment. We can give them each of them 1 million per day if we want. How it's like this expression of like, this is my blood. What are we doing? That's the point. Say Agbado. Okay, it's not a Wole Soyinka. It doesn't have a poetic whatever. So that's what happened with almost all, maybe 90% of all these things they say is he commits. I don't know what name they usually give it. He doesn't speak well. Is his delivery? You don't like his delivery? Fine, but there's nothing wrong with the statement. Like he said, like I think one time he said poison whatever. Everybody is.
You mean the church rat one? The church rat metaphor? I couldn't quite understand how that one got the traction because it was perfectly clear what it said.
No, the joke is on
then,
everybody. The joke is on everybody making fun of it. It's not only that the joke is clear. It's not only that the joke is, that is high level metaphor. That is a high level expression. That is a, well, I don't know. You need to follow that expression up with a PhD thesis or something like that. What? That is one of the biggest problem of the world since centuries. You know, they give you think, oh, we are like a church rat. You know, they are dangling us before us some bread, Holy Communion stuff, some bread. They call it Holy Communion, but it's poison. Why we need only to what all we need is how to prevent ourselves from eating this poison Holy Communion or this poison bread they call Holy Communion. This is our challenge. This is the challenge of our life. They came with SAP, structural adjustment program with subsidy. Who brought all these things that look nice, and for half a century of generation of our people are destroyed with all these foreign brought programs. Even in this election, they told us, America told us, they were withdrawing all their people, that there's going to be a Armageddon in Nigeria. What happened? Nobody even talks about it. It was a big deal. Oh, there's going to be bomb. There was going to be like
they told us that Nigeria would not get past. Was it 2015 or something? Remember when the America? Yeah.
Exactly. They are bringing these things that look flowery, but it's poison. It's going to destroy. It's going to. They're trying to interfere in our election, and we are buying it like they are trying to warn us about security. What security? We have to cannot jet. There's no terrorist that is ganging around anywhere. You know, maybe some pickpocket in the country. Since the arrival of the Kano jet some months ago, there is no security issue. Nobody is hanging around to bomb you doing a cult meeting in the forest when they know at any minute to Kano jet can start coming to bomb everybody. The security issue is gone. There's going to be election. It's going to be fine. There's not going to be any problem. Nigeria now
what about the what about the Simonipa factor that somebody brought in earlier on?
That is not.
Do you think it's going to impact in any way, or are they going to? I just feel they'll ignore him.
Those things are not going to be any. They're not even going to be one of a factor. Simonipa is not in Nigeria, so it's going to be keep talking. It's going to be rousing. The point is, who is going to go and because for you to carry out operation, you need to plan your operation. You need operational base. Who is going to go and do operational base in the forest to plan out stuff when they are going to throw you a bomb? It doesn't work. All these operational stuff now, they put them now in the houses people are living. I think recently the police they discovered some grenades or whatever in some house, in some homes or whatever in the southeast. They will put all these things and put it in the midst of the people. This is the only danger Nigeria has now is domestic. Nigeria doesn't have insurgency problem anymore. There's no insurgency that was your AK-47 doesn't stand up against it. I think a quasi fighter jet, essentially a fighter jet built for insurgency. Super Tucano is specifically built for insurgency. It's like a fighter jet designed specifically for insurgency. It's a modern technology designed for insurgency. We have it. So there's no external all this gang. It's not only Nigeria, by the way. Even the area, West African area, all the weapons from the Libya following the fall of Gaddafi. Most of them have been mopped up. The ones that are not mopped up have been bombed. You know, IPA is not in Nigeria, so he will keep talking. He will keep disturbing the. Okay, well, I don't want to anybody's agitation, anybody's interest. I don't call it disturb. So he will keep doing his thing, but the point is not going to be a factor. The point is who is going to carry out the plan, who is going to design the plan, who is going to carry out the plan. The agitation will continue, but it will not amount to much. The only thing they need to muzzle up domestic force mop up whatever is happening domestically. The election will find. After the election, everything there will not even be anything. It's not a. And Peter.
All right, but you saying insecurity will be gone or is gone. People, you're offending people in the comment section, but I'll carry on.
It's not that it's gone. It's not that insecurity is gone. Insurgency is gone. I didn't say insecurity is gone. There's nobody that's going to go and and be hanging out in the forest to go planning an attack. That is not going to happen. I think even a few days ago or last week, they just bombed. They say, according to the report, scores of some bandits in I don't know whether it's Kaduna or whether it's Katsina. I don't know whether it's some forest there. So we have bombs. Insurgency is gone. Then it's not that insecurity is gone. Nobody completely solves security. America is insecure. Forever will be insecure. England is insecure. Forever will be. Germany is everywhere is insecure. This is life. You cannot totally remove insecurity. There's no magic solution to that one. Gradually, the domestic whatever will be getting advanced. They will be advancing. If they keep advancing, that's why Nigeria is at a crossroad now. If we get it, if we need people to marshal the space forward. We don't need somebody to draw it back. We have the basic thing now to redirect. We need to remove subsidy. We need to really remove it, because one of the biggest scam on Nigeria has been subsidy. And now the way they are talking about, okay, this is the subsidy. So they brought us subsidy. So we are they tell us that the subsidy is subsidizing petrol for us. But this is it's a misnomer. They are not subsidizing petrol for us. They are only subsidizing a monopoly called NNPC. So they subsidize NNPC. They subsidize the purchase of the refined product. But if they want to subsidize for us, for Nigerians, this petrol, they will do the mechanism to subsidize at the level of the petrol station, at the level of the consumer and the buyer, not at the level of NNPC. Then some 1 million people in between, 1 million middlemen in between before it gets to all of this. Is so we need to remove the subsidy. If they want to subsidize petrol for Nigerians, they will subsidize this at the level of petrol, at the level of when people are buying it. So when you take your delivery of petrol in your tank in the petrol station at the petrol the petrol company and the petrol station where they have their tank maybe under the ground from where they are pumping into the car. Okay, when you take the delivery of that, at that point is when you will subsidize. Not subsidize at the level of NNPC. When you are doing that, you are subsidizing NNPC infrastructure. We're not subsidizing Nigerians. So this is where we need to remove it and remove that and build ahead. We do what Tinubu wants to do. The pipeline, Trans-Sahara pipeline, so that we can sell our gas to Europe. And Nigeria is coming back. It's not the competition.
All right. I have that anticipation too that Nigeria is coming back. So, Fatai, next, I want to take you to the 4th Mainland Bridge, where all of the I's have been dotted and the T's crossed. So, all systems go to immediately start. But before I take you there, let me acknowledge some of the super chats that have been coming in. Comes in this instance from Solly. From Amsterdam, and it's pointing it in the direction of Kulata. It says Kulata will come and talk about all the good things going on in Nigeria. Then, in the same breath, use conspiracy theory to destroy all the high hopes he has given us. Chai, there is God. So thank you. And Kulata and his double-mouthed commentaries are spotted by Solly. So thank you, Solly. So thank you, Solly. But this super chat now comes straight from Alexander Akache, and is pointing it in the direction of somebody that is not here. Hopefully, he's listening. And we've noted your absence, by the way. We're talking about you uptown, and that wager that you made with Enigmatic for $2,000, which you promised. You were meant to come and deliver on Monday. Today is Friday, and we've not seen you ever since. I did tell you, I gave you that window to withdraw. Ajale Koko, you recall, I told him that if he wants to withdraw it, he can withdraw it, because if he doesn't withdraw it, people will mock him. So it looks as though the gentle mocking has started now. So you either come on and say you withdraw it, or you come up and put up. So where is your $2,000 is what Alexander Akache is asking via this super chat. APB notice out for Uptown / Playtown. So they are covering you on all of your names, and they are putting fillers out on social media. Whenever you turn up under whichever name, they are looking for you. APB notice out for Uptown / PlayStation. So that is Alexander Akache. The super chatted a public notice. We want him not dead though, but alive. So there it is. Notice out for Uptown. So back to the conversation and back to you, Fatai. The rate of development in Lagos State. You go, if you start on Lagos for now, the way it's going now, if you stay out of Lagos for 24 months, you might not recognize the city you find again. So the third mainland bridge coming upstream, the fourth mainland bridge coming upstream, just to tie in with the new metro system and all of these developmental strides. So what are you then making of that, and what impact are you anticipating that it will have on Africa's fifth largest economy?
This one, I was laughing before when you first mentioned this topic with Kulata, and I don't know who came in and was saying like because Nigeria essentially doesn't have a middle class, and then unless it doesn't, all of these things don't amount to anything unless Nigeria works, and everybody was having all this debate, and I thought everybody was just missing the point that the guy was making. He was making all of these don't work unless Nigeria works. But the question of his mind, he was expecting from everybody was, who is going to make Nigeria work? Peter Obi. So in other words, if Peter Obi doesn't win, all of these things don't mean nothing. That was the filling the gap. He said all of these things don't work unless Nigeria works. And the narrative that if Nigeria doesn't work, everything is nothing. Where does it come from? From the obedience. That only Obi is our Messiah. If there is no Obi, there's nothing in life that works. So even though you build fifth mainland bridge and all of them, they don't work unless you make Obi president. But if
at the rate it's going, Fatai, at the rate it's going, am I being somewhat hyperbolic to suggest that in 10 years' time, Lagos will be on the calendar as one of the world global cities? Paris, New York, Berlin, Lagos, Nigeria. At the rate of development and all these giant game-changing infrastructural, and then you add security on top of that, then
no. That's the transformation cannot happen in 10 years. I mean, these are cities. These that have been their development have occurred over centuries. Industrialization, the age of these are no. Lagos is not going to compete with all these cities in half a century. But Lagos is going to be competing with the likes of Cape Town, those South African cities, the like of Cairo, the like of all that's what we'll be looking. We are still competing on the African space. We are not competing with the big European cities, the big Western cities. These have taken centuries to build. These are very complex cities.
Yeah, but we have the advantage of entertainment, music, movies, and being hipsters. We are global hipsters, and now we have a place to invite you back home to.
Yeah, no, but that's not what is going to bring the development. The development is going to come from the money. We have the development we have our advantage is parallel to Dubai's advantage. We have natural resources that, if well managed, we will have loads of money that we can rapidly develop all these cities. Maybe not as rapidly as Dubai developed theirs, because we have too many people. We have a population, so the the spreading around of the effects of our money will not be as rapid as Dubai's. But essentially, that's what we have. We have we run parallel with the likes of Saudi Arabia and Dubai. But I mean, but development doesn't happen. China is still developing. You know, China is still not seen as a developed nation, even though I mean, so development is not.
Fatai, please don't say that again. No, I've been to China. I've not seen anything in the West, in the US, that compares to what I saw in China.
I know. No. I mean, I'm saying if you go theoretically on paper, China is not considered developed. Even China doesn't like to be considered as developed because of actually, I think that actually is largely political because of
it's political. I flew over. I stayed in China. I also flew over China. The number of cities that are as big as New York City in terms of all, I mean, let me say Chicago. Let me just say Chicago or something. I could not count.
No, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to put it in the context of like what 1 month's question, like in 10 years. I'm saying even China has rapidly evolved as it is. They are still using one wink to
they're still using
you know, I think you can double down on what you said, Fatai. You cannot say that if you are talking about first world countries, and then you're talking about England, you're talking about Germany, you're talking about the United States, certainly, you're talking about France, and maybe a little bit Japan, but you wouldn't, in spite of the fact that they're the second largest economy now, you wouldn't still bracket them as a first world country because they've not been long stayed in development. They still have all the accoutrements of finding a balance of human rights, proper laws, good business practices, and then, of course, actual infrastructural developments that are long stayed and tested. You know, they're not at the level of the United States or England, certainly
they've surpassed
England
and United States in infrastructure.
Because they have shiny stuff, Abi. Because they have shiny
It's not just shiny stuff. They have
way
more complex stuff. They surpassed. I'm not even kidding. If you have to see it to believe it, they surpassed.
When they are rating nations as first world, it is not just due to bricks and mortar. It is not just due to infrastructure. It's how you look after your citizens.
Exactly.
That is one. Those are the things that they put into consideration. And China does not have the level of welfare states that all these Western nations have when it comes to taking care of the vulnerables in the society. So China is a developed country. Nobody's arguing that. But when it comes
it's a developing country, is what Fatai is arguing. Yeah.
So when it comes to how it treats its citizens, in terms of the most vulnerable among its citizens, I think that is why they cannot be classed as a first world nation.
They don't yet have an egalitarian legal structure that speaks to business, human rights,
proper
environment,
of government.
all of these things.
You Western people, I pity you people. Not all societies are going to embrace all those egalitarian human rights.
Those
China is not going
to put together. They put together to rate the countries.
That is to rig the rating. China is not interested in human rights. They have their own human rights. Camera follows you. Camera gives you have a social score, social rating. I mean, that's what they do. They're not interested in you being able to tell the president to go F yourself. No,
yeah, but
that's not the kind of society.
That's an issue. That's not a
that's
societal. That's not a societal.
That's our future.
You are not allowed to think. That's the future.
That is the future.
Or express independent thoughts.
No, you cannot have your own freedom of expression. No, that is not.
You guys will see now. That's the future. Small. You'll see. You'll get there. Don't we already have groupthink already? That can you say some things about some genders? Can you say some? Anyway, no. Let me not talk.
Those things are not what factor into the calculation of whether they are developed or not. Those things are by choice. China is not going to be like America. It doesn't want to be like America. It's not going to be like America. China is a developed is a developing country largely because of the way it runs its economy. Or the way because of the not the way it runs, because of the practicalities of its economy. Understand? The cheap labors are still coming from China. Yes, it will still.
That cheap labor is not protected by law.
China's law is. Don't want to talk about China.
China labor is no longer cheap anymore. You guys are not following up. The attraction to China now is not about the cost of the labor. It's now about the expertise of the Chinese people. It's past all that cheap labor stage. Cheap labor is in Southeast Asia right now, Vietnam, Laos, and co. It has left China. China is now about technical expertise.
No.
You guys, you guys need to keep up with what's going on in China. It's just COVID slowing them down now. Okay,
Kolata is kind of right with that analysis about China. I think it's moving out of that. Even if you look at the rate it's growing now in terms of its GDP, I can't remember the last time China going to the double digit. So a lot of those double digit GDP at the time was due to those massive productions that it was just churning out at the time. So they are kind of trying to move their economies gradually from that part into a more a service sector based economy. So they will still be producing. They will still be involved in a lot of technological innovations and stuff like that. But they are trying to come.
No. China will not move its economy to service economy. I think
it is not by choice. Sometimes you are forced into it because other nations will emerge that will also offer less cheaper production rate than you do. So people will go there.
Nobody can offer less cheaper service.
Why not?
Because China
Southeast Asia currently is cheaper than China for manufacturing.
Yeah, but these are by design. These are when Trump
no, China's middle class has grown. See, China is now focusing more on.
Yeah, but
they're building their internal consumption now, so they're not relying too much. They don't want to rely too much on export. So they're investing in domestic purchasing power. They're turning into this developed economy that you guys talk about. So they won't rely on the shock in supply chain or the shock in global trade. America will not be able to bully them because now their own populace are rich enough to buy the stuff they're producing. The place is changed. It's changed rapidly.
No, because what China did was it has to go down in history as something that nations of the world we have to copy. The numbers of people that China moved out of poverty in the last I don't know how many in less than a century. It's
under 2
decades. In less than 50 years. It's
2 decades, 20 years.
Hundreds of millions of people they moved out of poverty. It is remarkable what they did in that country. It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing.
They can't do it with all this free speech, free this that you guys are talking about.
Of course, they can't do it because I remember one man. If you remember, there was a time in the UK when some Chinese guys who were picking pico, I think was in Southampton, who got drowned at the time. You know, this is not even 20 years ago. And look at China today. Its citizens, they're even talking about, these countries are talking about giving them a visa freeze to start coming to the UK and all of these countries.
They better not do that.
That is the level of transformation that we have seen in China. I remember then they used to have.
Yes, what underpins it? It is this cheap labor, mass production, churning it. You know that manufacturing has moved out of the West to China because of the Chinese formula of cheap mass cheap mass production at ignoring all of the rules of labor rights and all of that, and that's their comparative advantage. If they want to come into a more nuanced sort of economy, then they'll find competition from the Germans, the Americans, the English.
It's not one man. It's not just they'll find competition. They will crash.
Yes.
China will never move to service economy.
They have to continue to be a factory. That's just
yeah. They will never move.
No, not at the level that they started. That's what I'm trying to say. They will still produce for themselves because it's look. If you have over 1 billion people, that's a lot of people for you to even service in the first place, let alone exporting. So if for China to even provide for itself, it's still going to be a huge manufacturing base to just to look after itself alone, let alone go supplying others outside. So it has created this a huge number of a middle class. So this middle class, they have a lot of money with them now. A lot of them invested. They are now investing in the stock market.
Now. It's circular money. The money is circular money from government of China to them, to the manufacturing, to the apples of the world. China is not going to move out of manufacturing. It's going to be the point. I don't know who made the point that they want to be a service. If they turn to service economy, how are they not going to depend on extra to somebody said
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're fully moving into service economy.
Sorry, Akim. Also, somebody added that manufacturing was leaving China to Southeast Asia, but that's still Chinese. That's Chinese manufacturing investments in places like Taiwan and whichever other
Vietnam.
That's still Chinese manufacturing. Yes, that's still Chinese. Either taking advantage of their legal loopholes or international trade, whatever. But it's still Chinese.
Even these spaces, China wants to take them over. Want to take them over actually take them over. Vietnam, you will not be able to. But Taiwan, you want to. Essentially, nobody.
I think they already have, haven't they? They've taken over Taiwan already.
No. Taiwan stands on its own. If they touch Taiwan, US will go into war. But Taiwan is developed. The cheaper areas are Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia. Those are where they're taking it to. That's because labor in China is now no longer cost effective. That's why they have to now start.
It's not because
why?
It's not about the cost. It's not about the cost.
No, see. It depends on the province you go in China. If you go to like Shenzhen or whatever they call that area, that place near Hong Kong, a lot of the labor there is fully automated. So that one, they sorted that one. It's robots creating everything. But anywhere now that's needing more labor parts, Chinese salaries has gone up. The middle class has gone up. When I got to China, like how many years ago was that now? Like 6 or 7 years ago. I was expecting that I'll be seeing all this, all this Pyongyang, all these Chinese cars that we see in Nigeria. When I saw it, it was full of Mercedes-Benz, Audi, BMW, all the Western cars. I opened my mouth like, this is not what they told me about China. Because when I saw the mall, when I saw the luxury everywhere, I was expecting fugazi stuff, like fake stuff. Look at their malls. Every single Swiss wristwatch maker, including the one that you will only see in Switzerland, they're in Chinese malls. So their consuming power has gone up. So now the economy is maturing so fast that their own labor is now expensive for them, that they now have to go to Southeast Asia to go and get cheaper labor.
This is the factor of Kulata. You are the gray area there. You are the expansion of Chinese middle class is not to be confused with that Chinese is no longer, there's no cheap labor in China anymore. The middle class is
they're looking for cheaper. I said it's getting more expensive, meaning as if you're a capitalist, you still want to control your costs. It's getting more expensive, so you go to a cheaper place.
We are Chinese is 1.5 billion people, maybe more, maybe 2 billion. So you have 1.5 billion people. Even if the middle class expands, it doesn't mean the cheap labor is gone. If the middle class expands, but there is still lots of poor people. If you see a lot of Mercedes-Benz, it's not 1.5 billion Mercedes-Benz. The shift to Southeast, to all this Vietnam, all these things, this was engineered by Trump. The magic growth of China, these were engineered by the from Clinton administration, who they want from I mean, it basically went up during the Clinton administration because America had this policy. What did they call it? To bring America, they had a name for it. To bring America, to bring China to be more economically viable, so that they can influence their political space to be more like the West. So essentially, manufacturing was shifting from America. This is what developed China so rapidly because all the Western manufacturing just shifted to China. It's not like some magic formula. It's well understood what's behind China's rapid growth. It's well understood. The cheap labor is moving to South because Trump sanctioned everything coming out of China. It was a big world debate, a world issue back then. People were even thinking it would lead to World War III. So there was a heavy sanction on China. So the America elbowing of China is what moved a little bit of the manufacturing spaces more to the likes of India, the likes of Vietnam, all these things. But it doesn't mean China is not going to give up its manufacturing base. Otherwise, China is going to crumble.
I would have loved to push back on the Trump sanction, but we're in the weeds now. Let's get people back to Nigeria.
Let's go back home. Let's go back to Nigeria.
But my point, I was thinking about Lagos.
Because what we take, go back to Lagos, yes.
The point I was making about Lagos is going to develop to essentially, if anybody wants to fight for separation, the only space that will stand on its own is Lagos. Lagos is rapidly becoming its own country. It's running like its own country within Nigeria. It's going to
please add Kaduna. Add Kaduna to the list because it's rapidly getting there to Kaduna.
Oh, I don't know too much. Yeah, you might be right. I don't have too much insight into Kaduna. You might be right. I don't have too much insight. But Lagos is big. Look at the train. This train that Sanwo-Olu is inaugurating is better than the federal government train. Like from what I've seen, it's better. It's better designed. Better. Everything is just better than even the almighty federal government train that it's killing everybody or whatever, or they are kidnapping people inside of it. So Lagos is developing. That is why everybody should let Tinubu have his bragging right. There is a master design he put down. The biggest American embassy is being built in Lagos on the reclaimed
outside of the United States, so not just in Africa. It's the biggest outside of the United. That's what they said.
Yeah, in the world. No, I'm not saying in Africa.
Yes.
In the world, the biggest is being built in the reclaimed space from Barbage. If you were in Lagos before Tinubu came, when the Barbage is angry, it's crazy. Yeah, that place is crazy. It's like nothing. Even that alone, I credit Tinubu only. Victoria Island, all those inside. If you go Adeola, Deku, all these things, all those roads, internal roads of Victoria Island, Tinubu did a lot of work. Those places, Ikoyi Falomo, those axes, those places were where Tinubu focused his attention because those were the commercial nerve, the big bulk taxes, the private companies that paid the big bulk in tax. So you paid a lot of Fashola and Co. They just gained publicity building Mainland. The real money engine of Lagos. Tinubu himself built it. Victoria Island. He raised his standard. Globe will not come to his headquarters there. It was after Tinubu finished the lay down of all the Globacom. If anybody, this Coach Charlie's in the end of Adeola Deku, that place you can't pass that place when it's raining. There's no, and it's Victoria Island. Victoria Island, sometimes when it rains, you will think you are in Ajegule. Today, if you go to Victoria Island, it looks like, oh, it's normal. It's not normal. The guy did a lot of work in Lagos. If you know Tinubu, you know this election there is no competition. That the guy is the only factor. Tinubu's only problem is his health, and it's a legitimate concern because if you saw Tinubu 3 years ago and you see him now, you wonder if there is something serious really wrong with Tinubu's physical. But he says if Tinubu doesn't fall down and collapse, there is no the election is all these deals, Wike, this. Wike is needed by Tinubu to knock at Wike, Atiku and Tinubu, they are friends. So Tinubu is, if he's even trying, he wants to land a blow, but he can't, except to say, "Oh, he's ungrateful. You shouldn't run." They are
I'm not sure that they are not landing blows on each other because they are friends. But I think Atiku and Tinubu, they cannot land blows on each other because they are both guilty of the same thing. Is Atiku going to call Tinubu corrupt or too old? So it cannot with any honesty, and
I know.
It's impossible. Is Tinubu going to call Atiku corrupt? Or that is a looter? He can't, can he? No, with knowing his own antecedents. So I think they cancel each other out because they are both gangsters. That's
You're right. But Tinubu has a head. Tinubu can still wink, wink, say Atiku you are corrupt, wink, wink. But Atiku cannot under no condition.
And Atiku will immediately bring Alpha Beta out, and then they start to talk about that. So they are both criminals. It's just the thing.
But Tinubu will tell you. But Tinubu will tell you, even if he stole money, he used it to. He developed also Lego. What did the Atiku develop with all the money he stole?
Look at that. Rational mind wants to come and attack you, but don't worry, I will let him. Stay there. I want to take you to INEC next, and they've cleared the path for Wike and his group to act as they will. So I'm going to ask you this, but before you reflect on your answer, because I want to do a round robin question quickly. But this is where I'm going to take you to next. PDP expulsion of G5 governors won't affect their candidacy in 2023. So this is INEC clarifying the rules. And what they are saying is that the names are already locked in as candidates for whichever position they are vying for. And whether the party expels them or not, they'll be on the ballot for how they are registered with INEC for this electoral cycle. So that does then the potency of that threat that if we kick you out of your party, your political career ends. So reflect on that. But I want to do a quick round robin question to start from Solomon to land on Ajan Lekoko. And the simple question is, who do you think the international community wants as Nigeria's president? So Solomon, you kick that off.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah. Good morning.
This question is not it will not be very easy to answer because there are many things that are involved in it, like in the development. Like there's this saying that the day Nigeria would get better, the rest of African countries will stand up. So I don't think anybody, I don't want anybody, the international space, especially countries like America, UK, that they support. I don't think that person is competent to rule this, like has what it takes to rule this country, to be honest, because they would always want to milk this country as a whole, and they will always want Africa to be under them. But
you cannot disregard their influence, though, over our elections. You cannot disregard Western influence over our elections. But who do you think they will prefer as a president?
They will prefer. So far, the person I won't lie to you that I've seen that the international space have been close to more is Tinubu. Like the international space, organizations that have been coming around is, even though that they are just coming for just maybe for interview or that, but you don't know. But I feel like he has more relationship with them than any of the candidates.
All right, brilliant. Just to throw my own hat in the ring, I think the international community will favor Atiku for reasons that it's a Fulani man, and the Fulanis are, just through the history, they are malleable to doing deals that would disadvantage their people, so long as their interest and their pocket is lined, and that's Atiku. So I think the international community might well prefer Atiku. But But Kulata, same question to you. Who do you think the international community would like to see as the next president of Nigeria?
P2B, because
P2B.
it's gonna change everything. It's gonna just miraculously. All right, let me get serious. It depends on international. It depends on who you talk to. If you're talking about all these venture capitalist firms and all, like where for deals, probably Tinubu.
Okay, sorry. Let me add an addendum to that space. The international community, let's split it to the Western community, the West, and then China. So who do you think the West or China and China will want, or would they want the same person? So I take it from that.
China doesn't care. China, if a goat is your president, China doesn't care. China will work with you. From an international community, they would prefer someone like an Atiku, because you'll be able to keep the status quo going. So from an international government perspective, but from an international bank or financier or something, they will prefer Tinubu because of a lot of PPP deals that will happen. So it just depends on the particular audience. But China really doesn't care about whoever you are. If you are killing babies as a policy in your country, China will still work with you. China does not care.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So same question to you, Adewale. Yes, let's go with that. Let's go with Adewale. Same question to you, Adewale. Who do you think the international community would prefer as the next Nigerian president? And you may choose to split the international community to Western interest and Chinese interest.
I wouldn't speak. Well, it's obvious that the Chinese already making incursion to Africa, and they've gained ground economically and politically is what I'm not sure of, because it seems they are not dabbling into our politics, but any government in the day, they will go with it. However, speaking to the choice of the Western interest in our politics and economy, I mean, they've made it known that they're interested in not just in Nigeria, but in Africa as a whole. However, two of the candidates have already visited United States Department of State, and they spoke with the officials there. So that means they've made their intention known. However, I can't actually predict, my mind, if they will be going with any one of them. But whoever wins, even though if they have their preferred candidate, I don't think they're going to make it known, because that will generate a lot of negative comment, and I don't think it will go well for them to make that public, anyway.
All right, but you say that, but I recall that during the Goodluck Jonathan versus Buhari space. The internet, there was no equivocation. Even the king of Morocco was campaigning for Buhari. Obama have actually told Goodluck Jonathan to just get out of that office. The whole of the international, not the whole, but the international community interest was quite clear in that space. Goodluck Jonathan versus Buhari.
What happens during that time was it was obvious the moment United States refused to sell ammunition to the government of Jonathan, President Jonathan. It was clear, the handwriting was on the wall, that United States is not backing President Jonathan. And however, on the eve of the election, Secretary Perry, the Secretary of the State's Department, visited Nigeria, just to show solidarity and also to advise the candidate to think about it and make sure that democracy is deepened in Nigeria, not just Nigeria, but in entire Africa and all that. It was already that visit alone
shows that American have interest, not just in the politics, but in every areas of Nigeria. They have interest, but then they didn't make it, so obvious, to the point that the entire global will now see it as they actually taking side, but they show that they have interest in one Nigeria, and in unity. They believe that their country will benefit more than to have a country that is, imploding and all that. So it's a known fact that Americans have interest. The same thing with the countries in Europe; they have interest in making sure Nigeria remain one entity. However, their influences indirectly, some ways, also have some negative impacts in Nigeria, and it's a known fact that most of the time, now that Nigeria is focusing on Asian countries, especially in China, for financial assistance and all that. I'm not sure their negotiation agreement, but it seems because it doesn't seem that China is dabbling in our politics, but it seems that they are gaining more ground in terms of financial investment in Nigeria, and that is even more greater than political investment. Because if you're owing me money, then there's no way I will not be able to control you. So, and the investment are not just short term; they are long term investment. So, to me, Western world also, I think what the Western world is trying to do is not to be fully immersed in African affair or Nigerian affair. Let me put it that way, because it will seem that they are controlling everything that happens in Africa by allowing China to come into the continent, Nigeria and Ghana and the rest of. I think they make more inroad into the south, the Western Africa than some other part of Africa. So it's like it's for grab. Whichever way, any way they're able to gain is for grab, and they want to make use of the opportunity. So to me, it's a known fact that the Western world also they control what happens in Africa, and the China is trying to have part of the cake. That's the way I see it.
All right, thank you, thank you, Wale. So thank you, Wale. So let's move the question on. And
one man,
yes.
please. If I could just throw something to what Adewale said. The 2015 election.
No, I'm coming to you. It's a round robin question, so everybody gets to answer it. Yeah. So let me go to World Peace. World Peace, you're up next. So if the international community were to have a candidate in this election, who would it be? And you may choose to divide rather the international community to Western interest and Chinese. World Peace. All right, we don't appear to have World Peace. Thomas.
Thank you, one man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, happy New Year in advance to you guys. What I think is Atiku and Tinubu, and I will set the example. Atiku have said he's going to sell Nigeria to his friend, so they have more interest in his presidency, and Tinubu in extension as well, because at least we know how he attracts foreign investors in Lagos State. Lagos State is who is working, trying to work today. But it's not that some people that is shouting consumption to production. They can't even point to one company that are the set up in that same country or Nigeria. So I will say both of them, but Peter Obi, I don't think anybody take him serious. That is my submission.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So which joke you they take laugh, Solomon? Because I never quite know you. This guy, you
Now,
have your
Mr.
own.
Thomas, the guy they crack me up for this your program. The way they
eh,
enter obedient. They
No,
give them
not the way we talk about. He will find a way to be obedient. Even if we are talking about how to make bread, he will find a way to be obedient. If you say, how do you make bread, Thomas? He'll say, well, you put yeast and flour and then some butter, not like the obedient who will add milk,
They
or
give them
something. You cannot escape it. But there it is. So same question to you, Fatai. The Western interest, who does it pan towards? China, the West?
Well, China has become the world's confidence machine. China doesn't care whoever becomes the president or whoever becomes any. They have their game on anyone. They believe they have so much confidence. Whoever you bring, they will do. They don't worry about all these things. They have their cards for each one of them. They have their cards. It doesn't matter. They will play their game. Whether it's Tinubu, whether it's anybody, they will play their game. China will be fine. The real question is the West. The West, their number one candidate was Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo was the West number one candidate. And because I mean, if you look also so many of Oshibanjo's trips during anyway, especially in the second term, it's too much of this climate change. He likes to be professorial, and professorial people, the West know how to game them out. So the West loved Oshibanjo. After Oshibanjo didn't get it, the West doesn't like Tinubu at all. Actually, they don't want Tinubu to be president because Tinubu gets it.
Yes, sorry. Let me pause you only to agree with you. When Tinubu was speaking about that climate change thing at the Arewa Consultative Forum interaction, I thought he made a mistake to open up as much as he did because the West would have taken note. But yes, because like you said, they know he knows, and they don't want anybody that knows in there. Yeah.
Look, brother, Tinubu was part of the team, the audit team. I think it was working, whether it's Mobile or whether it's Deloitte or whatever, was part of the team that designed. I mean, I'm not saying he designed, it was just part of them. Aramco. Tinubu gets it. Tinubu understand the way that thing he said. Tinubu also intentionally said it. He knows. There was the last time Tinubu was giving a speech with some business community in Lagos. He said it by himself. He said, I don't want to talk too much because I want to be president. Even in that Arewa space, so he said, look, I know that you journalists, you want me to talk more, but I will not give you more. He knows, but he had to put in that punchline. Like it's going to be a new game in town, and that's it. It's still.
But was it a mistake for him to have put that line in? Is the question.
No, it's not a mistake because it's not a mistake.
Should they not just have played dumb until because they don't want to think. It doesn't want people to be starting to think that he's clever. Does he?
No, the thing is that this issue is also divisive in the world stage. There's not 100% consensus. Like you're not going to talk climate change and ask China to close down all its factories. It's not going to work. So China is not going along. You understand? Even all the meetings they have, COP 23, COP 27, they are always pledging money, but they are not giving the money. So that's why Tinubu is saying, look, we are not going to destroy our economy on some pie in the sky promise. Like Sri Lanka did this thing. Sri Lanka adopted this, like something they call it, when you take this climate change, this thing, then you have to implement a new economic policy. Sri Lanka went into recession. That was, I think, last year or 2 years ago. There was riot, like incredible, not one day riot, maybe last day, maybe month on the street. Everybody, the economy went down. So that's what Tinubu is saying. Actually, Tinubu wanted to get in the punchline. I am not against the climate because it's not conclusive. The climate change agenda is not conclusive on the solution. it's like we know the problem, but we don't know the solution. Is the issue. So Tinubu is saying, look, fine, if you want us to deal, if you give us financial guarantee, then it's not like we promise $100 billion. It's not a promise. If there is if there is concrete financial guarantee for our system, we would think about it. I'm not against it, but I need to see concrete stuff. This is I think this is the message we was trying to get along. Without anything concrete, there is no. We will have to be careful. And he says this thing also because also it's not like 100% consensus around the world. The West they're totally on board, but the likes of China, the likes of Russia. If you see also the game also, is playing this one. You say it will take the gas to Europe. If you take the gas to Europe, it's like you are competing with Russia. So all these things are factors. At the same time, also Russia also doesn't like climate change. This is a multiple factor. It's a multiple factor game. But certainly they would prefer not to have to. That's why when they give that security alert, the whole of even the UK, many Western countries, they start moving now. You would think like Nigeria was going to be a 9/11 in Nigeria the next day. They don't want the administration to continue. Even when Buhari signed the deal with this Tucano jet, he signed it with Trump. They almost didn't want to go through with giving us the weapons. Buhari also gets it to some extent. Or just that Buhari was a soldier, he didn't study audit, he didn't know anything about economy or
Sorry, can I interject about that Tucano jet? Everything. Why they did not? Some people were pressing charge against that U.S. releasing that Tucano's jet to Nigeria because the propaganda or whatever they say about because Buhari is a Fulani man and them sponsoring terrorism and all those kind of things, that they will use it, it will enhance them in terrorizing Nigeria and in the what they call ethnic cleansing that they are doing. So it was part of the reasons why they did not release that thing at first.
No, they did not release okay, this is the story they gave. The story they gave is like human rights concern. They don't want to give powerful weapons to a country that nobody can understand that if it actually gets the human rights implication. So they will give us a Tucano jet now, and some Malam will ask the soldiers to fly it into Lagos and to bomb people in domestically. Before it was even started operation, Nigeria had to pass laws that guides the operation of the Tucano. You have to first define.
I don't think they fly those jets without American approval. And what we heard was that they restricted it to fighting insurgencies in the northeast. So you cannot use it to go and be bombing Anambra to say you are fighting IPOB.
This is the point I'm going. This is the point this is angle they were coming from. Yeah, you're right, one man. There is some deals about how the operational guide of the Tucano. But all these things, these are not a reason to hold it. They could still have given us early enough and give these restrictions. This is an agreement. They will negotiate how to use it. That's not
there's an act in the U.S. Senate, Lee Act. It was Lee Act preventing U.S. from selling us some human rights conditions and all that stuff that they dinged Nigeria on. So they didn't sell it to us initially.
No,
and also when they sold it, they also barred it to the northeast.
This is not recently. The Lee Act is not specifically about the Tucano. It was even until now.
It's about defense in general.
In general,
because they did not support. They didn't sell. They didn't quickly sell machinery, guns. I mean, guns, whatever weapons to us. Because of that.
But Trump already went around this Lee Act to sign with Buhari the Tucano.
No, this was I'm talking about under Jonathan. That the one of the how they stifled Jonathan. Jonathan could not buy.
Yeah, no, they
from
weren't
America.
going to. No, you are.
But
right.
it's curious that they will try to stymie Goodluck Jonathan with a human rights clause and sell it to coup plotter, ex Biafra war hardened.
No.
Fundamentalists like Buhari.
It is Trump that did this. It is Trump that sold it to Buhari. You know, Trump is all about the money. Trump wants to make money. You want to buy a jet? We have the brain to do it for you or whatever. We can close it. You know, Trump is all about the deal.
Yeah, you're right. It's under Trump administration that they eventually sold it.
Trump is about the deal. If Trump didn't sign it, we would not have it. Even to
if it was Obama still in office, Boko Haram
Obama, they will not sell it. Nobody, they will not sell it. They will be holding on to the latest act, or whatever. They will not sell it. It was Trump.
If I can come in, please. I think the past of the APC came back to haunt them. Let's not forget where all these things started. Before the Leahy Act came by, it was the constant accusation from the APCs that Goodluck Jonathan was going against human rights in Nigeria. We all know that Jonathan at that time was fighting the insurgency in the north. And what did Buhari say? Buhari said that that Jonathan was decimating the population of the north while fighting Boko Haram. Now came the Leahy Act. Another thing that played part in the Leahy Act, apart from the defense thing, because Jonathan was, and during the Jonathan time, we had the issue of the gay right marriage, where it was stipulated that it was recommended that 14-year sentence should be given to any person found, in the act. Jonathan signed that paper. So there was many things that were going against Jonathan, but in this particular Leahy Act, the thing that really led to it was the accusation from the APC. Unfortunately, sometimes when you put up these laws in the United States, it takes time to it takes another committee after committee after committee for that act to for them to subpoena on that act. When Trump came in with this idea of, look, go in there and do your job, make money for the country. So he was the one that made sure that the Tucano jet was sold to Nigeria. But even 2 years or a year or 2 years into Biden's administration, I'm still surprised that Leahy Act is still there to prevent Nigeria from getting the required weapons, to fight insurgency. Which brings us to the fact: is the United States actually supporting our fight against the insurgency, or they want it to go on?
The Leahy Act is not especially particularly geared towards Nigeria. It's towards countries whose defense structures have a heavy history of violating human rights.
That's what I'm saying. That we tick all those numerations that was given as a result of that act. So if we tick all those, it means that act will still work against us. That is the point that I'm talking about. I'm still surprised they're still holding us against that act up to today. That is the point.
No, you are right. Except for one point, I don't understand the linkage. Why you link it to APC? The Leahy Act has been
leave that rhetorical. Round off that space of who you think the West will favor, because I want to push the question.
So China doesn't care. The West preferred Ochibanjo. They couldn't get Ochibanjo. They are just dangling between Peter Obi and Atiku. They naturally would prefer Atiku because they can make a deal with Atiku. Never mind all it. But Atiku is hard to sell to Nigeria. And so they are having a roadblock there. Because with Atiku, I don't know. The subsidy will continue. You know, even it will just tell us that he removed subsidy, but it will continue. They will find a story to tell to sell to us about remove, but there will not be any removal of subsidy. Article is very yeah, it's almost like he's an insecure person. He just gives away the house for I don't know to whoever I don't know sell all the he wants to sell all the refineries. Are you joking me now? Who is going to buy the refinery? The West and the big boys in Nigeria. So, but Peter Obi is malleable. The West also is looking at Peter Obi, you know, like he's malleable because Peter Obi. I mean, I don't mean to be derisive. Peter Obi is still a neophyte in politics. They can quickly, they can game him out. They can. Peter Obi wants to. If Peter Obi becomes president, the first thing is fighting for his legitimacy to have his foot on ground. He will make any deal to look good to Nigerians. So they will take advantage of him very, very easily.
Yeah, so it's too naive. It's too naive.
I don't say that derisively. It's practically
no, it's not derisive. It's factual. He is too naive at the presidential level of functioning. Is a neophyte. Yeah.
He's a neophyte. If he gets in, he will be learning. He will be learning. It will not be a transformative leader. It will,
and it's not cute enough or astute enough either. It's not cute. It's not cute or astute enough. It's not cute enough or astute. The place is too big. The job is too big for him. It's and there is nothing tribal or hatred in that. It's just the job is too big for him.
No, we
all know that now. We know.
We are talking about.
Mama, you can speak for yourself. You can speak for yourself. You can say we. You can say we. You can say we.
Hold on.
Yes, I'm listening.
Joel of Nashville, in the innermost recesses of your mind, you know that the job is too big for him. You know.
No, don't say. If it's too big for Obi, then it's too big for Tinubu. What makes Tinubu?
It's not too big for Tinubu, and it's not too big for Atiku.
Excuse me. After Tinubu finished his tenure as the governor of Lagos State, what other position has he held?
Don't worry about all that. We're talking about gravitas. We're talking about presence. We're talking about broad global views.
The only thing Tinubu has
We're talking about antecedents. We're talking about pedigree.
The only thing that Tinubu has succeeded in doing is using the money of Lagos State to buy up structures in every part of the country. That is the thing that you keep running away from. One man, he has used this money to buy up the structures in Nigeria.
I knew I shouldn't have said that, but
but that's what it has come to be, right? So, but tell me, what other thing makes him experienced than a Peter Obi or an Atiku? Tell me one thing that he manages Lagos State.
No.
All right, let me move the round robin question on. Say a few more words for Tai, and then I'll move it on. I'm coming towards you, Joel of Nashville. Say a few more words for Tai, and then I'll move on.
I would just have said nothing except if Joel, sorry brother, what you said. I mean, there are many reasons why Tinubu is, but there is also one thing for which everybody seems to be elbowing Tinubu over. Tinubu, of all these people, is only one guy who has won big international organization like the FBI or whatever. All these drug case they are talking about, whatever they went to him, he won. He takes his money, 1.4. They gave him 1 million. They take for 400 million. For whatever happened, we will never know. The story became hearsay. They say, you say. He dealt with they know him. They know Tinubu. Tinubu knows them because he dealt with them. It's not only he deal whatever. They have he went up against them.
He is a drug lord. If you have a good lawyer, you can always beat some cases in the United States. So he's a drug lord. We know this. The address were traced to him. So let's leave it at that. He went to court and he was able to win. So we leave it at that.
No, Fatai, don't, because Joe
No,
will not let you have the last word.
I'll just finish
yeah,
up here.
go.
So they traced the address to him, and that makes him a drug lord. Even the America themselves, they know the story is incoherent. That is why they couldn't move on. As a matter of
He is
fact,
complicit. Let's not be fooled.
There is no
He is
complicity.
complicit. He is
Complicity in what?
complicit. He is
Complicity in what?
complicit. No, he is complicit. I mean,
In what?
2 addresses. Come on now. With how many accounts?
All right, Joel and
Before
all right. Sorry, Fatai, settle down. If you open up that space, we'll be there for 1 hour. Anybody else can. We've been in that space before. That's why I'm trying to. Let me go from you to the progressives. But before I go on from you still have the floor because we were meant to be doing a round robin question. But before I go on from you, I've just held on to this comment because this is a rite of passage comment for you, Fatai. This is a rite of passage comment from you, and it's coming from Rational Mind. It says, where is this German-sounding Yoruba man called Fatai getting all his stories about Tinubu from? So hold it there. I'm saying it's a rite of passage comment from you, and it doesn't stop. It goes on again. This is still Rational Mind. It says, did you guys just hear our German-sounding Yoruba guy saying a law was passed in Nigeria just so the Air Force could fly Super Tucano? Dude, what planet are you from? So I say it's a rite of passage space for you. Because the people that have long and deep in this space, they know that if somebody that sounds clever comes on, it rankles Rational Mind. So it's a backhanded compliment, because he's intimidated by clever people. So
actually,
that's
those are very good questions, actually.
No, that's Rational Mind. Just anytime somebody clever comes on, it jars. I don't know. I would say it intimidates Rational Mind. So that's it. Being intimidated, that's it. Often is. But there it is. So thank you, Fatai. Hold steady. Let's go from you to the progressive. So Akim, are you there? All right, we don't appear to have Akim for the moment. He usually takes a nap in between the sessions. So let's go on from Akim. Where? No, I didn't intend to do that. I thought we had enigmatic just now. So let's go on from Akim to let's go to Ajanle Koko, who I suspect may still be busy with something or the other. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So the round robin question we were throwing around is, who do you think the Western interest would want to be the next president of Nigeria? And do you think the Chinese would agree with whoever the Western interest feels should take that post?
One man. American international relation is based on a philosophy of no permanent friends, no permanent enemy, but permanent interest. And in view of that fact, I think if Buhari has served the interests of American well, they will look up to Buhari to recommend whoever, to recommend among these people who can continue that legacy of protecting American interests. If Tinubu happen to be the person that is likely to win, they will want Buhari to sit him down and then, tell him what he has done to protect the interests of America, and wish Tinubu can continue. And if it is Atiku that is looking good to be the next president, they would like him to sit him down and continue protecting that interest. However, we have some other power that be in Nigeria that could as well influence America on who that can satisfy that interest and the interest of Nigeria, their interest and the influence of Nigerian state, particularly this time that Nigeria is so shaky in terms of the unity in diversity. So many things is not going right. Who is that person that can bring Nigeria together and that will bring Nigeria together and avoid that politics of division along tribal, religious line and all those politics of divisive politics. So it's going to be very tough for America itself, and as well for in choosing a particular person. So they will have to listen to the power that be in Nigeria that can help them to influence whoever that is looking good to become the next president in order to protect their own interests. I think that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. And finally to you, Joel of Nashville. Who do you think Western interests would want that to be the next Nigerian president? Joel of Nashville.
Well, one man, by the way, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. Like, share, and subscribe.
Good day.
I will say this: I don't really care who the West endorsed. Let me take you guys back a little bit to what happened before Buhari came into power. I wanted to say something like, towards what Adewale, stated earlier. We forget that the 19 state governors were invited by Obama to Washington. When John Kerry came to Nigeria, he had a meeting with the 19 state governors, and even still went to see, what's his name? The Sultan of Sokoto. The picture was so symbolic. Everybody knew where the Americans stood. So, and that is why till today, I never forgave Obama for helping to bring Buhari into power. So for the West, it's going to be about interest. It's always going to be about interest. For we, it's going to be about good governance. What is going to work for us as a nation is what is going to be paramount. Whatever interest anyone has is theirs. What is paramount should be paramount to us as a nation is who is going to move us forward. So it is good governance versus interest. So, but coming to the question, China would always work with you. In the last 10 years or so, China have made tremendous investment into Africa. So whoever comes in, China does not care. And I mean, if you understood the politics of the last meeting the United States had with African leaders, they were trying to play a catch-up because they knew that China has already infiltrated Africa. Why they were there painting Africa as a place where people cannot eat, people are hungry. Chinese empower their citizens to go into Africa, make investments. And that is what we are talking about. Who is going to give us what we want? Even though those Chinese contracts can be, stated against us, but I mean, for crying out loud, who gave us in the first place? Nobody. So, coming to the United States and the West, I think they're going to endorse an Atiku. And the reason being that he is from the north. The North has always had this, they always had this permanent loyalty. They've always relied on the West, in times of power. And when they get into power, they tend to, align, with the interest of the West. Except for some religious, maybe religious or social things going on. Probably they might disagree on those. But when it comes to the economy of the country, they don't really care. They make sure that their interest is served, so that in turn they can get the required. So for the United States, for instance, I don't think the party really matters to them. So if Atiku is going to be is a Fulani man, they may likely and tilt towards Atiku. And let's not forget what Wike said in his address today, when he was saying that when he said that some APC governors were visiting Atiku in Dubai. So let's wait and see what is going to happen in 2023. It's going to remain. It remains interesting. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Joel of Nashville. So that same question finally to Enigmatic before we go on back to Fatai. So Enigmatic, hopefully you heard the question. We were asking, where would Western interest most like the presidency of Nigeria to go to? Who would they feel most comfortable being the president of Nigeria? And would the Chinese interest concur with that choice? Enigmatic Hondi. On mute.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and then compliments of the season to every family. Yeah. So, when you study the politics of the West, we may basically speculate that they will be tilting towards a certain candidate or a certain section of the country, but we may be wrong. It's quite debatable, though. But if I won't be saying what basically I know. I'll just say it. I'll just use it as my opinion, so that people will not say, okay, how do I know, or stuff like that. But the West, they are tilting towards the South. They are quite aware of Nigeria's political system and the situation going on in Nigeria. So they have envoys in Nigeria. They have personalities in Nigeria. They have representatives at the highest level, the ambassadors and everybody. And they know the current Nigeria president. They know where he is from, and they know where Atiku, who is equally a leading candidate in this election, actually comes from. So, and they know what power rotation means in Nigeria. So basically, they will be tilting toward the Southern presidential agenda. So within the Southern presidential agenda now, to narrow it down subjectively to where it will go, we are between, let me say, the two leading candidates from the South, from the Southern part. We're talking about the...
is that Showore and Tinubu?
No, sure.
Okay,
No.
all right.
There is, of course, it's gonna be the Labour Party's candidate, and then Tinubu, because he has a whole region behind him, and then that basically puts him ahead of any of those guys in the fringe political parties. So basically, they will be looking towards the Tinubu and Peter Obi. So basically, and then when you narrow it down to probably how they want to take their side, then they could be taking their side by saying, okay, who has this or that, but I believe they wouldn't be going that for now. They will just base it theoretically on the on that premise of it should go to the south, and these are the two leading candidates from the south, and then whoever actually emerges as the president is a win-win for the country. So that's basically how they will think about it. Because I've had that I've had experiences in the past where situations like this occur. The US, one thing that is very clear, the US and all these leading nations, they follow international politics. And when you're talking about Nigeria is not just a nation. You have to understand the fact that Nigeria has the credence of being the most populous black nation in the world, and then it's one of, if not the most, I think one of the best economies in Africa, right? So, and America is very
certainly the largest economy, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, and they are very entrenched in Nigeria's situation and what goes on in Nigeria. So basically, they are very aware and they are very conversant with Nigeria's political system. So they are watching keenly about this election process. So they will basically be looking for the candidates or focus on their attention on the candidate from the southern part of Nigeria. So who wins it now within the recesses of behind the scene? Of course, they will probably say, okay, this is probably likely going to be the next president, but diplomatically they wouldn't come out to say that. But that's basically how it will work out, pan out generally.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So back to you, Fatai. So Fatai, to that space, then the INEC reacquainting the political space with the rules, expelling the PDP governors would not affect their candidature in the upcoming election. So give us a brief commentary on that, and then we'll move on.
So just before I go into that, I just want to say that the person that the West definitely does not want is Showore. They don't want somebody that will go and print all their secrets in Sahara Desert, in Sahara Reporter.
No, that guy is his own worst enemy anyway. He
will go and print everything is secret. You can't be talking all the secrets in the open. Actually, what INEC said is basically, I mean, they've been saying these things a long time. PDP doesn't have anything over the G5. I don't think they're trying to say it to stick it to PDP or anything, but that is just like a basic fact. The INEC, because the way INEC operates now, I think the reform they did in INEC is basically an idea taken out of this blockchain mentality. This double verification, multiple verification sources. So you cannot withdraw or you cannot remove anybody's name from the portal. Even INEC cannot even do it by itself. Apart from like that, I think there is a deadline. Even apart from that, because if you want to, same thing also what happened to with the Labour Party's DG. Is the chairman of the party that they generate a passcode for the chairman of the party, one-time passcode to remove or add the name. But in order to generate this passcode also, the party needs to provide INEC with some affidavits, this. So it's like a double check. The INEC doesn't. So when the party fulfills the requirements of INEC, then INEC generates the passcode. Or if it's by court instruction, then INEC generates one-time passcode for the chairman to add the name. And if the chairman puts a name that does not match with INEC's procedure, they will not display, that candidate will not be put on the ballot. The name will be there in the portal, but it will be blocked, it will be shown. So they have
you're talking about immutability. That's the because you're talking about the sort of immutability that you have.
So basically nobody has power. Basically nobody has power, because if the verification is wrong in one of the multiple places, then it will become invalid. It's also what they do with also with the beavers. So there is a verification level on the beavers, on the tally of the beavers, and also there is verification level in the voting itself. So with the two tallies, then we have a game. If the two don't tally, we don't have a game. So nobody can go. IU cannot just remove. What they will do is they will not support them with money to run the election. Their name will be there. There's nothing they can do. The Labour Party's DG also, his name will be in the election. He will be in the election. They can even win.
That's Akin
Yeah. If he wants to remove his name, he has to do some affidavit or whatever. They have some requirement. Then, if the INEC is satisfied, then INEC will generate a one-time passcode to the chairman, who will then go in, log in and remove or change or whatever. But there is a personal, like also there is a personal. The person has to. They have to make sure that it's not under duress, the affidavit, and then there is a signed handwritten letter or handwritten something, whatever. They have all this. This guy Okowa, the INEC legal person, there was one time he was explaining all this stuff on the either Arise or channel. He was explaining all these things. So they have this multiple checking layer that automatic. There's nothing INEC can do. There's nothing the party can do. The both sides must align. Then the thing will take its course. So there's nothing INEC can do. INEC cannot remove IU's or Tom's name from the ballot. IU cannot remove it. INEC cannot remove it. So it is what it is. There's not PDP does not have this. I mean, if you have something, you don't scream. These are empty barrel threats.
But if expelling them from the party does not have the desired impact, then that gives all of the powers to the G5 governors.
But how are they going to expel them, though? You are not you can.
There's grounds to even suspend and even expel, because the cardinal sin in party politics is going against the party. That's the cardinal sin, is it not?
But no. My point is this: I think expulsion comes from the word. It doesn't come from the NEC, from the is it NEC or NNW, National Working. Those ones they can suspend. They can suspend. They cannot expel. I stand to be corrected, but I think your expulsion comes from the word. You have to play the game of the word to suspend somebody. But it's Secondus was suspended from the word. Whoever you be suspended from the word. This is what the Ogun State Labour Party was trying to do with Okukwe. You are suspended from the word. The national whatever, they can suspend you. You will not participate or whatever, but they cannot expel you. They cannot expel them out of PDP. They can only remove their match. They will not support them. But this G5 don't care about their support anyway, because the support is a mirage. They have to demonstrate to the G5 that the money made from primary is still there. If the money this is what's delaying everything, because they want to see that at least substantial part of the money is there. Wike on his own, he has the feeling or he has the evidence, who knows? But he's saying that the money is no longer there. So it doesn't even matter. Even if they come and join PDP, there is no money for them to run the election. They have to go and generate their own money. They have to generate the infrastructure. So there is nothing for PDP to suspend them over. The only problem they are having is to tie the deals around with I think the deals are getting a little bit complicated between them and APC and with Tinubu, and they will find a way to solve. But the only thing I know that I have a good feeling about is that Tinubu wants Wike to knock out Atiku. The other one, they are like here and there, the Autumn, the other G5 group. It's not even about the vote. The votes are the votes are what they are going to be, what they are going to be. But Tinubu needs, because Atiku is PDP is still a serious machine. They have candidates all over the place, because these are really what wins the president election. The candidate down the ballot. Those are the ones that will go to the grassroots. Nobody wants the Senate candidate. Doesn't want all the Senate and House of Rep in the North. They don't want to lose the election. They are going to fight, and because the elections are by party, when you go, your ballot paper is looking at your party, and in very in very exceptional cases, you find people who go into the ballot paper, they vote for one party here, House of Rep, PDP, Senate PDP, President APC, or House of Rep PDP, Senate APC, President Labour Party. No, people usually most people go in, they just vote. If they are going to vote APC, they vote APC. They are going to vote maybe 20% of the electorate as are making this differentiation. They go in there and vote. And this is what Wike is hiring 200,000 people with him assistants to do this job. So Atiku is not out. So Tinubu wants Wike to help him knock Atiku out because he can't do it directly, apparently.
All right, brilliant. Well said. Brilliant. Well said. So let's sequence it a little bit. We go to Thomas and then go on from Thomas to Adewale, come to Ajanle Koko, and then we'll check again to see if Akim has woken up yet. But you're up next, Thomas. And let me take you then to the hot burning topic of the day, the endorsement near enough as makes no difference of Tinubu by the G5 governors. So they've had yet the opted meeting with the Tinubu space in London, and it looks as though whatever needed to be ironed out has been ironed out, and the whole of the political space is of the understanding that the J5 are going to park their support with Tinubu. But the questions are, did they really have a choice outside of Tinubu since they've made up their mind not to back Atiku? Did they really have a choice outside of Tinubu? So is it really they're adopting Tinubu by default? That's one. But then, of course, is there universality in that endorsement of Tinubu? Because we've been hearing their individual body language politics and very frontally, or Tom has near but in actual utterances of the words leaned towards Peter Obi. So are we expecting them to be universal as a group in their endorsement of one person? And then what do you think that this permutates when that announcement is made to the political space? Do you think as soon as Wike straddles the rostrum to announce that he and his group are endorsing Tinubu, that from that moment on, the reference should now be Tinubu president-elect? So what are you then making then of that G5 space that is about to reach its crescendo?
Oh, thank you, one man. Good evening once again. Then Happy New Year in Arias. We're already in the 31st, preparing for church in the evening. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So
we're in the
back to
31st too. You're not in the first yet, but you're still.
Yeah, we are in 31st. Yeah, we're preparing for church.
Yeah, you're still in December, but yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Yes. To the politics. One man. I will not deceive you. Anybody that have brain, we go with Tinubu. Even I'm talking of the G5, because they have many things to protect. And don't let us forget this. Their preferred candidate is the presidency to come to the south. But who are the two southern frontrunners? They are Tinubu and Peter Obi. I would not like to, if I'm the person, I would not like to go with the loser. I would rather go with the winner. And the person that I knew that his chances is very robust, which is the Jagaba of Lagos. So it doesn't caught me unaware if they support Tinubu. But there's some people are still contemplating that maybe is a fake news, is a this, is a that, is it that. But in my opinion, I thought it doesn't make sense for them to come out frontally to announce Tinubu as their preferred candidate. I would rather like them to do it secretly, work for Tinubu secretly, and tear down the Atiku camp. So that is what I think they should do. I don't think they should come out frontally to endorse Tinubu, in my opinion. And I listened to one of the PDP spokesperson, maybe Don Pedro or something, on with Sheon in channels. He's been talking about maybe they are going to expel the G5 governors, that is even daring them that they should go and endorse Tinubu, and they will see the repercussion. So the threat is already on ground for the 5 of them. So I don't think, in a normal sense, I don't think they should come out to endorse Tinubu, but they can just do it undergroundly, and in the presidency, they work for Tinubu, and all of them will go for their own party candidate in their respective state. I think that would be much better. But it doesn't caught me in surprise or caught me unaware. It's the handwriting is on the wall. They will actually endorse Tinubu. Some people, they say they want to endorse Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not going to win election. Why are they going to endorse him? Tinubu has the robust chance, and Atiku, and we know Atiku, the problem is on ground. There's no go area for Atiku for that G5. So if there's no go area for Atiku, who else they will want to strike deal with? Who else? So I don't. There's no equivocation. They will be going with Tinubu, but I don't like them to come out frontally to announce who they are backing, in my opinion.
But that would be good for the politics, though. That would be good for the landscape, would it not?
Is that not inter-party, or what they call it? Working against your party.
Anti-party.
They may use it. Anti-party, yes. Sorry, thank you. They may use it against them. I told you about the spokesman of PDP now threatening on TV that they will, if they will see the repercussion if they do that. It's even daring them that they can't do that. So to me, no, they won't come out. To me, it doesn't make sense for them to come out to support Tinubu. They should just work for him codedly, secretly. Then one man. What is Peter Obi wants to give them? What is on the table? And you know, politics is about give and take. It's about their interest first, then maybe Nigerian third or even fourth. And even maybe they don't even care about Nigerians. So what is Peter Obi going to offer them? If they say he's not going to win the election, we know that. I don't deceive myself. The SDB guy is my candidate, but I know he can't win election for now. Showore in extension, they can't win election. These two big juggernaut party, they will still clinch the ticket. Come day, come shine. Woman, the day PDP chose their primaries, their candidate, APC chose their candidate, both of them have 50-50 chance to become the president of Nigeria. There's no doubt about that. All these brouhaha shouting all the place, it's not going to work in Nigerian politics, which I know it's not going to work. So G5, they will probably go with Tinubu, in my opinion. Mama.
Oh, all right, brilliant, Thomas. So, Thomas, you said you saw somebody on television threatening repercussions, but the worst that can happen will be for them to be expelled from the party. But even if they are expelled from the parties, that does not strike them off the ballots in 2023. And if they expel them from the party and PDP loses, which there's a good chance that they might. If PDP lose the election, it wouldn't really matter that they were expelled, because as soon as the elections are over, Ayu is gone, Atiku is gone, Tambuwal is gone, and Wike and his group will come back to take complete control of that party.
Excellent submission. So even if they expel them, it doesn't change anything. I think 3 of the governors are going to the Senate, isn't it? I think it's only Wike that is not going. And Seyi Makinde too is vying for the second post. So it doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't change anything, in my opinion. But, you know, party can expel you, but they can't remove their name from the INEC register. That is deal. That is sealed and done. So, but the guy will still threaten one man. No, PDP, they are not happy with this 5G. Don't let us deceive ourselves. They are not happy with them because they are spoiling the chances of Atiku being the president. And you know Peter Obi movement is in one corner. That one is even the biggest nightmare for the PDP. And the G52 they are doing their own at the side as well. So that 2 factor, forget about anything PDP, one man. I'll say this every time. there is no opposition in this coming election, APC will become your president. Because do you see any opposition, Wama?
There is opposition, not so much from Atiku, but perhaps from Peter Obi, and it's only really around the optics that surrounds Peter Obi. And all of Peter Obi has been dominating the media space in Nigeria pretty much since he announced his intention to be president, and he has held that topmost space in social media, mainstream media, and public consciousness for all of his campaign period. So you have to give consideration to if that might or might not translate at the ballot. Because if all of these are hoo-ha that we're hearing around Obi's name, if it translates at the ballot, it might or might not give him victory, but it will certainly change the political trajectory of Nigeria.
That doesn't mean anything. All this trajectory, forget about it. The only opposition, yes, please.
Yeah, you wanted to ask if you were delusional the other time, right?
Enigmatic, my brother. If I tell you, Adewale, the SDB guy is going to win an election in Nigeria, I am delusional. I am putting it to myself now. I am delusional. I will not be delusional. I will not be among the people deluded. No. So I don't deceive myself. Never. I will never deceive. The only opposition now, one man, is Tinubu's head. There's nothing else.
Brother,
there is no.
Brother,
yes, please. Yeah.
Can I just second you? Actually, my favorite person in this election is Prince. What's his name? Adebowale. I think he's the most coherent of all of them. If you listen to him speak, he's a very intelligent person. He doesn't have the stature like but he's very. If I could choose in my fairy tale world, I would probably choose him. But the reality is it's more coherent than Chowere. Chowere also is brilliant, but if you listen to Adewale, when he's speaking, you can actually draw a pattern out of what he's saying. What he's talking about goes round, you know.
But he has he has a thick set Yoruba accent, though. You know, like he's doing He's not German like you, according to
yeah. Let me second you, and his worldview as well, very wide. There is no question you ask this guy. He will tell you something about it, a tangible and concrete point. His worldview is the guy. His worldview is excellent. So, but I can't be delusional, telling myself the guy is going to win election. No, never. Back to Tinubu and the opposition party. One man, we are deliberating. Only opposition party today is Tinubu's head. There is nothing on the paper, on ground now. It's about Tinubu's health. That is what the Obedience and the Labour Party, they are lashing on. There's nothing else. That's why I said there is no opposition. Do you see Atiku campaigning? No. Peter will be 500 people. Some even instance, some people will not even turn up for the campaign. And you say there is opposition. Where is the opposition from? There is none. APC will clinch the ticket. APC is going to clinch the ticket. Their chances is very robust. Don't let us deceive ourselves. You may not like what I'm saying. I'm not APC person, but this is the reality on ground. I'm a realistic person. I talk to reality. I don't delude myself. So there is no opposition in this election, Mama. The only opposition that can come out is PDP. And the obedience problem and the G5 problem, he has scattered everything for PDP. So there's no equivocation, Mama. There is no opposition in this election. All these tsunami, landslide, we will see now. God will spare our life. February is just around the corner. We will see. So don't let us deceive ourselves. The G5 we actually go with Tinubu, in my opinion, because Tinubu has the more chances and robust chances to win the election. That is my submission.
All right, brilliant. And finally, Thomas, to this space, the contract has now been a winner has been announced in the bid. The contract now signed. Work to start immediately. The 4th Mainland Bridge. Is this now that last piece that propels Lagos State into an international city? A 4th Mainland Bridge, a game changer, would you say?
One man, I told you when I went to Lagos, the amount of roads work, bridges, infrastructures that is going on in that Lagos. Thank God some people on this platform have went to Lagos, they've saw it themselves. So there's no equivocation about that. So
where in Lagos, where in Lagos was the bridges going on? Where?
I am not arguing. I'm not arguing. Please.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not asking you a question.
I'm giving my submission.
No, but you can't be lying. You can't be lying on the where is the bridge going on?
That's fine. I can lie. No problem.
Okay, go ahead.
They have my floor to lie. Let me continue my lie. So the amount of infrastructure that I saw in Lagos, I can name it if you want me to name it. Oshodi Expressway going to Yanapaja. There's a big project going on there. Big flyover just in the front of the airport. I saw that. Very, very good. Ikeja. Computer Village. Ikeja.
Those were done by Ambode, please. They were done by Ambode.
Finish?
They were done by Ambode. Please stop lying. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me finish my lie. Can I finish my lie?
Hold on, Joel. We are talking about the infrastructural development in Lagos, not necessarily who built them or under whose tenure.
No, I'm not. But the bridges he's talking about, the bridge before the airport was built, is finished. Was built by Ambode.
Yeah,
so
no,
that's what I'm talking about.
No,
I'm not talking of that one.
Hold on. That's not even where the conversation is. Irrespective of what we're actually discussing is Lagos fast in terms of the developments taking place? Is it fast evolving into an international city that can stand in terms of infrastructure and security? So irrespective of who gets what attribution, so that's where the conversation is.
But I am telling you, one man, that
we are not talking about Ambode now. Are you not understanding? We are not.
I understand where you're coming from. I was trying to answer your question.
Nobody is saying Tinubu built it. If that's where you are pushing back against.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that Tinubu built it.
Developments in Lagos.
You asked me a question about what is going on, just like a brief on what I feel that is going on in Lagos State. Lagos State is expanding, but what kind of expansion are we getting in Lagos State? That's where the question is. So go ahead, Thomas.
No. We have that because we are seeing that a light rail system has been completed in Lagos. Whether it's taking long enough for it to have been done, it's been done. We're seeing that the Apapa Wharf area is completely being repaved, 80-90% completed. We're seeing that. We're seeing that there's this 4th Mainland Bridge. Work starts immediately. We're seeing that. We're seeing the rail service that expresses from Lagos to Ibadan. We're seeing that. Is that not the direction of travel?
No,
is that a wrong direction to follow?
No, one man, I am not talking about this. These are laudable projects, right? But I'm talking about other infrastructures that really define us as humans. The roads, especially in the Lekki area. The area that we see that it is 20 years.
It's not a
it should be.
Lagos is not ready, but
Lekki is less than 20 years, right? We can say Lekki should be like a modern city, right? So you can be expanding and you're not making sense in your expansion. The Lagos is too dirty. The Lekki area going towards Ajah is a mess. You look at the plan, it's a planless area. I will be thinking that is an area that is 20 years, about 20 years old, should look more modern. So when you talk about infrastructure, what kind of infrastructure is being provided to the people of Nigeria? So that is the point.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, no. I think that the fourth mainland bridge is a game changing, because what it does is at both sides of the river, it opens up an economic value space, and it creates almost like a middle class portal for at least 3 million people both sides of that river.
Woman, you can't ask question and answer the question. Don't bother explaining to Jews of Nashville. He's just making.
I know. He thinks it's just an opportunity to stick it at Tinubu.
What? No,
But
no, no,
we are not
One man,
actually talking about Tinubu. We are talking about Lagos.
One man, the infrastructure you mentioned, I said it at the point before I started making my statement. I said there are laudable projects. Didn't I say that? I wasn't
Are you
making
saying
anything.
Lagos
So
State doesn't deserve a bridge like Fourth Mainland Bridge?
I never said Lagos State. In fact, look, Lagos State deserve even a fifth, sixth mainland
are
bridge.
asking question about the type of infrastructure being built in Lagos State, that maybe you expect something bigger than this, or because I'm not so sure what question you are asking. I mean, Lagos State need something bigger than Fourth Mainland Bridge in the first place. Looking at the population, is booming every day.
That's what I'm saying.
Skyrocketing.
Now, there was a time. There was a time that we were talking about the fifth, sixth, seventh mainland bridge.
What that bridge is going to do is going to enable the neighboring suburb to develop at par with Lagos Island. This bridge is going to connect Ikorodu. There will be an expansion spanning
Look, brother,
all the way to
I don't know why you're explaining it to me. I was never against it. I am not. I don't know why you're. I don't know why you're explaining this to me. I was never against. I said there are laudable projects. Hear me right. I say there are laudable projects. When after one man read out the projects, I say they are all laudable projects. But coming to the nitty-gritty, I gave my own specification where I was headed. I wasn't talking about the bridge and all that. I know the advantages of the bridge.
Yeah,
so
you mentioned road. You mentioned road in Lekki, right, and Nigeria and all that. That you expect that will be developed alongside as they are going for the bigger project, right, the bigger capital project. But you see, they cannot be at the same time. You have to tackle. See, the money they will spend to build this bridge now, if you postpone it, let's say in the next 3-4 years.
My brother, I'm not talking about the bridge. You're still talking about the bridge.
No.
I'm not saying they should postpone anything. It should have been built like 10 years ago. So I'm not talking about the bridge. I'm not.
But you were talking about infrastructure like roads. You're talking about why?
No, I'm talking inside. Look. When you talk about like the Ajah Expressway, which is the major road that leads from Lekki, from VI down to Ajah and all those other areas. It is a mess. That's my point. Then when you go to the internal roads, hold on. When you go to the internal roads in Lekki, they are a mess. When you go to the estate, they are locked. The only place you can go and you'll be like, okay, I feel like they even have sense. It's in VGC. When you go to this other estate, there is no drainage. One man, I'm going to send you.
They should abandon the bridge and concentrate in rehabilitating those roads.
Oh my
goodness! What you're saying?
Oh my goodness! I am saying the planning of Lekki and down to Ajah is like it's a mess. So you cannot just say that this person is
in one project at a time.
No. What
no,
saying,
you can still.
No, hold on. I think what Joel is saying is that we shouldn't get too excited because the quality of the works that was done in Lekki and Ajah, spaces that are not even up to 20 years, that they're subpar. So it's querying that all this excitement, they are building shoddy infrastructures, and we're trying to draw we're talking about it being an international city. I think that's where Joel.
That is where I am going. That is where I am going. That's where I'm going to. Look, one man in my own estate. I will send you pictures. I took pictures of the gutter in my estate. One man. It is like it is not even. It's like about 6 inches, about 12 inches gutter. Then in some areas, they now lay a pipe, like a long pipe, from inside the estate down to the canal. And it's like the canal is even an open canal. What are we talking about? Dirty canal, like we had it those days
Well,
in mainland.
if
That is
that
my
is your
point.
if that is your question, okay, I wouldn't want to concentrate my energy worrying about that. Reason being is that you can't compare a multinational company that will build bridges compared to the kind of uh, local contractor road that we are talking about. We're talking about bridges, and the company that was the Chris contract was awarded to is not like a gutter build uh, contractors. So to me, I wouldn't dwell much on that because Yoruba will say, "And make it you can't put two irons in the fire at the same time." You concentrate on one, the road can be you can come back and spend less. I mean, as a matter of fact, you're looking at the people living in that vicinity, you can charge them to rebuild the road. But this is a big project that can be done. I mean, talking about planning, talking about rebuilding the roads, infrastructure in those areas, laying pipelines and pipe bomb waters and all can be done. But this is a huge capital project. To be honest, if we are practicing a federal through federal system. This should be left for the local government. But state controls everything, controls, every financial apparatus of the state. So it's still Lagos State body. But then, I mean, you have to concentrate on what you can put down now and come back later on to start, dealing with all those internal issues like those I call them mini infrastructure because those one are not as huge or capital intensive like, bridges and monorails and all sort of. So to me,
Look,
I understand now.
you are talking
I
about
understand your worries, but then
you are talking about a place like the house about over at least 5 to 10 million people, right? What I'm saying is that can't we as we are building, because look, these places are there, right? These monies are there. This estate, people acquire
one
this
thing at
estate.
a time, bro.
Get
One thing at a
get
time.
my brother. You can do your
One-
drainage. You can do your drainage without even breaking the bank. The
See,
issue there is that what kind of inspection are we having? Those are the points. If you're saying you're
no,
building a
the
city,
company, the contractor that built those construct those road, we should be asking what kind of material used, how much was approved for it, and all that. I mean, we all know. Look at the road constructed by Joe
Adewale,
Gada
with
in
your
DR.
indulgence, can we just move on, please? Please,
Please go
Yeah.
ahead.
there's no time.
Yeah.
Go
Let's
ahead.
carry on. Thank you, gentlemen. But yeah, Thomas, back to you. The fourth mainland bridge.
One man,
Can you give me a
since
second?
Joel has,
Can you give me maybe a
yeah,
minute?
that's all right.
Never mind. So, one man, let me just say this thing real quick. Maybe people will appreciate this. I think people should learn to appreciate the little. Let's even assume now, without conceding, that Lagos is not working as they actually want to preach every time. Let's assume that. But they should appreciate the fact that you know some of the visitors in Lagos may be ungrateful today. Basically Yanni does almost every time. But it is going to continue like this until their state totally gets slaughtered. Because if their state, where they come from, is at the same pace, the governors are working, the regional leaders are working, as people are working in Lagos, the workload in Lagos will be reduced. Lagos is no longer competing with fellow states. Lagos is competing now with countries, right? So when you have to think about that, you are thinking about the old estimates. So put Lagos, in the population density and ratio to other states. For instance, almost 7,000 residents per square kilometer resides in Lagos versus Kano State that is 550, right? Versus Anambra that is 475. So when they tell you all this or River State that is 635, right? So when they come up with this kind of stuff, it stabs, you know, logical reasoning in the head, and you want to question yourself, what is the reason? Because where this conversation actually took off from was, he was basically speaking to an achievement, and the way they actually want to do is that they want to draw it back to, oh, Tinubu didn't do nothing in Lagos. It was Lord Lugard. It was whatever. But they have to understand the fact that when other horses fail to excel, right? Then the other horses stand to you know, to feel the brunt of this. This Aja, this Lekki that they are talking about, is it going to take Sanwo-Olu or Tinubu or Obaniko or any one of them to go to the gutters and clean the gutters, or go clean the street for them? Or is it going to be the duty of the state executive or the state ESCO to clean the roads or those drainages for them? You know? So, and then when we come over here to say certain things, they will say we are denigrating them. No, we are not. One man, let each person speak about even their state of origin, and let's see the development since 99. If actually want to go like that, because we should actually appreciate these folks. They are working.
Enigmatic.
You may like
Enigmatic.
them or not, but they are working. So
Enigmatic.
that's what I'm
Enigmatic. Can I say something to you? Enigmatic.
Go on.
Okay. All right. Enigmatic, what I wanted to tell you is this. If you are telling me that you're a futuristic leader, you are a visionary leader, right? It does not take you much to put in a law. I mean, I know that the law is there to have simple landscaping when building an estate, right? All these places you see in Lagos State, where they are colonized areas like estates, so people actually bought a huge plot of land and built and made partitions, sold it to people and all that. What will it take to build in a place like Lekki? I would expect that we are going to have an underground drainage. It's not going to take us much to do so. That is being futuristic. So that is where I am coming from. No, but I mean, the ocean is just right there.
Joel, do you
Go
have
ahead.
a screen? Do you have a screen in front of you?
I do.
All right. You know what happens in a lot of these instances? You know, we're having a global conversation.
Yes.
We're having a conversation, 10 of us on the screen. The people in the comment section are participating, but a wider audience are listening and they're participating too. So what often happens is when we're having these conversations, I'll be hearing beep, beep, beep on my laptop. Do you know what happens when I hear that beep, beep, beep? There are people participating in the conversations that are sending me stuff via Instagram. So as you were talking, somebody has been just bombarding my Instagram with beep, beep, beeps. But let me show you one of the things that this person sent in. Let me show you this. This is what happens often instances in these conversations. Can you see that? Can you see that? Hello, can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's very faint. It's very tiny.
Let me see if I can make it bigger.
Yes, one man can see Ukade.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
Okay, can you read it, Thomas, if you can say it?
I can't read this.
No, it's a Okwaka River Bridge at Umudem, Nnewi, Anambra State. It's now a death trap. Bridge constructed by ex-Anambra Governor Obi. So
it's just an example of the sort of things that people send in.
And one man. You see, the issue here is this, right? When we try to talk about Anambra State and the kind of soil we have in Anambra State, right? We have mostly, hold on. It's not a laughing matter. We have mostly like loamy soil. So, which makes it easier for us to have erosion. If you look at that bridge, you will see that an erosion took place towards that bridge and made that damage.
That was unknown to the people who constructed it. These are
No. The erosion can come from somewhere else. It does not really matter where the erosion is coming from. And see, I am not here to make it like look like the governors. I've come up this on this forum, and I've said it so many times that we have one of the worst leaders in the southeast. Look, this erosion does not just start, it does not just happen abruptly. It including Peter Obi as well? So hold on, please. It gives by the way,
that person sent me plenty of stuff. So I might but carry on.
You understand what I'm saying, right? So this what I'm saying is this, right? This erosion start from maybe like 6 inches to 12 inches, and from there it start expanding.
Sorry, are you saying the people that that contract was awarded to, they were not aware that that area is prone to erosions? They are not aware. They didn't do soil test and all of these sort of things.
No. What this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying, right?
Did they just give it to Uchenna that had the wheelbarrow? Was that what it is?
No, that's not what it is. What I'm just trying to make you understand is this, right? That in every engineering, there might be some defect. But what happens is this: when you detect it, what did you do? In every sphere, even in Lagos State, the last time I went to I went to this Elegushi Beach, right? The shoreline was really inside the ocean. The last time I went, it is coming out, right? So before it got to that level, somebody is seeing it, but they wouldn't do anything about it. It's the general problem in Nigeria. That I bet you that bridge that you're seeing didn't just start. The erosion around that bridge didn't just start today. It must have started maybe like 5, 6, 7 years ago. If you see it then and you see that there's a defect, why don't you move in and patch it? It is a leadership problem in Nigeria. So that is where I'm coming from. I am not making any excuses for anybody.
If it started that long ago and it's 6, 7 years ago, which will be just a year or so after Obi left office, then it's a real indictment. And when they're saying it's a death trap, it really is. Can you see that? Imagine somebody unknowing just going at pace into that.
One man. See, let me tell you, one man. See, look, let me tell you, right? Even if you build a bridge in Anambra State, and right, you always have like some of this like landslide, right? When you see stuff like that happening, what do you do to address it? That is the problem we have in Anambra State.
No, hold on. It's not what you do to address it. It's do you not know beforehand that that area is prone to that? Because it's not a freak occurrence. It's to do with the topography of the space, which is one of the foremost checks that you make before you do a soil test. Now you check the topography, you check whatever it is.
One man. I am telling you that bridge for it. Look, someone that took this picture in 2023. Peter Obi left government when? I think in 2014 or so, right? That is how many years after that. Look, one man, this thing didn't just start today.
This didn't just happen. This is a few years deep.
That's what it just happened. That's what I'm saying.
It just happened.
He said 2023, right? It is written there. Oh, let's just give a benefit of that. Maybe say let's 2 years. What I'm just saying is this, one man, right? What I'm saying is this, right? One man, that no matter how good, even here, there was a time here that we stayed. There was a time we had this dam, somewhere in Kentucky, and we had one, somewhere around here in within Nashville, and there was this rain that came, and it was so heavy, and they had to open the dam. When they opened the dam, everywhere was flooded.
You know,
right?
this is what people have problems with, and we hear it all the time. As soon
Yes.
as soon as we get to the obese space, the excuses, they just come rolling in.
No, I'm just saying. What I'm just telling you is that what I'm just telling you.
The same set of scenario, everything the same, but as
One man.
cut off the head of everybody else. But Obi just throw those petals at him.
No. One man. What I'm just saying in essence is this, right? That there are natural disasters. There are things that can happen. It doesn't really matter, no matter how strong your bridge is. If there's a natural disaster, there's a natural disaster. Anambra has this natural disaster happening in small small shades in the form of erosion. But people don't. When I tell you that Anambra has over 4,000 sites of erosion, there is nothing that will destroy this bridge if not for erosion. That is the point. And this erosion can kick off from anywhere. It can start from another community coming towards that bridge. That is how bad it is in Anambra State. So I do not look at this and I will start trying to throw blame to any person. Before it got to this stage, right? Somebody saw it. Somebody saw it. You can see that the road has already run half. Somebody saw it.
One man, can I come in, please?
Brother, can I make a comment?
One man, can I come in? What is?
Brother, can I make a comment?
It is my turn, no. If you look out,
sorry.
yeah, get it from Thomas. It is my turn, no.
Let me ask Najmi a question.
Let's hear from Ajale Koko. But I have a better picture still. Look, Ajale Koko, look at this. It's inexcusable. And this is not something that has happened over the course of 3-4 years. There it is right there.
Babaja.
But one man, what are you seeing there? Are you not seeing an erosion?
But
what are you saying?
Will.
Yes,
that's my point. That's my point.
Are you saying that an erosion is a freak occurrence, an act of God, something totally unknown to that area that they could not have foreseen?
It's our reaction. It's our reaction towards erosion when it is still when it's still little. Right when it has when it's still
it's not the if you are saying that the whole of the topography of that space is prone towards that, why is that not built into the engineering from the onstart? So a road that didn't last even 7 years.
One man, let me say this thing.
Come on,
right? Look, if we are talking about first of all, do you know even why? Before I get to this erosion or this topography issue now, why Lagos is failing as they want us to believe now? One is because other states are failing. They've failed to develop their states. Lagos infrastructure is overlabored, overstretched beyond limit because of the exploding population. And yet here we are, right? While their governors, they are busy, celebrating street lights, kerosene, fufu in the capitals and stuff like that. Lagos they just commissioned their reiteration and then this 4th Mainland Bridge. But we want to be pedantic about this kind of stuff. Then you are talking about erosion and loamy soil and red soil. Do you know the condition of Babish, the whole of this Lekki now, this current Lekki, that they all moved to now from their state?
Amedu Bello way.
Do you know the situation of that place at the point? So that's
yes,
what
I knew the situation of the place.
When you are talking about leadership, leadership is not about money. Sometimes it's about vision. Do those states, do they not have governors in the past and present? Where are the vision? There's a governor in this Anambra state that they call him. His road never lasted 2 years or 3 years max. They are all what there is Peter Obi's road, there is Ngige's road. So that you can go and draw the contrast in that. So when we are talking about developmental, projects, Lagos, if
and imagine he said which road didn't last 2-3 years? Which road?
There is Ngige Road, there's Peter Obi Road. Go and check out what
they told them they didn't last more than 2 years.
Go and check what that means. I won't say more than that, but there's Peter Obi's road. There are Peter Obi's roads. there are Ngigis Road.
Enigmatic,
Just be plain. Just say what you mean. I mean, we are having it because I mean there are other people listening to us to learn to know. So what do you mean by that?
What it means, I believe people with you know, a vibrant intelligence understand what it means. You know, Ngigis Road versus Peter Obi's Road. They can Google it. It's all over the internet, and you can even Google those people who are shunning and who are preaching this guy now. Go and check what they said about him at a point.
Come on,
Right?
come on.
So when we are talking
Look.
of Lagos now, Lagos is not the father is you may
Enigmatic.
say,
Peter Obi built 900 kilometers of road. So just leave it at that.
But where
Peter
are the
Obi built
governors in all
Peter
of
Obi
those?
built 900 kilometers
Where
of road.
those,
So if there is any area there is an issue, they should patch it and keep it moving.
Hold on, gentlemen. There was a story we covered a while ago. The people of Anambra, they were going to Soludo to reconstruct a road, and they were saying to him that he should construct it in the manner of Ngige, not in the manner of Peter Obi, because the Obi roads, they wash away in a couple of years. Every few years they're washed away. That's what we covered. Did we not? Can anyone remember when we did that?
One man, sorry. Before you move away, there is one point Enigmatic make, and I think it's too much underplayed. If you are talking about vision, even the federal government every year spend billions and billions dumping sound into Barbish. No, everybody underestimate the problem that Barbish was. This flood that happened this year in Nigeria, if this flood met Babbage in its anger, it will not be, this erosion is a small problem. It could overwhelm the whole of Lagos. This flood that happened in Nigeria this year, if it meets with Babbitt's anger, it could wipe out the whole of Lagos. That is a visionary leader. What federal government could not even do for many years. It took a Tinubu and his team to. He did not even solve the problem. He regained lands over the Atlantic Ocean to the point that today the biggest American embassy in the world is being built on that land. That is a visionary leader. The problem was always there. It took a visionary leader to build it. The problem, everybody sees it. If you want to build something, you see the problem. You will know that 10 years down the line, there's going to be erosion. Nobody can underestimate Tinubu's achievement.
One man.
All right.
One man.
Can I just make my speech?
One man, can I
want
finish?
to go.
Yeah, let's hear from.
Let me finish.
Oh, hold on, Thomas.
Thomas, please, just give me just a few minutes. I won't take much of the time. I'll just comment briefly on the infrastructure project in Lagos. Now, somebody sent me a video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, probably sometimes around twilight of his administration, when this monorail project was about to be announced. Now, that the person said I should remember that this was it was the visionary behind the project. Now, the bridge we're talking about, Lagos is a very small state, very small. Now, the population of Lagos in 1980 is times 10 of that number now in 2022. There was a time in Lagos where odd number and even number were interchanging coming to Lagos Island. If you have a car with an odd number plate number, you will not be allowed to come in. You have certain weeks that you can come to Lagos Island. That was how bad the traffic was there. And up to now, still have terrible traffic congestion. Now, since 1999, the original AD governor took over Lagos. Up to this 2022, this plan has been ongoing. Now,
the money that will be spent because it's capital intensive. So what do? They have to be selected in the project that they would do. You can give credits to previous administration for also complying and continue with that trend. However, the Fourth Mainland Bridge is not even going to be enough, going by the vision of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because the bridge is going to start from Abraham Desanya from Aja all the way passing through Ikorodu, Lagos Island, and all the way. Now, the people of the suburb are going to benefit. Somebody raised a question earlier that this kind of bridges they are building and it snowballed into real estate and all that. Lekki was not meant for rich people, for poor people. As a matter of fact, Lagos State building small housing units, what they are now doing is to concentrate on the civil service. They first of all want to make sure that they build enough for them before they can even remember any other person. However, the importance of this bridge is not just for the Lagos State only. Ogun State is the next state to Lagos State, will benefit more than even Lagos State. Why do I say that? People are already living close to this neighboring state, close to Lagos State, in the border of Ogun State and Lagos State. Now they have the means of driving. They also have another source of coming through train. Now, look at the impact on the standard of living of the people that will be traveling along this road. You'll be spending 4-8 hours coming from Korodu, going to Lagos Island every day to work. Now you spend less. Now, people will now, talking about the poor people now, will decide to build their houses not in Lekki, but somewhere in remote areas so that their means of transportation is there. Now, I want to believe this is a gradual process. It's a laudable project. Now, coupled with the introduction of the mono rail system, to me, other states in Nigeria should be benchmarking their progress, their development with Lagos State. Because Lagos State is more or less like a country on its own. And if you can govern Lagos successfully, then you can make much impact at the national level. If every other state are developing at the same power, the same rate with Lagos State, because there's much concentration on Lagos State. There are some states in Nigeria now that every month they wait for the federal allocation to come to disburse the money, and that's it. To me, the quality of work that's going to be done on that bridge, Ikoyi is still standing strong. Lagos Terminal Bridge is still standing strong, even though the lack of maintenance and all is threatening the
even Qatar Bridge is still
Qatar Bridge that was their Gbankwatakpata, but then it's still standing. There was a time that it was shut down. I think they was trying to do some repairing works and all that. We can't compare the kind of bridges they are building now and even compare to the Third Mainland Bridge. The quality of work going to be done on that, the new research and development that is going to be. So to me, I believe that because this is a private partnership project and it's a laudable one. If what I'm even concerned about is the federal government, because federal government has a way of sabotaging and truncating good idea. The Lagos State will have this train as far back as 1984, but then the administration of Buhari threw that out of the window.
That metro line system was originally Jaconde's idea.
It was conceived, but then did the Lagos State have enough fund for the project at that time as well? If not, because federal government was also, the seat of federal government was in Lagos. So they control everything. At the end of the day, the government at that time couldn't do anything. I mean, look at the power project. The 1999 administration trying to bring in independent power system, but the government of the day, headed by Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, truncated that idea that power generation is federal. I don't understand why we always, by now, Lagos State will have been exporting energy to neighboring state and making money. And that will have relieved the national grid, the pressure on the national grid. I mean, somebody sent me a video of Chief Okonjo-Iweala explaining subsidy. And to me, I was mad. You have something in abundance, and yet you are exporting it and you are buying it back, and you say, you know what, I'm putting money so that you won't be paying much buying this thing. It doesn't make no sense. That is an idiotic explanation. So to me, we should go this route. Taking money from abroad, the impact of that is going to cause inflation. We can widen the tax net. Tax house. How many people even paying taxes? I was so happy when I heard that it's going to be a toll road because such a
all right.
gigantic.
Thomas is fast losing patience.
I can see that. Sorry, my G. I just said I'm trying to, take my time to, cover as many areas as I can, but I'm concentrating more on the project. But however, for Wike and the G5, I wish them good luck, but I don't see any way out for Governor Seyi Makinde. The only thing that give me little clues of what could happen is deputy attending that meeting in Akure where Tinubu visited Parfashoranti. And I was trying to question the presence of his deputy in that gathering. Yes, he's a Yoruba man. But to me, I'm beginning to think maybe somebody is not actually telling the truth because I haven't really seen Seyi Makinde's campaign more intense like
Adewale, sorry for coming in there. The governor himself is there. Ask me why did I say that?
Good.
When they called the deputy governor, he read the letter from the governor. Go and check what I said.
So
he read the letter from the governor. We cover it here. So the deputy governor is not speaking his own capacity. He's speaking for the governor.
Yeah, I'm making reference to it to show that his presence or the governor's representative there speaks volume. So far, I mean, based on what I've gone online to search for, I haven't really seen Governor Seyi Makinde's campaign really as tense and like Teslim Folani. I haven't seen that. However, real quick, day before yesterday, we talked about campaigning in a worship place. Now, I went online and I was searching very well just to make sure I hit my point home. It is illegal to go to the campaign to the religion place in America to camp for the purpose of campaign. However, going by the law, because a lot of amendment has been made, Senator Johnson, Lyndon Johnson, the President Johnson, make amendment on it in 1954, which state that the hammer will come down on the religion body, not the candidate himself, but any religion body that allow candidate to come and use their place for campaigning. That is when IRS and the federal government will descend on that religion body, not the candidate himself. So, however, that religion body has obligation to caution the candidate and to make sure that they do not use their platform as a campaign ground. So, to me, it's still illegal. Anyway, any form. Thank you very much, guys. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Wale. Thank you. If you come tomorrow, we try to get you earlier. I know that you were somewhat waiting, but back to you, Thomas. So thank you for yielding the space. So you were talking us through then the benefits or lack thereof of the fourth mainland bridge.
One man, if you don't mind, because now we are in Lagos. Let me speak. If I didn't say this, I'll be an ingrate. Let me see the transformation. The last time I went to Nigeria was 5 years ago. Let me tell you this transformation that I saw with my naked eyes. And with the slogan of some people, go and verify. Ojota Motor Park terminals. So there is no chance for you to be taking buses on the road. They've built a big motor park. You can verify that. Also, the motor park is there. Very big terminal is there. When I go to Penn Cinema, can you hear me, woman?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yes. When I go to Penn Cinema, I lose my way. The bridge coming from Ijuishaga goes along going to Ikeja straight. Is there. Go and verify it. Within 5 years. I went to Badagry Expressway. The construction is going on there. I saw the blue line, the train the Sanwo-Olu just advertised that they will open in January. Ikeja Computer Village is under construction, big, massive construction. I went to Abule Egba, big bridge, overhead bridge in Abule Egba Junction. Go and verify this. Let me finish now. Please, I don't want interruption.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. I don't want interruption.
Can you hold on, everybody? I'm not sure that you're understanding, Joel. Hopefully, when I say it, then you will understand, so I don't have to say it again. Nobody is attributing it. We're talking about how Lagos is transforming. Nobody said it's down to Tinubu or Ambode or Jakonde or Buhari or the federal space.
He said within 5 years. He said within 5 years. That was why I said it was Ambode, just to give him. That was the Oshodi Park. That's it. I wasn't trying to say anything.
Oshodi Park is Ambode. Are you serious?
No, it doesn't matter.
What are you saying?
No, I don't want to go into that space.
It's okay.
Let me just run it through, please. Yeah. Let me run it through. You can go and verify. Abule Egba Bridge is there. Completion. Ikorodu Road is there. Construction is going on in airport along Oshodi, going to airport, going to Yanokpaja. You can verify that. BRT lane from Yanokpaja down to Oshodi, no traffic. Island, the beach, everything in Island, the beach, everything in Highland. Waterways, ferry. You can enter ferry from Ikorodu. You don't need to pass through the road. They will take you to Highland. Go and verify that. I saw that. Ikorodu, repair of this third Mainland bridge we are having now. It was blocked for maybe 3 or 4 days for the repairs. This is what I saw in Lagos. So if some people is saying Lagos is not there, we know it's not there yet. But we can't, I wrote it down, woman, where you are talking. We can't say we don't see this. The one that amazed me, one man, I got to Agege Penn Cinema. Mo lose or no? I lose my way. Me down no more. I don't know my way anymore. So these are there. I wrote it down. I saw this with my naked eyes, and you can go and verify. So let's no, you can't do this. And some people went to Nigeria. They can't even go to their state. They say it's the same Lagos. Let's be serious here for once, one man. This is what they can verify this. I wrote it down when you guys are talking. I wrote it down. Go and verify. Come on, guys. Thank you, one man. Fourth Mainland Bridge is a good innovation, and I love it. I think it should happen overnight because it's going to ease the traffic. I went through hell in Lagos with traffic because there are so many projects going on, construction going on, blocking of road. I told you guys here, I drove from Aja to Ikeja. I spent 7 hours in traffic. There's traffic in Lagos. There's no equivocation about that. But if they open all this road, finish all these projects, and start this third Mainland Bridge, Lagos is going to ease down with traffic. This is what I saw in Lagos. Thank you, one man. God bless everyone. Yeah.
All right.
Thomas,
Thank you, Thomas.
Traffic will continue in Lagos State. So you know why? Do you know why?
Why?
Because you know, don't you know the population of Lagos already? And these people are migrating to Lagos on a daily basis. They are not staying back in their villages. Like I just told you, the per square, the population of per square meter in Lagos State as against other states, even as big as Kano is. Kano is 550, you know, per square kilo, but where Lagos State is 7,000 residents, right? Against 550 in Kano, as big as Kano is, against 478 in Rivers, 635, right? In Rivers, sorry. In Anambra self, Anambra, just small place, is 478 as against 7,000. So when you are talking of all this traffic and everything, we have to come to the root cause of the traffic. What is it? Why do you know how many people? Do you know how many folks that are moving to Lagos on a daily basis from south, and southeast? And those are the people that hate Lagos the most.
So one man, what everything that I've read to you, people in the comment section, they can verify it and tell me I'm lying. And somebody is here on the platform that went to Nigeria, but Joel has left. Joel is still here. It's there. It's there. So let's please, if we see something good, say it. Lagos is not there, but they are working towards it. Thank you, one man. Happy New Year to everyone in advance. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go on from Thomas then to Joel of Nashville. So let's come to you, Joel of Nashville. And Joel, take us to that space then. The endorsement from the Wike group headed in the direction of the APC. So is this fait accompli for the elections, Joel of Nashville?
Thank you, one man. Just to digress a little bit, Thomas. When I went to Nigeria, I went to the places I had interest in, and I did not go to Anambra State because I did not have interest in going to Anambra State. So let's just get that by the way. Every part of Nigeria is growing at an astronomical pace. However,
but I went to my hometown. I went to my state
of the country
right.
because you had interest there.
Yeah,
okay?
let him just roll.
So that's the thing. Okay, so because you had interest. All right, one man. Moving on to the G5. The G5 is an interesting take. Like I said earlier on, I think it was 2-3 days ago. I said it that they were going to endorse Tinubu. I made that clear. That is my thinking. However, I'm going to look at what it portends for each and every one of them, and I'll be fast with it. Let me start with Seyi Makinde. The Tyson factor is strong in Oyo State. Now, if he makes a deal with Tinubu, is it going to be just the presidential election? Then what happens to his own election? Will Ty step down for him? So I don't know where Seyi Makinde is headed, where he is, knowing full well that he's going for his second tenure. Now, coming to Autumn, looking at his opponent in the APC, I do not know how Autumn is going to liaise, but I know with politicians anything is possible. I think an Autumn might head towards an OB for me. Coming down to Wike and Rotimi Amaechi in the same party to work together. In fact, the other day, the members of APC were accusing him of being the reason why, they're having problems in their party. I mean, talking about the court cases. So I do not know where Wike, but if Wike wants to strike a deal, it might be with the Jagaban himself, and the Jagaban might, I don't know how that's going to happen. Now, coming to my brothers from the southeast, Ikpeazu and Ugwuanyi, any of them that goes towards APC is dead on arrival. I'm just telling you the way it is. If they're going, I don't know how the defection is there. They cannot sell APC in the Southeast. Look, Omahi got into power via what? Via, even though I think reasonably he did well in Ebonyi State. I mean, in terms of infrastructure, I think he tried. You know, one of those governors that pulled some strings out of nothing. So I give it that. I give him that. But he came into defection, right? Hope Uzodinma came into the courts. In a normal election, I do not think APC will win an election in the Southeast, especially at the governorship election. So Ikpeazu and Ugwuanyi, I don't know how they're going to sell Tinubu in the Southeast and how they're going to compel their people to go with them. So in essence, where am I going with this one man? What I'm trying to say is this, that the Wike G5 might be shooting themselves in the leg at the end of the day. Because if they go towards Tinubu, the reaction from Nigerians would be like, they now went to with the elite. If they go with and the Obi people, they might look at it, okay, they are going with the people. Then the elites start looking at them like, so it's going to always be whatever way they go, it's still going to be a problem. So I think they might end up endorsing candidates, individually rather than collectively. And even listening to Wike, he has never said that his decision is going to be the decision of the state or the decision of other governors. He just said that whenever he say he's going to go, he will tell his people where to go. So his people are the state people of the states. So that is where I look at it. So at the end of the day, I look at it like, by and large, having a collective candidate, having a collective endorsement on Tinubu is going to really affect them individually in the different states. How that is going to happen is going to be seen.
All right, brilliant. So we've heard a lot from you. This Fourth Niger Bridge, $2.5 billion awarded to CCECC. I was asking the question if this is a game changer in terms of Lagos' evolution into the world stage, but you don't seem to concur with that.
No, one man, I do. Look, one man, at a point in Lagos, we were talking about the 5th, 6th, 7th mainland bridges. I do. And when I come out here to talk about what I see in Lagos State, people tend to look at it like, it is a tribal thing. It's not a tribal thing. If I see something wrong within my environment, I will say it. Regardless of what you think, whether you think it's because if it is subpar, it is subpar. Where you are staying in abroad, does it look like that? Can't you make that place look better? Someone said it was built for the rich. Okay, make it look like a place where the rich live. Make it look like where the rich, and it does not take anything, one man. That is my point. It does not take anything to do so. If people can build houses, they can keep the environment clean. If people can build houses, you can do your aesthetics as well. But what happened is that when you look at the way these houses were sold, when you look at the way those places were built, you will find out that there was no inspection. There was no plan ab initio. When you look at the gutter system, the drainage system, you will find out that, the plan was just so shoddy. As Nigerians, we deserve better. It does not matter where you come from. Bad is bad. If I go to Anambra State and I see something that is bad, I will tell you it is bad. It does not matter where I come from. But if I stay in Lagos State and I see anything and I pay taxes in Lagos State, rightfully so, and I've been in Lagos State for over 20 years, rightfully so, I should be able to talk about things that happen around my environment without anyone looking at it like I'm being hateful or being looking at it. I mean, can't we just talk about something that is right and believe in it and say what is right? Look at where we are staying. Look at where we are staying. It does not take rocket science to build it. It just takes a plan and inspection. Tell the people what to do. That's it. The money to do it is there. Simple landscaping is not going to be an issue. Tell them if you have to build this, you have to do landscaping. Let us see it. I built a fence behind me. They just finished the fence today. The fence, before I built it, the HOA, which is like the head of housing, I had to send them the map of what I was going to build. They had to approve it before I built it. Many of us have stayed abroad. If you want to build a city, you must inspect the people. If you still go to areas of the United States that weren't inspected or does not have HOA, you see that human factor play out in the way they build their houses. That is the point. So when I come out here to talk about what I saw, and somebody is telling me about bridges, I am not saying that bridges are not important. But the Nigerian people deserve much, much better. The 4th, 5th, 6th mainland bridge, if it were a place where things were going right, ought to have been built 5, 6, 7 years, 20 years ago. But thank God that this one is coming up. At least with that one, it's going to help, especially with those places in Nigeria, because right now it is one way in, one way out if you're going towards Lagos. So the gridlock or the traffic on that area alone, you can only go for one appointment a day. You will spend an average of 4, 5, 6 hours for one appointment, just going from Lekki down to Balogun. You are spending about 5, 6, 7 man hours on the road. They can do better. With the rail line coming up, we hope it will ease traffic. So are there progress being made? Progress have been made. But what we are saying is that whichever one we are doing, let's start doing it in the right way. There's no doubt Lagos is exploding. If you have money and you still want to invest, there are still areas where the land is are not still more. But I bet you that was what people said about Lekki, Lekki. Those areas, they will still explode. It is Lagos. People are still going to come, whether we like it or not. So all I'm just saying is that as we are exploding, let's start our planning so that our city will look better. Let the Nigerian people have a better environment to live in. What is hard in that? Must we be tribal about it?
All right. Thank you, Joel. And to INEC coming out to clarify that even if the 5 governors leave PDP, PDP cannot strike them off the ballot. Does this then give the 5 governors the free hand to act as they will?
I read that and I was like, yeah, it makes sense. There's no way they can strike them out of the ballot. I don't know. That's why I was saying that the G5 had rather be careful, because the same day you have the presidential election is the same day they're going to hold the Senate elections. So how are you going to tell people in a country where the education system is not like, people are not really, you have mostly semi-illiterate? How can you tell them now, if you reach here, vote PDP? If you come here, you vote APC, or if you come here, you vote Labour Party. So that is where I'm saying, like, you might end up. I mean, we've had such situations in the past. Remember during the OBJ time, when it was like, okay, vote OBJ presidency, then vote. I think it was AC or AD. and the state. The only person that survived that was Tinubu. If you guys, that was the second coming of Obasanjo, right? So that is where I'm coming from. So if you're going to play that kind of politics, vote these people here, vote these people there, it might end up hurting yourself. So I do not know how they're going to go about it. INEC just emboldened them, like, I mean, the PDP has. I don't want to really talk about PDP because I mean they have really managed this situation like kindergarten, even some kindergarten students could even do better. What is wrong in allowing IU to go? What is wrong? Something that simple for someone that won an election. I mean, that via that mago, that tambawa mago, whatever it is, okay, how you live. And you guys will build. I mean, this is the best time they would have won this election, hands down. But the G5 is going to haunt them. INEC just emboldened them. So they can call their bluff. I mean, if you want to, Wike has said it today, if you want to get us, fire us. So one man, it only emboldened them. There's nothing anyone can do about it. It only emboldened them.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you. So welcome. let me go from you full-time to Ajale Koko, who hopefully is ready for us now. Ajale Koko, you're up next. All right. Let's go with Enigmatic then. I think Ajale Koko may still be in the middle of something. Enigmatic, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Enigmatic. So Enigmatic's up next, and Enigmatic to that space. I was quite excited. Not only when I read that the final bidder, the winning bidder had been picked, but really what excited me is that they said work will start immediately. And why I got excited was that to say work will start immediately will mean that they have perfected the financing to support the project. I'm talking about the 4th Mainland Bridge and the opportunities that it might bring to Lagos. Enigmatic.
Yes. Well, that's another milestone on the part of Lagos State administrators. This is not a singular achievement, or this is not an achievement that can be basically traced or can be considered to be an exclusive preserve of just only one person. It's a teamwork, and then you can see the essence of visionary leaders. You don't have to be the savior and messiah, of the world for you to do the needful for people. And we keep saying this, right? When we say certain things on this platform, people read it differently, and then I'll be very cautious to say, there are some unrealistic ideas, very neurotic indeed, to underestimate and probably underplay the role of Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Lagos State. You can't. Because even in law, right, you take things to the practical level. In science, you take it to the most interphysical part of understanding what you need to know before even getting into the lab to understand, the end result. And in business too, you do forecast, and you basically, when you're doing forecast, you have to go to the nitty-gritty of, variables and what will be the outcome. So when we go into Lagos State, they want to arrogate major achievements to even those people who do not even know, like me now, I wouldn't really say much about power. May so rest in peace, perfect peace. Latif Jakonde, to about Macaulay, to all those old to those people who have contributed their quotas in the development of Lagos State. But because of some pedantic politics and because of people not understanding the dynamics of leadership, and then enveloping that kind of myopic idea with so much hatred for this guy, they want to tell you he didn't even build a stone in that state. And we've seen over and over, over and over, over and over again his achievement. If you do not even want to attribute anything to him, attribute the successive plan and the visional, the intelligent, guys he's been able to have as his successors in office. Go and look at their record. How many states can boast of this one man? And do not forget of the fact that an average Nigerian politician want to do what this guy does. The only difference is that they failed where he excelled. That's why they cry today. Tell me one governor who does not want someone who will probably regenerate his ideas, or probably be able to nurture his legacy. I've not seen one of them who doesn't want that. But when they fail, then they point an accusing finger of a godfather. Right? Atiku tried it in Adamawa State. Unfortunately, he failed with Bindal. He failed with the three governors he wanted to even install as vice president, even when he was out of office. Peter Obi tried it in Anambra State. He tried with Ozelo Kalbazi. He tried with Val Ozigbo, right? And even the one that he was able to grudgingly work with, Obaino, we saw what happened between them. So it takes more than envy, and it takes more than just amateurish, political analysis to just keep pointing accusing finger on somebody. Then that would have actually beclouded that gracious mind of judgment to see whatever good this person has done. Lagos is blazing the trail, either you like it or not. If Kaduna State, is able to continue from where it is now, same as Kano State, same as River State, that will be three good states with Lagos State. The face of Nigeria's political governance will probably change in the next 16 years. What Wike is doing now, if we have one other governor who is going to be his successor, continue from where he stopped, double his effort in El-Rufai's Kaduna State, in Gaduje's Kano State, in Lawal's Kwara State, then we see less traffic in Lagos State, less migration in Lagos State, and then we can probably appreciate Lagos more. This Fort Milan Bridge is an idea that even if your enemy, right, is so hateful of you, it is so glaring, it is audible to the deaf and very loud. It's like regardless of what people want to say about this. We are happy that this is happening in Lagos. As I'm talking to you right now, Ikorodu is blowing up. Ikorodu is exploding in positive ways. Real estate. I know family members, including, myself, up until last week, I was still having discussions at the highest level with a lot of people who are looking into so many things in Ikorodu there. Ikorodu's rent and real estate we quadruple maybe if we are not careful in the next 2-3 years. So do you want to talk about the economic impact of this, or the social cultural even impact of this? What is the negatives of this? I've not seen any negative. The only negative I'll say about this would be the naysayers who wouldn't give Lagos the chance, who wouldn't give these guys the chance. One man, these are typical Nigerian Niger politicians. Let me use that. Typical Niger politicians. We know the texture of our Nigeria. We know the texture of our politicians in Nigeria. We know the texture of who we have in Nigeria. If Obaseki is spending his 13% derivation funds, at least on something, those states will be different in the next 4 years. If the governor of each of those states receiving a lump sum of 30% derivation funds for straight almost 24 years, do you know what it means? If they are able to do that, their state will be different. That will reduce the burden in Lagos State. And do not forget, go and look at the landmass of Lagos. Lagos has one of the smallest landmass in Nigeria. At least, if I'm not wrong, maybe half of Lagos is sitting on water. But look at what the leaders are doing. But when they want to say, they will say, because Ambode is their baby now, let Ambode flip against them tomorrow. You will hear the story of how Ambode crawl into Lagos. We can't be doing all this kind of nonsense because we hate people. Lagos is Lagos. And God will continue to bless Lagos. Because the more God blesses Lagos, we are not pushing people back. We are not telling you not to prosper and thrive in Lagos.
Animated, please, sorry, 30 seconds. Even security, I was so secured. I drove in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Security, police everywhere, mountain road. Come on, guys. Let's be. Just continue, my brother. Continue.
Yeah, it's an understatement, one man, to speak, because I'm kind of short of words. When I saw that, because I know for the last 1 year, I know what it means. This project almost fell through, one man. If you know people behind the scene who knows the story behind this Fort Milan Bridge, you want to cry for Lagos State. This project was almost off. It almost fell through. But people insisted that this will go on, nothing will stop it. And then let's assume that, okay, this person is this person is this. If we have like these leaders in 10 states in Nigeria, we won't be talking about what we are talking about, one man. I know what people went. I know what they've been able to go through behind the scene to make this project, a reality now. And Lagos has been I've been yearning for a different a classic status for a while, and this will change dramatically. It will change the face of business, the ease of business itself, because just imagine the whole of Ikorodu now, what the developmental stride that this will actually bring to Ikorodu, because it will even reduce the burden in some parts of Lagos State, because they will have to probably shift around now because of this Fort Milan Bridge. So God bless the leaders who have been able to put their heads together and deliver this, not only to Lagos, they've delivered this to the whole of Nigerians, because Lagos is a melting pot for every Nigerian. But every Nigerian should respect Lagos, right? They should respect Lagos in the sense that even one man, there are some governors in Nigeria that you cannot even compare their performances with a local government chairman in Lagos State. When you get to some states in Nigeria, you shake your head. And those are the loudest people on social media talking down about Lagos. Lagos does not have a special fund. They did not have a special revenue that goes to them or goes to Lagos on a monthly basis. Go and look at the strides of Lagos since '99. I don't want to stretch it to Jakonde era that these people have been parroting almost every time. Or this Ambode. Ambode was there for 4 years. For 4 years. And we are talking of ideas of at least since 99 to 2022. So if you have to take 4 years out of 24 years, it means you are being mischievous. Because you are not serious. So I wouldn't want to speak too much about what the impact will be. We already know the impact will be positive, except for those who do not understand what that means. That road alone, it will increase employment. It will increase IGR. It will increase. Unfortunately, we have to say this. It will even increase population too in Lagos now. Because I know a lot of people are dusting their Ghana must go down from wherever village they are, running to Lagos now because of this bridge. So we just have to give it to the leaders that God has been able to choose or let's say elect or select to lead Lagos. They are not the best. They are not saints. They are human. They are average Niger politicians. But if they claim that they've been stealing Lagos money, that they've run Lagos dry, right? If let's assume, right, that is right. What are their governors doing in their states? At least if they spend half of what they've been taking, then it should mean something. There is a state in Nigeria now that the government house or the governor's office is like a 2-bedroom apartment. And people from that state are on this platform now listening. And they are talking about Lagos. And the governor was there for 8 years. A governor was there for 8 years. The successor was there for another 8 years. The governor's office or the governor's whatever is less than a car park for a local government chairman in Lagos State. That's a state. But those people from that state say they are on this platform now, talking down about Lagos. You cannot talk down about Lagos. You may not like the faces of people governing Lagos, but you cannot talk down about Lagos while you fail to leave that Lagos. The burden of Lagos is enormous, one man. For only one man to carry. And we see these men, they do it with grace, with poise, diligently, and they are delivering. How many of their leaders in their region can you put side by side with these folks? Side by side. They do not have 2 heads. They have 24 hours like everyone else. Go and look at their governors, 99 to date, past and present. Go and look at their leaders, political leaders, past and present. So we should just leave all this thing.
I am very excited about that Fort Mainland Bridge because I cannot overstate, the importance of it, both strategically. When they open that space, it will ease the traffic congestion in Lagos because it opens up another portal, and then it will create just different communities in that Ikorodu space and the other side of the bridge. And just so many opportunities. It just expands the economic space. It's just fantastic. And when they say that it starts immediately, that tells you that the money is already perfected. So it's exciting news. Yeah.
Yeah, I just even don't want to overemphasize the the importance, the impact, and even speaking about the traffic. Because I don't want to be too I want to be cautious about that traffic. because I don't see traffic coming down in Lagos. As long as we have these states not performing they are not even performing at all, not even at a certain level. There are so many states that the governors just wait for 30 days every month from the revenue that come from ABJ. After that, they share it, they drink champagne, they wait for the next 30 days. And all of them are in that Lagos. The citizens from that state, the people from that state are in Lagos. But they will be the one to go to Lekki and be snapping pictures of drainages, while their own state is in a shambolic situation, in a mess, in a complete mess. So, look, one man, it takes vision, right, to be a leader that can head hunt for talents, as we've seen in Lagos. Ambode was not even supposed to be there at all. It wasn't APC. It was the Accountant General of Lagos State. It was because of Jimmy Agbaje's miscalculation that brought Ambode into the picture. And you could see his amateurish moves that eventually, had the white cap shields moves against him. At least he tried his best. And what was the problem with him? He was sidelining most of the legacy projects. He was basically sidelining most of the legacy projects, like this Third Milan Bridge. It was supposed to be at the time of it should have been it should have been finalized during Ambode's time. Same as the train and some other laudable legacy project that they've had over 20 years ago. They have planned for. So there are so many things we can say, but you can see the Ambode is their daily now, is their all in all, is the alpha omega. Let the same Ambode flip against them tomorrow. He will be the worst person in life. So we know how it is. But thank God that I am from that part of the country. I thank God that Lagos is still retaining, that status in Nigeria. And then God will continue to bless all of us to be alive, to see more, to witness more gigantic projects and the developmental, drive of the leaders of Lagos. All other folks should pray for leaders like that instead of castigating them. So we should be positive and see the good in all these states. One man, I have traveled extensively in Nigeria. I know most of the states in Nigeria. I know when El Rufai came into Kaduna State, how he met Kaduna State, and I know what Kaduna is now. Same as Kano State. Everybody can see River State under Wike. So it's not about go to a soothsayer or a pastor or a differ, go and do opele to know what I do before I go and no. You don't have to Google or search anything. It is there, it is staring you in the eye if you've actually done something. So we are all Nigerians. We know those who are performing. We know the regions. So the regions that are actually that are blessed with the most shambolic leaders, the most willful nuisance of leaders are the ones that our citizens have been loud at the loudest, the most loquacious. They should go back and give those ideas, steal those ideas that you have for Lagos, steal those ideas, take them to those states, and if the governors will use them, so that probably the burden on Lagos will be reduced and Southwest. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. And to the space, the G5 governors, they've gone to London to meet, and not yet another. I've lost count of how many meetings they've had with Tinubu. But it looks as though whatever the sticking points are, they've ironed that out. Only then in anticipation of an announcement that they are going to back the PDP, the APC candidates. And you can see that they've scaled the final hurdle from the reactions that we're getting from all other opposing parties. So the Ohanese Youth Wing, they've come out to say that Wike has killed the possibility of an Igbo presidency, and the PDP party are threatening to expel him from the party, or them really. So that tells you then that from that reaction, the writing is on the wall, and they all know where these people are going. But what value do they bring to the APC or whoever they do decide to pack their support with? One. And then two, should they publicly come out and state that they are backing the APC? Or should that support be somewhat in a stealth manner, in the manner that Thomas was suggesting? So all of that, are we also, if there was a formal announcement by the APC, by the G5 group to say they are backing APC, just off the back of the Meteala group telling us 2 days ago that they are backing the APC, if they have a press conference and they stand in line to make that announcement, is that moment that Tinubu becomes president-elect? Enigmatic.
Mama, let me start by this. In the face of a festering disappointment, right, to these folks, the question should be, how gaga can they go? You know, and then, you know, I've said it always, right? You can't build something on nothing when the foundation is absolutely defective. You know, even Almighty God, as magnanimous as He is, there are some situations that he'll, you know, the righteous in this case will be helpless, absolutely helpless. You know, God cannot pour His blessings, you know, on cursed premises. Because when you look at how this thing starts, this is not a time to point accusing fingers. If there's anybody stopping the Igbos from being the president, they are the Igbos. We have to say the hard truth. They had a political platform. They had a political party. They voted en masse, massively for this political party. The political party has used their region as their major enclave for its political, ambition. But when they have the time, when it was time for them to coalesce, to come together, to rally around one another or each other, they falter. They created division within themselves. And then it was too late for them to backtrack and repent, from their craptastic choices they've made. They have to face the brunt. They have to hold themselves accountable. No part of Nigeria will be responsible for their bad choices. No other Nigerian will be accountable for their political miscalculations and political errors. Even one or two of them that have been bold enough to say something or to actually point a way forward, or to draw, or to basically draft a shot for them. What is the result? They basically want to hold that person to the gulag. Resorting to Ogubuaku and all those kind of things on that person. But when you look at the political situation, is Wike doing anything bad? What is actually Wike's offense, or what is actually Wike's bone in this matter? What has Wike stated? What has he said? What has been Wike's pronouncement that we have fact-checked and we have actually come across to find them inadequate? And none. Today, he basically said what we all know, or probably I should say what a couple of us, have been conversant with for a long time ago, that OBJ, as a sitting president, went on his knees, a sitting president, an ex-general, a powerful OBJ, went on his knees to plead, to beg Atiku for his second term. Atiku gave him conditions. he had to abide by those conditions. And not just abiding by those conditions, the terms of those conditions were met to the letters. And then he was chased out as the chairman of the party, and then he was stripped naked in PDP. The same article, we saw what he did to Wike, to Jonathan, another sitting president. Jonathan did everything. Atiku gave him another condition. The only condition at this time is you must relinquish your ticket. That is Atiku right there, ordering another sitting president. And then when people want to rationalize what is Wike's bone, and you are from the southern part of Nigeria, hate Wike or love Wike, it's not about Wike's political future now, but hold on to those scenarios, to those events, those significant events, those symbolic events. Only you, in the middle of this, you've successfully betrayed and sabotaged the efforts of two sitting presidents. And then you have the audacity to think Kama will not visit you. And now when Kama visits you, you are crying foul. Wike is the most, if is one of the most, if not the most, loyal PDP person I've seen. Go and look at the roll call of all these folks against Wike now. Let's start from Reno, from Dino Melaye. Dino Melaye, he was in APC. The role Dino Melaye is currently playing now in PDP for Atiku, he played similar role, same role for Buhari. Tell me just tell me the phrase or the phrases he never used to rubbish PDP. But now he's in PDP. Atiku, how many times has Atiku jumped political parties? The same Ayu, the same Tambuwa, the same Saraki. And these are the folks, right, that are trying to go into the kitchen and serve for Wike, who is the landlord. Can you imagine that one man? So you have tenants who are dictating, how you take your pace in your own home. If they are loyal tenants, that is probably considerable. But these are absolutely disloyal. These are serial betrayers in the raw form of it. And then you want to take them serious. What Wike is doing, Wike is taking his own pound of flesh. And Wike is not doing it alone. Wike has Jonathan 100% gidigba behind his back. Jonathan is, I know this for a fact, Jonathan is out for Atiku. Atiku's time is now. Atiku's karma is now. All those games Atiku has been playing in the past, they are visiting those games on Atiku now. Unfortunately, it's messing with a lot of people's political chances. Unfortunately, even when you look at his train, you will see their birds of same feather flock together. Wike hasn't done anything wrong. It's debatable. We may say, okay, probably at a point he was fighting for himself, for his best personal interest. But one man, we all know that politics itself, right? The ingredients of politics, the apropos of politics itself, the ethical understanding of politics itself has to do with vested interest. It is interest before anything else. Forget about the fantasy. Forget about the delirium about what people are saying. All this, politics is not about some phantasmagorical stuff. It's about real stuff. It's not about mirage. Wike had an interest his interest was truncated by the people he most trusted. Not just trusted the people he had invested heavily in with his own cash. It takes God's mind for you to bring out your cash to support someone else who is not your blood to a political office. He did that for Tambuwa in 2019. In 2019, one man, go and look at the record. The only state that APC and Buhari failed to garner 25% constitutional votes was Rivers State, Wike State. Go and look at the numbers. So Wike has been loyal all through and through. How many of them spent their money? He rescued PDP from embarrassment after Atiku, spearheaded the exit of the renegades. 6 governors left with Atiku. And
Waziri of Abu Dhabi. He doesn't even care.
And the ones that did not leave with Atiku, they stayed in APC, in PDP, work from within and derailed and punished Jonathan. Where are people having selective amnesia about the events of just 4 years of just less than 8 years ago? So Wike should carry on. Wike should carry on. So now we are talking about what is in need for Wike, what is in need for the other governors. From my own understanding, from what I know, right? I think at the end of the day, it's going to be 3-2. It's going to be 3-2. 2 governors. There's every possibility that 2 governors out of the G5 will be going for Peter Obi at the end of the day, which is politically safe for them, which is electorally safe for APC. Let me explain that. Politically safe for them in the sense that, take it or leave it, Peter Obi will carry Southeast anyways. So Ifeanyi, Ugwuanyi, and Ipeazu on the other hand, right? They will play along so that they won't suffer, the backlash, and the obedience. That those folks, that fleeting frenzy, headless mob, as Soludo called them, they will deal with them. So they have to play safe. So already they have the card in their hands. They have to protect their state. They have to protect their candidates, and minding the fact that regardless of what they do, right, Peter Obi will basically, coast home with victory in the Southeast. So what they will do in these instances, they will play along with Peter Obi so that they will be safe politically, and then APC, we exert a sweet deal with them. Just give us our 25%. That's all we need. And these are state governors. These are executives. What they did in 2019, what they did in 2015 for Buhari is the same thing they will do. 25%, nobody will know who. So Ipeazu will come forward and show solidarity for his Igbo brother, for the Igbo candidate, and same as Iguain, and everything will rest. And then election day 25%, will rest for APC. Then when you get to Rivers State, that will be a different ball game, because Wike is calling all the aces in Rivers State now, right? Those 200,000 soldiers on the ground, they have a duty, they have a role to play on election day. And this is not just a political statement. These are facts, one man. We are not just making some empty analysis over here about this. Wike will deliver. Anybody can quote me on this. Wike will deliver PDP candidates in Rivers State 100%. 100%. The presidential election is where the deal is. And do not forget, one man, that APC, they are already solid. But Asiwaju, with the kind of person he is, a man of perfection, he wants to win. He wants to have the same scenario that played out in the primaries. That's what he's playing for now. He's already solid. I'm telling you this now categorically. That man is solid now. So what he's playing for now is playing for a replay of the primary. He wants to win landslide. That's why you see these G5 governors. On a very good day, he's got no business with the G5 governors. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. They don't need the G5 governors because without the G5 governors, all they need is 25%, and they know how to do that. As bad as
Do you find the composition of those G5 governors, do you find it somewhat odd that somebody like Seyi Makinde is in alliance with somebody like Ekpazu and the other one, I can't quite recall pronounce his name, and then Wike is pulling their strings? Do you find that strange bedfellows, would you say?
No, you can't really say strange bedfellows, one man. And, it may be wrong for some people that, I'm saying this because there is a possibility that Wike is supporting Tinubu. Wike is not stupid. Wike is not a delusional politician. Wike is a sophisticated politician. When it comes to politics, one man, it's not about emotion. The only people who read emotion or who mix emotion with politics are political babies, political amateurs, political analysts. Political analysts in the sense that those whose politics is restricted to, the annals of social media. No. When it comes to the real numbers, when it comes to the real world of politics, Wike is not stupid. He knows an Atiku's victory is he will be going straight to they will give him the this
Amity.
No, this $2 billion man that Buhari punished for almost 4 years. What's his name?
Dasuki.
Dasuki. They will give him the Dasuki treatment. Atiku will finish Wike. He knows that. So, and it's already solid on the ground. He will secure Rivers State for his people because APC is even not serious in Rivers State. So there's no deal to make with APC. There's no deal of swapping any candidate. AMAECHI has finished as a polarized APC. So there's no deal at all. So people speaking about AMAECHI's side, AMAECHI does not have a side in APC because AMAECHI already is as done as dodo in Rivers State APC. And when it comes to the core politics of it, do not be surprised when AMAECHI, Magnus Abe, and Wike, when you see them working together. That's the dynamism of politics that we speak to. One man. So why are these people together? They are together because they were part of Team Wike, right? When Wike, during the primaries, during the PDP primaries, it was clear to everybody that Wike was coasting home to victory. The only reason why Wike failed to emerge had to do with Tambuwa. Wike he played a solid game at the primaries. Go and look at Wike's number from the north, one man. He made more numbers in the north than he made from the south. Right? From the south. So, and take it or leave it. Rivers APC is polarized, is divided, is a house divided against itself.
Enigmatic. When you are talking about the South, you have to break it down.
Okay.
It's from the South and South the East. Some of Southeast and South in particular that they stab Wike in the back. All from the Western zone. All from the Western zone. Yes.
Yeah. I should have been specific.
Wike.
Yeah, I know Oyo delivered for Wike, Ondo delivered for Wike, Ekiti delivered for Wike. I know that for sure. But where Wike actually faltered was in the southeast and south. They messed him up And then, you know, when you look at Wike, you may not like Wike, but Wike is a stickler, you know, to the objective ideals of politics.
Ajale Coco, we came to you quite a few times. I think you have been busy throughout today, Ajale Coco.
Yeah, I've been busy doing one thing or the other. Yeah.
But I carry on enigmatic.
Yeah. So they put in a good job, one man, for Wike during the primaries. They did a good job for Wike, and that's why we see this the likes of Fayose very you know, easily, you know, coalescing around that guy, because one the currency of politics is what Wike has that Atiku does not have. Atiku has lost that currency of politics. Atiku is been, you know, when you be doing things over, you can fool me once, right? You can't fool me twice. Atiku has come through his cycle of betrayal now. He has betrayed a lot of people. You can't trust his word. He has not earned anybody's, you know, word. And even when people see that OBJ never supports him, now they understand why he's not supporting him. Now they will know why a lot of people do not want to deal with Atiku. Go and look at what is happening in Sokoto State between Wamako and Tambuwa and Atiku. That is another man that Atiku, you know, has betrayed. So how long can you go betraying people? And I want to say it again. Rivers State politics is different from the way people are seeing it. If AMAECHI goes with Atiku, it's okay for AMAECHI, right? But he will be a drowning man in a drowning ship. People may see the optics, and do not forget that AMAECHI too is not a Tinubu man. They've never seen, they don't really like each other, right? So it's not going to be surprising if he had to stay with Atiku. But what is the game for him being on Atiku's side? The best thing he could have done is probably stay neutral. But if he has to choose to go with Atiku, then it basically has choosing to go with the drowning ship. So, and then people can actually propose some certain ideas because how they feel about APC or how they feel about Tinubu. They probably want to say, okay, AMAECHI, because of this, is going with Atiku. What is the purpose of going with Atiku? But that's not the issue. So those governors, they are solid with Wike because Wike has shown his hands to them, right? He's been clean with them. He's been truthful with them. He's been loyal to them. They've earned his trust. It is about trust we are talking about, one man. Atiku does not have that. Atiku, as crazy as Bode George is working behind the scene for Tinubu now. Can you imagine that? But you could see him come tomorrow and speak ill about the guy, but behind the scene, hands are touching each other. That is the dynamism of politics, because it's about earning some certain trust. If you tell me that I'm going to be your chief of staff when I work for you during my gubernatorial campaign, do not tell me another story tomorrow. Don't do that. Atiku has done that. Okay, for instance, Atiku promised Olushola and promised Saraki the SGF, right? Now he has promised two more guys. Ayu Iyoshi, the same position, and one man, and Tule Lamido, the same position too.
There's rumors that he promised even Tambuwal still that same position.
No, he promised Tambuwal the Senate president, and that's why Tambuwal shouldn't have been the director general of his campaign. So he threw another person under the bus for that position for Tambuwal. So how long do you want to keep doing, being these treasurers? People will find out, and they will just leave you where you belong. So unfortunately, the more is getting bad for him by his own undoings, by his own childish politics, and probably by his own karma now, coalescing around him. On the flip side, is shining for APC, because this is not the time. Why is it now that G5 there's a G5 group? Why is it now that Peter Obi is out of PDP? has stolen his major political base in the south. Why is it now that Kwakwaso is another branch in the north? You understand what I'm saying? So when it is your time, things may probably work against you. I mean, when it is your time, things will work for you, and when it is not your time, or when it's time for you to pay for your sins, things will start, happening the way it's happening for Atiku. Atiku has done enough for a lot of people that believes in him. I know what he did personally to somebody that I know, but the good thing is that most of them, they bounce back, and then they now realize who Atiku is at the end of the day. You can't keep being these treacherers, and then you think you just go just like that. So now, what is the political consequences for somebody like Seyi Makinde? Seyi Makinde, one man in Oyo State, Seyi Makinde is solid. I'm telling you, because just like Peter Obi in the Southeast, without Ikpeazu or Ugwanyi, supporting APC or not, it is clear that he has that region in the bag. Just like Oyo State is in the bag for Tinubu, right? And most average state, like even Osun State people, they told you we voted for PDP because of the candidate, because of Adeleke, but in the presidential election, we have our candidate. We'll be voting for a different political party. In Oyo State, it is a default choice that the presidential candidate will be Tinubu. Then the question will be, how are they going to, manage the local elections? So, and then if you know Oyo State politics very well, which I know a little, Tinubu's APC's gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State is a polarized man. It's a divisive man. It's not the man that is loved by the core stakeholders of APC in Oyo State by virtue of the Gestapo nature in which he stole the ticket by the rightful owner, considered quote-unquote rightful owner of the ticket, Adelabu, the guy they call Penkelemes, right? Penkelemes was the choice of core APC guys in Oyo State. Teslim Folarin did some abracadabra.
Adelabu was the last gubernatorial last gubernatorial election.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was because of Makinde's strong, political prowess in Oyo State that he was able to defeat that guy, and because of some few skirmishes in APC then. So when you look at this trajectory now, it is easy. It's like an easy option for those political, for those APC top notch in Oyo State to rather deal with Makinde for a second term than looking forward to a Teslim Folarin. And then do not forget the fact that Teslim Folarin was a PDP man, true and true, before he moved to APC. So that plays a lot in APC politics. So, and then it is instructive to understand the fact that when Tinubu went to Oyo State the first time after the primaries, one man search the video and watch what Tinubu told him. As against other states that Tinubu went, and he commended the efforts of the flag bearers, right? He had some very welcoming meetings and very impactful meetings with the flag bearers of each of those states. But when you go to Oyo State, go and look at what he did to Teslim Folarin. He said, "Wàá dọ̀bálẹ̀ gan, wàá lọ bẹ̀bẹ̀. Àsìkò tí tó tí mo máa wẹ̀ sókè, lọ máa ṣiṣẹ́, lọ máa bẹ̀bẹ̀. Tó bá ti bẹ̀bẹ̀, tó wá ti gbọ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀, a máa mọ̀ nǹkan tá a máa ṣe sí." So for those who do not understand, it is not yet time for you to celebrate. You need to appeal to some people. You need to beg. You need to prostrate. You need to pacify. So stuff like that. A lot of stakeholders in your politics, APC. So when that is done, then we'll know what to do. Category, and that has been the situation all through and through, right? So it just now Makinde is playing a safe game because Makinde too has extracted, the trust of some core or your top men politically now, like the Ladoja. Ladoja is an Accord man, but Ladoja, he has given the Accord is working with an understanding with Sheyi Makinde. So it's a political arithmetic that we from it's not a conclusive arrangement yet. But the thing is that there's every possibility that they will have to have an understanding. Let me use that language with Teslim Folarin, right? With Teslim Folarin, then the senatorial candidate. So PDP candidates in Oyo State, right? They are going to suffer. They are going to be one of the consequences of that deal if eventually it becomes a reality. Then Makinde will go for the gubernatorial. Then the governor, the PDP senatorial candidates in Oyo State will suffer the casualty. APC will go federal or not federal, including the presidential. Local election will go for Sheyi Makinde's team, House of Assembly and the gubernatorial and all those kind of stuff. So that's where they are now, and they are still having the conversation because it's better for Sheyi Makinde because now Sheyi Makinde is not in the books of Atiku any longer. It's not in the good books of Atiku and the good books of the who is who in PDP. So it's better for him, and there's an arrangement that when he wins his second term, he's moving straight to APC to consolidate APC's base in Oyo State. That's that for Sheyi Makinde, and this is a conversation that is still going on. So and you've seen where Ikpeazu and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi are now. The only one that is left is Otom, right? So for people saying that Otom will suffer a backlash or whatever, why? Because naturally they believe Otom has maybe endorsed Peter Obi, but what he did was more or less like theoretical and academic statement. If you go and look at it, when the time comes, I will see Otom as 50-50. Otom, I don't see Otom, of course, supporting Atiku because I think he has some issues with Atiku too. I don't know whatever the problem they have, but I think he has some issues with Atiku. But Otom is a grassroots politician. He started as a chairman, local government chairman. And if people, they know him very well, he's going for the Senate. Otom is safe. Otom will win his senatorial election. But where Otom is having issues, where they are having the bone of contention now in Benue State, it's not about Otom, the person. It's not about PDP, the political party. Their party, the candidates are safe. But it's about the gubernatorial candidate in Benue State. The gubernatorial candidate in Benue State is one bishop or stuff from APC. So APC, they are not trying to make any deal with that to swap that man. They are not looking forward to any deal at all. They are insisting that man is a good candidate and he has more than 50% chance, I think 52% to win the election, to win the gubernatorial election. So they don't want to joke with that, and it's a state they've been targeting for a while. So they see it as a chance now to actually flip it to APC. So that's where the situation is with now in Benue State. So if at the end of the day, if probably they are unable to actually reach an agreement, then Otom will definitely have a soft landing, and we already have more or less like an excuse to support Peter Obi, which is good for him, right? Which is good for him. But if that will land Peter Obi a victory in Benue State, or probably giving 25%, that's another question. So that's how it's going to play out on that.
Oh, all right, brilliant. A very, very brief commentary on this. It's a comment by one of the viewers, Oladipo. So this is what he says. He says, just condense it very, just a snapshot answer to it. It says Adeleke will deliver Osun for PDP. And when I saw that comment, it struck me because I don't feel that Adeleke, Osun State will not go with PDP. I don't think. And Adeleke, he stands alone in that victory. That's my understanding. And that victory was essentially about his family name and how he was cheated in the last round. So nothing to do with PDP or Atiku. But Oladipo insists that Adeleke will deliver Osun for PDP. Do you agree with that, Dipo?
Let me just answer that as brief as I can. That would be a statement that can be credited to someone who is probably in the relic of once again phantasmagoria, state of mind. That's what I would say. Adeleke will try in Osun State, but he won't deliver Osun State. Osun people voted for Adeleke because they wanted Adeleke. Osun people will vote differently in the presidential election.
Sorry, what state of mind did you say the person was?
Phantasmagoria.
Okay, hold on. Just stay there.
Of a state who is supposedly a ACN and in opposition federally. What's your thought about what has been happening? Looking at it as a Nigerian, what's your thought about what's been happening in River State?
Let me say prestissimo, that is as quickly as possible, that the political crinkum, or if you like, the political higgy-haga that has enveloped the politics of River State for a period of time now has all the trappings of an odoriferous saga. Kum gagatwan gaga.
All right, take it easy with all this heavy duty grammar. Mr. Senator.
State of mind.
Phantasmagoria. I have to go and get the dictionary now. Start looking upwards. Don't give me a headache now. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So, one man, when we say that the train has successfully left from people, at the riverbank. This guy's tweet now, statement now, basically gives credence to that. I do not see a state in the whole of Southwest, that Tinubu will lose. I don't see that state. Tinubu's election in Southwest will be like Obi's election in Southeast, right? So whenever we could debate the percentage in various states, those states we could say probably, you could maybe over because in those states those people they are crazy. You may say maybe over 80% or 70 something. I just to be conservative, right? So and I've always said it over here that the best showing for any opposition party in the Southwest will be in Lagos State. Atiku will do a good job in Lagos State. Obi will do a good job in Lagos State, but APC will carry Lagos State, right? So when I say Obi will do a good job in Lagos State by virtue of the population, of his kingsmen in Lagos State, and I've said it, and I will repeat it again: if he drives towards 25%, not beyond though, towards 25%, he should start his 2023 Christmas early enough, right? So when you want to define or choose presidential election by virtue of the gubernatorial election, that is still a subject of litigation, that is being it's almost 50-50 now. If you're actually following the case, one man, it stands at 50-50. Anything, is possible to still happen in Osun State gubernatorial tribunal election case. So yes, let's give it to Adeleke. Let's give it to give the name. But Adeleke has been making some. I said it here. He's been making some errors. He's been making some miscalculation. There is a yearly stuff that they do in Osun State. I think this free commuting of Osun people from Lagos State to Osun State on a yearly basis. I think it stopped it this year, and people were not happy with that. The traditional rulers, they came out to push back almost 2 weeks ago. So he has been laying, imprints here and there, here and there, here and there, and then categorically, Osun people said it without obfuscation that we are voting Adeleke, right? But we are voting a different political party in the presidential election. And then do not forget that regardless or irrespective of this, mythical Adeleke that we are saying now, quote and unquote, do not forget it was because of the dollar power that played a big role, because you can't take that away. There were some areas in Osun State that this guy messed up APC. When I say messed up APC, he messed up APC dollar for dollar. He killed them. So if he hadn't had such a dollar support, could have been a different thing entirely. But that is just, let's call that, quote unquote, a pedestrian argument, right? A lazy one. But those are the factors you have to put into consideration. But when it comes to the gubernatorial election, to the presidential election, and this is why this was the question that Chief Bode George pointedly asked Atiku. When we go to some states, each of the states in Southwest, when we raise your hand as a Fulani man, we are raising, the person who is raising your hand is another northern man. Are you? The director general who is announcing the order of event on the podium, another Fulani man, Tambuwa, right? And then Dino Melaye, who is shouting up and down, is from the North Central. No single Yoruba person on the podium. How do you want to explain that? But do not forget that Yoruba takes sentiment to those kind of stuff. So I'm just, basically giving you some scenarios to actually look at that. So when I say on this platform that some people sometimes, I don't want to, not about being unnecessarily, I'm not a braggadocio when it comes to that, but I do not like to disturb my head or probably, waste my time with people who probably started following politics 2 months ago or 3 months ago, when they had a desired candidate who moved to a different party, and they are just, motivated by some, fleeting momentum and the frenzy. No, I don't do that. There are people on the platform that you can see easily by the way they say something, or when you ask questions, some pointed questions, just to feel their politics. When they respond, you just say, "Oh, okay." You just move on because it's a waste of time, going, back and forth with that kind of person. So that's just the situation. Osun State, of course, Adeleke will do a good job. Do not get it twisted, one man, right? It's not going to be like other states. It's going to do a good job for Atiku, but Atiku will not take Osun State.
All right, brilliant. And finally, I have issues with you, enigmatic. I have some serious issues with you. Ever since you sent Uptown Playtown on an errand to go looking for $2,000, we have not seen him anymore, and he's one of the fan favorites on the platform. Ever since you asked him to go on an errand to go start chasing around 2,000, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want a yes or no in the comment section. Should we start a GoFundMe to keep PlayStation's 2,000 to keep his honor? GoFundMe because it was here boasting and bragging that do you want it in naira or do you want it in dollars? It was throwing up shoulders, and now
one man, let's send his friend to him now.
He has
let's send Desmond to him now. Desmond
yes,
they are both in Lagos enjoying
he wants to bam bam.
Those are the people who advise him to Ogbeni. You want to lose your 2000. To be second for this
look at that.
I'm not calling that wager off for one man. The wager stands, and anytime I'm going, he's standing. He has millionaire friends. The way they say they should sort him out.
Maybe if he gets Desmond drunk enough, maybe he can persuade him, because I see he's been piling in with alcohol in Lagos, but but there it is. So
I will start with $10. I will start with $10. Go for me.
Go for me for play down. So gentlemen, 7 hours 12 minutes. I think we fulfilled all righteousness. So we could have done another 7 hours. So the conversation is so engaging, but alas, we must save some for tomorrow. So gentlemen, you know where we're landing. Rapidly as you can, just to let me make my escape. So just condense it. I think everything that has to be said has been said in the last 7 hours or so. So we seek to start to round off to land on Ajanle Koko. We kick the rounding off with World Peace. World Peace, are you there? Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa, everybody.
Good. I thought you'd gone to bed. All right, there he is.
No.
Your voice sounds so heavy. You're tired, Abby. Long day.
Yeah, this boy was disturbing me, so I just put him to sleep. He will wake up soon. And it's New Year, last day of our day now for New Year.
Baba Pikin will go call you. I mean, Baba boy. Which one you call you?
Baba boy.
Baba boy. Okay.
Yeah, so I've been listening to everybody, and everybody be giving their good remarks and all that. So it's not every time I interject, I just listen, I might take my Igbo friend, not my that guy is not Igbo, he's not Yoruba man, he's an Igbo man. When it comes to money,
his real name is Okechukwu. He thinks we don't know. Yeah.
So give a good submission. Anyway, I don't have much to talk because it's not good to argue to enter New Year. That's why I did not disturb you guys much. First of all, let me greet my people on the comment section. Oga Aguli, Oga himself, Ayo, Otis Baker, and the rest. I greet you now. Be the real powerhouse of that chatting section. Sometimes when I chat, we would sweet past our main discussion self. Anyway, but before I go, I'm not forget to click like, share, and thumbs up. I'm not forget to buy one more coffee, the last coffee of the year. Like I say, do what I say, not what I do. Either I'll do my own. Now, booyaka, it will be. Now, quickly to Tinubu and the Fort Miller Bridge is a good thing. Anyway, there's never too late in building bridges. They're building this one is a good thing. Wike, the G5 governor, they are doing a good job. To me, I don't know if people don't like it, but to me, I like it. The North cannot decide for us how we run, who will bring, how we bring our presidential candidates. So at least if Wike can derail Atiku is a plus for me. So I won't say much so I can leave the space for other people to talk. On my greet you, Gajaliko, I greet you, Matic, Thomas, Koga Joy of Nashville. Happy New Year in advance. In the next 12 hours, we go enter New Year for this side for Japan. On my peace, I'm out.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Peace.
Happy New Year in advance.
Happy New Year in advance to you too. We are doing a session still later. Yeah. Hopefully you can join us and then we all break the New Year in together.
Yeah, I think I will be on yes, I will join you. I'll be on a highway because I'm going to drop my brother in Chiba City. My elder brother. I told you he's in town. I'm taking to his friends, but I'm leaving by 8 p.m. my time. So by the time you're on section, I've been 3 hours on the journey because it's going to take me like 4 hours half altogether. So I will meet you guys. I'll be on highway.
All right, brilliant. Are you still in the nightclub business? I thought you said you met your wife in the nightclub business, didn't you?
I'm not. I said I'm taking my elder brother to a different city to go and see his friend in Chiba City.
No, I'm asking you a separate question. You remember you told us once that you were in the nightclub business. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was
No,
how
you're not
you
wrong.
mentioned.
I'm done with that. I'm done with that. I don't do that anymore. I'm done with that.
All right, you're into export now.
I'm into export, solar, renewable energy, solar, and heavy equipment. Agmatic. Now next year, next January will start those things. So I want to do on ground. That's why it's making a hold on. No, I'm not doing on ground since. And so from January I'll do on ground. Then I'll call your brother.
Remember DOJ's rules. The house gets 10%.
10%.
I've lost count of how many deals has been cut on this platform, and nobody even has the politeness to say, "Here, have a drink." You know, look at Ajale Koko. Unbelievable people. Enigmatic àti War Peace ni, they are cutting $1 million deal right on the screen, and they don't even have the politeness to pay or something. But they no pepper soup, no nothing. Look at these people,
Well,
look at these people. Don't worry. You know. The best sense you hear is from a drunkard, you know, because he has no inhibitions anymore. You know, so there it is. Thank you, War Peace. But I was only joking now. Yeah, thank you, War Peace. So from War Peace, let's go on to Thomas in Australia. I think you're both in the same climatic sort of space, aren't you? Australia and Japan. Thomas, you're up next.
Thank you, one man. I don't have much to say. Happy New Year to everybody. May this year be a prosperous year and a very good year for everybody. Thank you, one man. God bless.
Well, Ekiti Church.
Church, and we have music concert today. Crossover to New Year. So I'm one of the choir. We are going to sing in the church.
Are you not a drummer? Do I remember you saying you're a drummer?
No. I'm in the choir. I'm in the choir. Yeah. Thank you, one man. God bless everyone.
Where is your list of paper to finish to
one man, this is what I saw. I haven't seen anybody. Yeah. So it is what it is. That is Yoruba day. If you don't, yes. If you don't like somebody, that doesn't say you can't talk about their achievement. Just say it. Nobody will hold you hostage. That is it, one man. Nobody has debunked all what I said. It's there. You can see it. It's just there. Thank you so much. I'll see you see you in New Year. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. Drive safe. Or safely. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to Fatai, who joins us from Cyprus. So Fatai, or V Gets, as they are now called you a German, V Gets. Fatai, you're up next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is he?
I don't know.
Is he in Germany?
No. He's a rational mind that was trying to go at him that this our German-sounding Yoruba man is talking nonsense. You know, rational mind now in his ways.
Is Fatai there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but are you in Germany, really?
No.
Where are you?
Cyprus.
Yeah. Ṣé bá ṣe máa ń pronounce Yorùbá ẹ máa ń sound bí ó máa ń sound bákan bó ṣe máa ń sọ àmì ló bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé bí ṣé bá ṣe máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ ní Cyprus nìyẹn ni. Ó máa ń fa
mi mọ sound yàtọ̀.
Okay. Oh.
At a solely at a Fatai, we have to do a blood test to check their Yoruba names because I have my suspicion. Lori Abidede, I saw Yoruba be tapa, you know.
Ọwọ́ tẹ fi bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ Yorùbá ó dà pé English tó bá ń pronounce the way tó bá jẹ́ bó ṣe máa ń fa ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn gùn you know kí ló dé kí ni máa nìyí sọ yìí.
Bàbá
it reminds me of those
poli yẹn ṣiṣẹ́ lódì ni. Ó ń fa poli.
I never say, when I saw this, I said, money.
Fatai, right?
Abdul Fatai. Look at that.
Ṣé báwọn Cyprus ṣe máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn ni ṣé?
Àwọn èèyàn gbọ́ ìbò, ṣé àwọn èèyàn gbọ́ ìbò ni?
Ṣé language wọn ṣé bọ́ ṣe máa ń sọ, ṣé òun ló máa ń try láti máa ló ti miss pẹ̀lú English ẹ̀ tó máa fi sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí?
Greek ló ń sọ.
Greek. Okay.
Greek ló ń sọ.
Yeah.
Fatai America accent kó tó America ni ó ń bọ̀ America.
Kò ní American accent rárá. English ti ẹ̀ yẹn ó yàtọ̀ bó mọ́ ọjọ́.
Ahọ́n ti lọ.
Ó ga ọ. But máa enjoy yẹ o tí bá ti gbọ́ máa kàn máa rẹ̀ ní máa ní all right.
Actually, táwọn àbá ti trigger èèyàn ló ti máa ń fa ètò mi ò kí máa ń síbẹ̀ láìpẹ́ èèyàn actually I don't really, this will be maybe the only platform or I don't even remember because I don't even like going to somewhere and my blood is up engaging with people, you know, because man share so jingba me. You know.
All right. Closing remarks. Yeah, so that's Fatai, one of the fast evolving voices on the space. Fatai, closing remarks.
Yeah, the only thing I just see is there's too much. I don't even know how to say it. Like you are having a conversation and it's going, and then people are dragging it back with like. I think constructive criticism is welcome, but it sometimes it triggers to see people like, okay, well, this is white. Is white, so in this criticism, but immediately we turn it on this other side. It's no longer white, or it's terrible. You know, it's triggering. You know, Tinubu. God bless Tinubu for what he did at to Babbage. Yeah, I mean it's like this story in the Bible of Jonah when he delivered his message and the people listened and when he got angry, he said, "Yeah, God, you said you will do this. The people will not know if you didn't do what you were planning to do." My point is this: if this, we will never be able to fully appreciate Tinubu. Had he not done what he did to Babbage and the flood that happened in Nigeria that we all saw made Babbage, he could wipe out the whole of Lagos. That is vision. And so, and it beats my imagination that, so Anambra had a lot of erosion problem, and then Peter Obi took hundreds of millions of Alhambra, or 155 million or something. He said he's investing. If you put that $150 million into taking care of the erosion, maybe there will no longer be erosion problem, or at least he would take care of it. So Anambra was not a Dubai, and then he says he's investing money. Why are you investing? What investment are you doing? There's so much problem that I didn't even have that much view into it, and now you want to take over Nigeria. So Nigeria is going to be a shit problem. You want to do another investment project? No, if there was that much problem of erosion, why didn't he put the money into tackling that issue? Why is he investing in his own banks? with Anambra's money when he didn't turn Anambra into Dubai already. And we are comparing with a man who, with so much vision to take care of something that federal government was pumping millions and millions of, if maybe even billion every year. They are pouring sand into Babi, pouring sand every year. Tinubu came with his team. They devised a lasting solution, and now we have it. A lot of people could have died if this flood made that Babi's problem in Lagos. That's we will never know how much life Tinubu have saved with that project. I don't know if we have to appreciate people. I don't even know what is causing all this. I don't even. I mean, I have been here. I can't even understand. If you are not talking about delusion, like it's I don't know. It's not. We cannot say delusion. We will be talking about. I mean, this. I mean, we are like big. We are like adults. I mean, these are not even. I don't know. Anyway, well, I don't know. I love constructive criticism. I love constructive conversation. But if it's going this way, it's kind of like it's making the blood to boil over nothing.
You know, Fatai, the conversation in this political space, it's almost unavoidable that it will go this way, because on the one hand, you have highly fantasized but very, very energized space that they seem to live in some sort of like in some parallel universe where black is white and red is green. You know, so but then that parallel universe is also trying to exist itself in reality. So it's almost inevitable that the conversations will frustrate when all of the computations and permutations already point a direction, but this wild wishful thinking wants to upturn that. You know, you cannot have logic and wildness without you being triggered. It's not possible.
Yeah, it comes also from this thing, the expression that if you have never been to another man's father's farmland, that's why you think your father's farmland is the biggest. Well, if you think Peter will be doing is the smartest human being in the world, because I don't know what he did in Ambra. Well, you have to at least try and see what other people did for you to know that Peter Obi, all practically compared relatively, there are many people who are more qualified to take Nigeria forward. This is what we want. There's nobody is arguing about emotions. Nigeria is at a point we need to move forward. To use
you know, a lot of the Peter Obi's space is not about Peter Obi. It's about ethnicity. That's what is really going on there.
I can see a lot of that. That's not even the problem. But the problem is whether it is ethnicity or it's not ethnicity, that is a space for practical viewpoint. You know, it is not possible for Peter Obi to be president coming out in 2 months, 6 months, where there are people who have devoted practically half of their existence into working out something. No, like Tinubu said, power is not handed to anybody like a restaurant,
yes.
a la carte. You know, nobody gives you power like, it's my the microzone. They must microzone it to me. Nobody will microzone it to you. Nobody is going to microzone it to you. Everybody works. Nobody gives anybody power. You have to work. Everybody plan for it, suffer for it. I mean, Tinubu could have run.
I think you are wrong there. Obasanjo was given power. They took him out from prison and they give him power.
All right. Round it off in a couple. We must not hit 8 hours because I don't think we've hit 8 hours before.
I'm just messing with it.
No. But you are right, though. Obasanjo was handed that presidency.
No. But Obasanjo
exceptional case.
No, it's not even. It's not even. It's not even like that. Obasanjo had played. Obasanjo was coming from. Had played a lot of role as a military person. I mean, there was a lot of things he had done that they see and they look at him like, this is a boy. We can. This is somebody from that area. If you are not going to give it to Abiola now, we can give it to this one that is like we can. And he's more like us. It's based on his previous stuff. It's not they didn't just give it to Obasanjo. Obasanjo had antecedents that they liked.
Yeah, there was a blood price paid for Obasanjo's presidency.
There was a blood price paid. There was a lot of things. I mean, why Obasanjo? Why not another person? They could have also, if they wanted to give it just like that, they could have given it to anybody. But Obasanjo had antecedents. They are antecedent to power. Nobody just out of the blue just microzone it to you. If there was no Abiola, they will not give it to. They will not have given to Obasanjo. It's not a favor to the Yoruba. Even till today, Yoruba people don't even feel like we. Actually, when people talk about microzoning, Tinubu is not right to say Yoruba Lokon. It's Yoruba's turn now. Yoruba has never really been president like that.
You know, I said that here once, and they nearly stoned me that we've never really had a Yoruba president.
We never which president Shonekon. We didn't. Why is Shonekon a president? We never. At least you want microzone. At least you had Azikwe, you had Agwin Rossi, you had all the. We had Shonekon, and who again did we have? This is what they give you for 1 week. They just. I mean, these are not presidents. The only time we could have had it was Obasanjo, and that was not even Yoruba. They picked our Yoruba, even Yoruba, whether elite or intellectual, whatever you want to call it. They are still unsettled till today. That okay, if you claim that you are microzoning to Yoruba, let us put down who we want. You can't give our president and make it like you have given it to us. Yoruba people didn't vote for Obasanjo. So it's kind of like a pseudo Yoruba microzoning, but
look at that.
But it's okay, but all these things is out of the way.
All right, round it off in a couple more minutes, Fatai.
Yeah. So people have worked for these things. Power is not served a la carte. Everybody works for it. I also want to be. If it's stuff like that, they should also give it to me. Who doesn't want to be president? Nobody's going to give it to Peter Bia. If you don't, we have to work for it. Nobody's going to give it to you because why Peter Obi? Even if it's even if you have to microzone it to the east, why to Peter Obi? Somebody else. Why Peter Obi? Peter Obi hasn't done anything to show that if he takes over the reign of Nigeria, he will fix any problem of Nigeria. He took over a reign of Anambra. We don't say what is the outcome. The poverty level of Anambra went up. He increased the poverty. He brought more poverty to Anambra. Do we want somebody we don't want to go worse than now? We don't want somebody that will bring more poverty to Nigeria. At least maintain it or take it forward, preferably take it forward. But he didn't maintain it in Anambra. He brought more poverty to Anambra, and he took all the money of Anambra, saying he's doing so. Only God knows what kind of investment he says he's doing. And then we have to denigrate a man who probably has saved many, many lives. Tinubu doesn't even need anything. He only needs to talk about Babich. He doesn't even need to talk about anything else he did. He doesn't owe anybody any explanation.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Fatai. So that's Fatai. We seem to have lost Ajanle Koko just at the 11th hour. So the final word goes to Enigmatic Kondi. So Enigmatic, if you can just condense it just to help me out, because I think I'm just about ready to go to bed. So Enigmatic Kondi, one of your favorite voices. Everybody is like Marmite. You either love him or you hate him. But thankfully, most of you do love him. So Enigmatic Kondi.
Yeah, thank you. Well, my parents love me so much. My family loves me a lot. So that's the most important. And my very good friends, those who knows my worth and value, they are on my side. So happy New Year in advance to a lot of us. Happy New Year It's going to be a glorious, marvelous, prosperous new year for all of us. And may all the members of this platform, celebrate testimonies after testimonies in 2023. So I'll just say this, pure gold do not actually struggle to sell. It's only a sham commodity that are marketed with blackmail, insults, and then all those delirium patterns. And then I'm actually saying this because there's a new trend that is going on now. Among the obedience, they are they've been so desperate to the point of no return. As shame and vain pride wouldn't even let them admit that. They are basically blackmailing and threatening their parents now. I don't know if you heard that one, man. They are threatening, their parents that they
we covered this here 2 days ago. Some guy that said if he won't let his father use his car if he doesn't.
Yeah, trying to coerce their parents. So you don't have to do that. I thank God that I do not have a worthless parent, that I can even have the audacity or that temerity to actually blackmail or coerce. Because you don't. It is only when you have worthless parents that even look up to you before they feed or before they function in life, that you have that kind of audacity to be stamping the floor and the ground to say you want to stab them. You are stabbing yourself. But beyond that, it's all about politics. We should understand that regardless of that, we should be careful, not to cross the line, and then we should be careful of the fact that we cannot say certain things, especially to our parents, when it comes to politics. And if you want to continue in that manner, I sympathize with them, and I will encourage them to maintain the energy to stab their parents, to fight their bosses, to curse their friends, divorce their wives, partners, fight everybody for their choices. It is all about politics, and we should respect everybody's dissenting choices and opinion. And once again, may God bless everybody. And one more, thank you so much for bringing everyone together. Have a new year in advance, prepare us one, and then let's have good life.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's enigmatic Hundy, just so articulate, just so mesmeric. The mesmeric enigmatic Hundy, he deputizes for the mighty Ajanle Koko, who just lost connection just at the last moment. Everybody was waiting to hear from Ajanle Koko, but hopefully, almost certainly he'll turn up tomorrow, and then you get your food diet of Ajanle Koko. Don't have I know you'll be having withdrawal symptoms because you've not heard from Ajanle Koko, but he will be back, of course. So thank you, one and all. Thank you, everyone. We don't take your company for granted. I always say that, and you do know that because we cannot have a session without you here. So your company always appreciated. We're doing it all over again tomorrow. Now, today, really, 9:45 p.m. UK time. So we're breaking the new year together. That is what we intend to do. So put on your glad rags and your prayer beads or whatever it is that you use to traffic yourself from one year to the other, and let's congregate to bring the year in together. So before we go, a big thank you to the super charters, which is Desmond as always. Alexander Gomez joins him. Solly decided to join them today, and then Alexander Akache as he does, as he often instances does. So thank you to all of you. So, and of course, to acknowledge as well, Ayo, the only person that has been keeping that, yes, I'll just have to double check. Pardon me. And to acknowledge as well, Ayo, the only person that has been keeping that buy the coffee space 100. So without Ayo, we cannot claim the 100% on the buy the coffee base. If you look at, that's Ayo right there, and this is Ayo right here, and this is Ayo right here, and guess who this is? That's Ayo, and of course, that's Ayo right there too. So thank you, Ayo, for keeping that place. It's almost bought the exclusive right now to that space. So thank you, Ayo. So that has been the session. One Man Went to Mo, sponsored by Ayo. So thank you, one and all. Let's reconvene later on to do it all over again. So I leave it here. Carry the conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.